All right. Now we are live. We are here now.
Yep,
Sorry
yep,
for the
yep.
delay.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's actually my fault. I was a little bit busy, so I couldn't be here exactly on the time that the stream usually goes live, but I'm here now. I just had to handle a few things.
I'm glad you took
Yes, yes,
accountability for your wrongful doings.
yes. Now watch your subscribers like plummet because of the extra
Yes.
30 minutes you took to
Yep.
start the stream.
They're never coming back.
Now they're all gone. Yo, what's up, Royce? Mater Pauser. What's up, man? Yeah, we have like a lot of interesting. We have a lot of interesting subjects for today. We have
Yeah.
we have
We only got two.
well, I mean they're interesting, and there's more than one, right?
Well, I didn't. Well, yeah. You're right. You're right.
So anyway, yeah, they're pretty interesting. We're going to be talking about the YouTube ID stuff and how that's probably a bad idea and how that's like been getting backlash, and also about the what do I call her? Let's say what's the word for it? The goober, the goober, the milk dud. The milk dud is trying to act
Oh
like she's a
yeah.
hero.
Yeah.
She's trying to act like a hero because of people aren't ready for change in gaming and whatever. It's like more like integrated Hollywood woke BS, and she's trying to act like some kind of like martyr or like hero. It's like no, you're not breaking. You're not breaking any ground.
What are you talking
You're
about?
not really.
She's a brave black queen. What are you talking about?
She's not breaking any ground, bro.
She's
She's
an
like these people are
inspiration
crazy.
for generations. She will be a martyr in the annals of
Yeah,
time.
the annals of history. One
Yes.
warrior will go down.
What's up? Chemo? Chemo?
Chemo.
Hopefully I'm saying it right. Yeah, it was one of the first
Chemo.
comments. Not like chemotherapy or anything, but
Oh, I didn't even
anyway.
see. Yeah, chemo. I see it now. Rohaniemi.
Karsquane? Karsquane? What's up?
Karsklane, yeah. Or Karsklani, I don't know. I feel like it reads to me like Karsklani, but it's probably Karsklane.
Maybe. If it's Karsklani, maybe he's from Finland.
I don't know.
What's
Hell
up,
yeah. What's
Silas?
up, Archer? What's up, Y chromosome?
Modern Pauser, what's up? White chromosome? Yeah, late. Yeah, we definitely are. Point the finger at
Yeah.
the right person.
It's a little 30 minutes late. It's not the end of the world. I don't think so. But
It is. The
ideally,
world is ending.
ideally, ideally, I would have been here earlier. But like I said,
Yeah,
things happen.
it's no big deal. I'm just messing around. What's
Yeah,
up,
things
boys?
happen. They have to be taken care of. Yes,
Hold on.
Royce, what's up, bro?
Hold on. Let me see. Oh, Burv, what's up? How's it going?
The bub is the word. He's brought the butter. The
Hakami, what's
butter
up?
is
How's it
here.
going?
The butter is here. Akami, let's
So,
go.
yeah, let's go.
That sounded
So
so
you guys.
unenthusiastic. You're
Oh
like,
no.
yeah, let's go. What the hell?
That's all right. All right. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'm be like Marge Simpson. She's like, I'll do it. I'll do it. But yeah, let's go. Let's go. It's Sunday, the lazy day. Well, I guess it depends on
It's
what
on the
people's
person,
schedules are like.
yeah. Some people work
Yeah.
like crazy on Sundays.
Yeah. Unfortunately, but
Especially if you have like a side hobby, you're like a weekend warrior doing like your side dream when you're not at work.
yeah, that's true. So what you guys been up to this week? Anything interesting? Play anything good? Watching anything? Read anything? Or is it just the same old thing? For me, it's been the same thing. So, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But
As for me, well.
oh yeah, you can go.
No, go ahead. What are you gonna say?
I really wasn't gonna say anything that interesting.
Okay. I was gonna
that's
say,
why.
as for me, I've just been doing more research on like different aspects of like art creation and stuff because, like I said, I'm working on my own game, so I'm trying to do a lot of research. And the engine I'm working on is like pretty obscure. It's pretty obscure, so there's like not a lot of There's documentation, but it's not like great. It's not like Godot or like Unity or anything like that. It's a 2D engine. It's pretty old. It constantly gets updated. So I'm just trying to like learn that. I've been like focused on that and just like 2D art assets for like 2D games and stuff because it's not about how to draw. I know how to draw. It's just about how they're applied technically to the game and how you use them appropriately and whatever optimization, blah blah blah.
Right.
So it's been interesting
Sounds
for
good.
me, but I feel like that's a subject that if I speak about it might be kind of boring. If you're not, that's not a thing you're really into. But yeah.
Yeah. No, I get it. Hold on. New people in the chat. What a break out the butter. I'm gonna make toast.
Break out the butter. I'm going in war.
Yeah.
Oi!
Take my butter knife. Well, they'll end up taking that away.
I
The
rub me
true
butter on
Jaybird.
my
What's up?
sausage. Yo, True Jaybird, what's up, bro?
Rufus, what's up? He said, "Well, I just finished 11-hour shift, so yeah." See, there you go.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's like that,
hopefully,
man.
we can bring you some entertainment to the best
For
of our
real.
ability.
Me butter.
What's up, Miles? Miles edits. How's it going?
Yo, welcome, Miles.
What? Flower, do you feel the VRIL chuds? What is that? Is that in relation to the verification shit for YouTube, or is that something else?
I don't understand why. Well, that's a subject that I'm really interested in talking about because there's a lot of like weird things going on with that don't exactly make sense to me. Like, it's such a gross invasion of like privacy unnecessarily as well that I don't feel
It
like
definitely is.
it doesn't necessarily affect me directly because YouTube already has my information to a degree because my channel is monetized. So in a way, like by monetizing my channel, they do have like my identification, but that's different because they're paying me to like when I make certain videos, right? I get paid ad revenue. That's different than a person who's just scrolling and did like the age verification stuff. So it's really weird, man. I think that's like a pretty rich subject right now to talk about.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get into detail about it soon. David Francisco, what's up? Just make something with strong male leads and keep the female characters as sidekicks. Love interest, damsels in distress, and evil seductresses.
Yeah.
Honestly, at this point, yeah. Especially when it comes to the West.
I think that like, you can have like cool female leads. You really can because especially like when depending on how it's implemented, right? Because like if you look at like for example like Eve is like a android like synthetic human that's way stronger and more powerful than like a regular person. She's like literally bred to be like a warrior like android goddess pretty much. So I don't have to suspend my disbelief when she's fighting giant monsters or even Metroid where Samus is clearly enhanced and stuff. I think the problem lies when you try to go realistic. You're trying to be realistic and then you're also preaching to me, and on top of that you have like shit that is completely defies reality. So for example, a good example of that is Nadine's not a super soldier. There's nothing really particularly special that indicates she should be able like to beat Nathan Drake and his brother at the same time, but she does so anyway. And easily she does it, and it just doesn't make sense to me. They never land. If you play the game, sorry about that, guys, the background. If you ever play that game, you never land a single strike on her. You never land a single punch on her. Like it's so ridiculously obnoxious, woke, and full of feminist BS that I think that's the problem. But then
they
again,
fuck with you and give you control at some points where you can attempt to do so, but she always. But
she just but it's like it's scripted. It's scripted. It's just an interactive cutscene. Hold on. So, give me a second, guys. So yeah, like to me, it just doesn't make much sense that that's the case because then you have a game like Stellar Blade, which comes out, and when Stellar Blade comes out, they have a female lead and it does well. So I don't think you can't have female leads. I think you just can't be an obnoxious communist freaking political activist. Just make a normal character that people like.
Yeah, it really shouldn't be that hard. I mean, other games have proven that they can, that's definitely possible. So, you know, when people try to make excuses for these games, it's like, no, these characters suck. You have bad taste, clearly, or you're just lying to yourself because you want to play the shiny new thing no matter what, and you have no self-control and no standards.
Yeah,
pretty much. You know, you want to convince yourself and everyone else around you that everything is fine, that gaming is the best it's ever been, and these developers are still as good as they were, you know, when they first started and when they, you know, made the game, whatever game it may be that, you know, put them on the map. But, you know, that's clearly not the case. And there's so much evidence as to why. You can point out, I mean, what you just mentioned with even Nadine, for example. So, you know, a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, and also
they can make better female characters, and they should, but they don't want.
They don't want to. They don't want to
because their ideologies says otherwise.
I'll give you like one more like middle ground. The original Tomb Raider on PS1, the original series. I'll say up until like, you know, Tomb Raider. What was it called? Underground? Not Underground. Tomb Raider Underworld. Yeah, like in those, and even in the 360 games, she was like doing crazy roundhouse kicks on the dudes or whatever, and she, you know, she was like fighting grown men that way. But the vibe was different because it was all meant to be entertaining, and she was like larger than life, and it was fun. She was like the sexy, like, you know, it gave like an adventure vibe that wasn't necessarily grounded in realism, despite Lara being like a normal human for the most part, right? So I think that like because of that, the game is not preaching to you. You have like this beautiful protagonist. You have like this stuff going on where like you'd kind of suspend your disbelief, and I think it's less obnoxious. And while that may seem hypocritical, I think that's like more like acceptable than you know, you're going out of your way to, you know, basically preach to people about how women are better than men or they're just as strong. And I think there's like a middle ground there where you can do it and it doesn't even have to be super fantastical and you can accept it. I think it's the political activism where you're trying to portray it as realism that's the problem.
Right. I agree.
You know, like Abby and Ellie. You're telling me this is a grounded world and then you have this stuff going on. Like, that's a whole different vibe than like Lara Croft, like, you know, flipping around, doing like corkscrews in the air, like shooting two guns and stuff like that. Like, it's just an entirely different like tone. Even though neither games are explicitly, Tomb Raider is not explicitly saying that it's a fantasy per se. It still has that about it, that feel about it. Although it is fantastical, obviously, to some degree.
Right. Let me catch up some of the chats before we get into the topics. Burv wrote, my butter knife will protect me from the machete. Apollo Patriot, YouTube bots deleted my other fucking videos. That's really weird. I wonder why. I doubt they gave you a reason why, but if they did, you know, definitely let us know.
You know what? Let me address a comment.
Why? I missed it.
Madar Palzer says a better case would be Ellie from The Last of Us TV show. At least Nadine's a mercenary, so she probably has some training. Yeah, but you know what, man? I've trained with like actual female fighters, and even like training with female fighters, there's a huge strength and physical disparity between the two. So even then, it's completely retarded and unbelievable that she was fighting both Nathan and his brother at the same time, and they couldn't lay a finger on her. And on top of that, she humiliates both of them easily. And we forget that Drake has fought dangerous people in the first 3 Uncharted games. I don't think that's a good excuse because Nadine being a trained mercenary is totally like, that's just total like bullshit toward that. That's just not a good enough reason for that to happen. It's totally an asshole. I mean, Drake fought like dangerous people in all 3 games. Like, I forgot what's the guy's name from Uncharted 3 that he fought with the knife in the desert? I forgot his name.
Honestly, I forgot his name too.
I forgot his name too, and it was like
I'm not
and
gonna lie, a lot of the characters are kind of forgettable in many ways,
all
especially the
of the
last like
main.
the final bosses, because they kind of like
Well,
they
they're like
appear
more
here and
grounded.
there, and then they mostly seem more important towards the end.
All the main villains in the series were like ridiculous. He even fought like Yetis and like super like basically that guy I forgot his name, that he basically souped himself up. Like he's fought so
Yeah, and
many
two.
crazy things. He has gorilla strength because he's climbed. He has like a crazy like he has crazy physical attributes. Like it's crazy, and then it's not like he's like a bum and a brawler. Like he knows how to fight pretty well. Like there's just no excuse for it other than vapid feminism. So I wouldn't even use that
Yeah,
as an excuse. It's still a terrible ass pull, no matter how you look at
yeah,
it.
it is no matter what.
And then in the end,
Um,
of the biggest slap in the face before you continue is that at the end of the game, Nadine basically says, "Yeah, you and Rafe are retarded. Y'all can fight each other. I'm gonna leave you you dumbass men behind because you are dumb, and I'm gonna be, I'm above this, despite the fact that she's a piece of shit." And then they make that DLC where they expect you to care about her character, which is ridiculous. But anyway, continuing on. But
right. Burv, I'm not saying not Burv. Madar, Pauser. He actually clarified. VRIL is a form of spiritual energy. It's part of a German occultism or something. Okay, interesting. I should never heard of that until
I don't
now.
know about it either. I've never heard of it either.
Posted I streamed Fallout 4 a couple hours ago on Rumble. Nice. So anyone, if you're on Rumble, check out Apollo Patreon on Rumble, because YouTube wants to be YouTube and fuck with people. I mean, they definitely are now. If they weren't before, they definitely are now with this whole ID shit. Where am I
Yeah.
at here? The true Jaybird Eve. Yeah, better than bald intergalactic chick. Oh yeah, definitely.
Bro, accept the
People
future,
just gonna
bro.
say you just want a goon to Eve. She's just a gooner bait. She's not deep at all. But then
That's
they're
crazy.
standing for feminism. Is somehow better. Sure, a character
Here's
that will be forgotten about within a month, and will
the
only be,
weird thing
and if
about
they
it is,
ever really remembered, they'll be remembered infamously.
the weirdest part about it is that people act like she's saying like, oh, you guys are just afraid of change or whatever. It's like, what is the change that I'm afraid of? That I don't want to see like a weird looking bald woman in a game that I pay $70 to $80 for? Like, is it so bad that I want to be like in suspended reality? Like the problem is that they don't leave these kind of ideas in their own games. They try to force it across games. It'll be different if like just Naughty Dog was doing it and they're just doing it with their own stuff. But it's like an industry wide like epidemic. It's like an industry wide virus that no matter what the game is, no matter the genre, no matter the type, they're trying to enforce those things into it. So her saying like, "Oh, embrace the change" and stuff is completely dumb because you know guess what? People want to see beautiful things, especially when they pay for it. When they pay a lot of money for it, like that's like not such a crazy idea.
She's trying to gain sympathy because she wants people to give the game a chance, because whether she knows or not, a lot of people are turned off by it. That's why they removed the comments on the fucking video when they uploaded it, and the like to dislike ratio is insane, and people just don't want it.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
And
That's what it is.
like
People don't want
people,
it.
listen, people are gonna buy it anyway because it's Naughty Dog, and people, they don't know any better.
But
Like
they're gonna buy it based off Naughty Dog's
they
reputation.
yeah, and because the graphics, whatever, like the person who was on the podcast months ago when we were talking about it with the whatever, the fucking snake picture thingamajig or whatever.
Yeah.
Talk about product placement and this, that, or whatever, like giving these like dumbass reasons as to why it looks so great, and it's talk about gameplay when they didn't show any gameplay. They showed right before, I believe right before the trailer ended. She showed the character, whatever the fuck her name is. She jumps in the air with the fucking sword or fucking lightsaber type of shit or whatever she got going on there, like up in the air to an enemy, like for like less than 5 seconds, then it cuts, and that wasn't even gameplay. I would assume that would be like a cutscene or something, and it's just gonna be like an overly cinematic game where you're not gonna have a lot of options and choices.
Lock on target,
That type
and,
of
and strafe
bullshit.
sideways.
I wouldn't be surprised they
Yeah,
try to make
probably.
like a Souls game because that's how
Yeah,
uncreative these
probably.
people are these days. So and they're gonna try to
Yeah.
get that crowd in there, but it's gonna be ass. It's gonna be a story-driven game, like all Naughty Dog's games have been since the Uncharted games for the most part. But I would even argue that the Uncharted games have a lot of like gameplay in them, but they definitely are very cinematic. But anyway, uh,
Well,
it's
a
gonna be
game
very
could be
story driven. So it's you know people
but
are
there's
really
like
talk
a
about the story, just like with The Last of Us. People mainly going to talk about the
Mhm.
story or the
Yeah.
graphics or whatever.
But there's like a delusional thing where people there's like a mental gymnastics rather where like a game can't be have a compelling story and have like really epic gameplay, which was 90% of gaming in history up until recent like times with the woke BS. So I don't understand why there's this like mentality that a game can't be like a Stellar Blade or a Devil May Cry and have like an amazing, intricate, deep story. Like I just don't think that you necessarily need one. You can't have one without the other. I think that's like total like fabricated bullshit, honestly. And again, like you said, like with all the stuff that's going on, like with how they've been portraying female characters, how they're like trying to like uglify everything, whatever. Like it just feels like people are just willing to like accept anything just because it's like you said, because it's new, because it's the
Mm-hmm.
new like thing. They have a fear of missing out. And like
Yeah.
again, like let's pretend, let's grant and play with the idea that the game has the most amazing gameplay of all time. If you having the most amazing experience of fun playing a game supersedes the political shit they put in the game that you don't care for, that means that they can basically influence you with whatever they want, because as long as they make it
Yep.
flashy and pretty, then you're basically a sponge to absorb whatever propaganda they shove down your throat.
Yeah.
Because it starts off
They had
as
to, they have them wrapped around their finger.
like, oh, it's just the one bald chick. I don't really. Oh, it's just the one. I don't really care. And then all of a sudden, then 5 years later down the line of all these games coming out, which is what happens now, actually, with a lot of people, they're so conditioned to accept it. They don't even acknowledge it, and they don't even acknowledge it anymore. They just accept
Yeah.
it as like part of modern gaming, which means that they've effectively conditioned you to accept the propaganda, whether you like it or not. Because the reality is that whatever you're engaging with, no matter how strong-minded you are, it's still programming you. You're always being programmed by the reality around you, and the more you expose yourself to something, the more it's going to seep into your mind. It's just the
Mm-hmm.
reality of it. I'm not saying that you're going to like play these games and then become like trans or like whatever yourself, but you will ultimately end up accepting the ideas deep down because you're constantly engaging with it. What you watch and what you play actually influences you, whether you like it or not. And I know people don't want to accept that. People like to say, well, I don't know, I'm strong-willed, I don't care about that, like, whatever. But the reality is that the more you engage with it, the more it conditions you. That's what happened with microtransactions. That's what happened with like the fake DLC, when it's like cut content. That's what happened with pre-order crap. That's what happened with all digital. People pretended like, oh, it's just this one thing, I don't really care, whatever. And it all got normalized because people, they just did the mental gymnastics they needed to do to like justify themselves playing the game or
Mm-hmm.
doing whatever or purchasing those
No,
products.
I agree. I actually want to address a comment from David Francisco. He actually did remind me that I actually wanted to bring this up. Not as a topic, just like something I didn't want to bring up. I actually found out today. Censor's grifters are crying must censorship just because Wu Cheng added a post-release patch that doesn't let you kill NPCs that are based on historical figures. Like, who cares? Well, the thing is, from my understanding, it's actually not even just NPCs; it's also bosses, where they patched in new dialogue to reflect that change as to why, like, they're not, they don't die. Apparently, it was, Chinese fans of the game were bothered by it, so apparently that was why they changed it.
Well, what they were
My
like
issue,
historical figures, like real historical figures or something.
I believe so, or based off of it, or some shit like that.
Was it like
He,
mythological characters or like just like literally like fiction, like real people that are like
I'm honestly not sure. It may be mythological
okay.
because it's very like high fantasy and all that.
So is
But
it kind of like a Prophet Muhammad thing? Like like if you put this in the game, we're gonna like rage and like blow stuff up kind of deal. Is it
I
like
don't
that
think it
kind of
got
deal?
I don't think it got that bad.
No, but you know what I mean. Like the kind of thing where like this is our like historical person or deity, so you better not like talk bad mouth them or whatever.
I
Like
don't know. I honestly don't know. What the hell? Anyway, okay. What the hell was it? Oh yeah.
that was the clowns at
So
Naughty Dog driving by. They honked their horns. They honked their like red nose.
yeah, that was uh Tati Gabrielle saying, "How dare you? I am a strong black queen making history and saving the world. You're just not ready." But let me actually get my thoughts
Honk
on this real quick.
honk. Take my
Um
200 fighter coins, Capcom.
um so my issue with the patch is that first of all, like that's kind of a major thing to change because you're changing like you're adding things like additional dialogue and then other companies can end up doing the same thing too. And it's not like say Assassin's Creed Shadows where it's like it's trying to be like as historically accurate as possible, allegedly, or even like Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 or 2, or other games like that. Where this one like you fucking fighting like mythological creatures and shit like that, and it's just it's kind of like with what Square Enix did with Tifa and what was it, Crisis Core or not Crisis Core, the Final Fantasy
Interlude,
remake or
interlude.
whatever the fuck.
What's it called? What's the other one
Yeah,
called? Integrate, integrate.
Integrate. Yeah, that was the one that came with the DLC that was on PS5.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so with the flashback with
What did
young
I say?
Tifa, um, what they did there because they radioactively put a patch
Radioactively.
on an old game.
You mean
I mean, it's not that. Not.
retroactively?
I'm sorry. What did I say?
You said radioactively, like
Radioactive.
like
Oh my
radioactive
god.
man. Remember him?
Yeah,
Anyway,
I'm sorry. I'm all over the place. Retroactively, there you go. And they did
it's
that,
kind of
and then it's like,
radioactive
all
though,
right,
because it's like toxic trash, so it's kind of
yeah,
radioactive
yeah,
too.
yeah. Okay, so it still works. So so that gives other developers basically the free reigns to go ahead and do that, and then this becomes a normal thing that you end up seeing. So is it the worst thing ever? No, but are people right to be annoyed by it? Yeah. Because it's still censorship. If the game's priding itself on not censoring itself, it's still an issue. Just like with
But it's
Stellar when
China.
they censored himself,
It's
with the
China
day
too.
day one patch, and then it's like no one wants to take accountability for like why it was changed or whatever. When we know why it was changed, and there's no excuse as to why. We know that the patch wasn't the alleged true version of the game that they intended, because that was the case, then they would have, you know, you wouldn't have had the outfits be as revealing as they were in the first place. Because then you're just wasting developers' time is making an outfit, then just to be like, well, actually, no, here's the patch because this is the real Stellar Blade we wanted to make. What these are the real how the outfit should really look. When it's like, why would you even do that? It's like a waste. Again, it's like a waste of time. It's like if you would animate something and then someone's like, you know what? No, this is cover it up. That takes time. So that's definitely not the true intended version. Where with this patch, not that the developers for Wu Chang said this is the true version of the game that we intended or whatever. Um, they're putting this patch out there, and you're censoring yourself, no matter how you want to put it, and people have a right to be annoyed by it. Does it make the game like does this take away from the experience? I mean, I guess it depends on the person who's playing it. I didn't play the game, so I don't know how drastic it's gonna be, or how like immersion breaking it may be, or whatever the case may be. But if someone's bothered by it, they have every right to be, because that wasn't there originally and now it's there now. So yeah. But
And I mean,
like you had,
also
I
because
think you had
it
mentioned
actually
before with
changes like,
China, because
yeah.
of the the government and all that, how it is. That's another reason why I don't trust it. I don't trust fucking these Chinese
I don't
games,
trust
because
Chinese
then
games at all. China's playing a weird game. Like China, and you know what's funny? The people outside of China, they basically completely sold out in the way that if they're trying so hard to appeal to China because of the sheer amount of their population. Because unlike other places like that, like India, that have a large population, China has actually like more people that have money to spend on these products, right? As opposed to India, where unfortunately there's a lot more like poverty overall, despite
yeah.
the
Sorry,
amount
no,
of
I
the
was
sheer amount
laughing
of
because I was
people.
reading Y chromosomes.
Hmm.
Y
So because of that,
chromosomes.
when you have like China,
But
everyone's
I'm
trying
gonna
to.
micro transact Chun Li next month. LOL.
Yeah, he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong on that one. But basically, you have the government's trying to play ball with them because they want that market so bad that they completely sell out. Like that's what Disney did with a bunch of the Marvel stuff. Even though it's ass anyway, but like covering Black Panther's face. I think they covered like Finn's face from Star Wars. Like China is like not like the savior that people think it is. It's just a political game. They're okay with sexy females to a degree because they know that it generates a lot of revenue. But China is not really like base, bro. Like China is just playing the financial game to usurp that market from the West, which is working because the West is doing it to themselves. They're
Exactly.
also funding the ESG shit in the West, so they're basically like poisoning their enemy and then pretending to
Yep.
be an
And they're one
alternative.
of the
But
highest ones.
it's a completely corrupt, like I would say communist government borderline, where they're just trying to get that fan base. They're just trying to get that market. They don't really care about it. They don't give a shit. They'll censor things. They censor things all the time. They change their things all the time. They don't allow shit from the West in there because they don't want to be influenced by it. But at the same time, simultaneously trying to call the shots with the West because they know the West is greedy and desperate for their market because there's so many people in China. It's pretty bad. That's why
Uh,
I don't really care. I don't care to like. I don't care and trust. I don't care and trust these games, and that's why I don't buy them. Like
you
Marvel
talking? I'll be
Rivals,
right
people talk
back.
about Marvel Rivals. People talk about Marvel Rivals, and Marvel Rivals looks decent to some degree, but I understand that even though it looks decent and it looks base, it's still China behind that game. You know, it's unfortunately the reality of the situation, and that's not. And then also when you play a lot of these gotcha games and like and all of these like online only like connect games where you have to connect to the servers, etc. They're actually collecting a shit ton of your data. China has like a history of stealing patents, using information that's like stolen to do all kinds of crap, all kinds of shit. So again, like obviously I don't think Chinese people themselves are like bad or anything, but I don't trust that government. And because the government is so intertwined with like the products and corporations in China with their like laws over there, it just I don't trust them to give them my data, just so I can play like, the big titty Marvel game. That's just my perspective on it. Something that's like offline that doesn't require me to go online, maybe I'll be more inclined to play, but I'm not trying to do that. The East is no better than the West, says Kim Jong Ump, and it will degenerate at a faster rate. Yeah, but I think that's more like Japan, who's getting poisoned, and like somewhat Korea now because of censorship stuff. But I think with China's like playing the game, bro. Modern Palzer says, I never get why people glaze Chinese games so much. They love censorship and microtransactions just as much as the West. Yeah, pretty much. Same use the composition fallacy to defend Shadows, saying that AC was never historically accurate because you fight with the Pope and look for magical artifacts. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, exactly. And they're still referencing history and real people, like as if Da Vinci is not a real person, right? Like as if Machiavelli wasn't a real person. Like you have like if you're going to respect history, yeah, you're altering it, but if you're altering it for the sake of a story, that's completely different than altering it just to add politics to the game. That's like there's a difference between revisionist history for the sake of political reasons and activism versus fantastical history for the sake of like entertainment and adventure. And I think that like the idea that like we have to pretend like it's the same is crazy, because there's a lot of like word games where we have to pretend that situations are the same. And you know what? Like, honestly, you can look at multiple ideas and one can just be freaking bad. It can be a comparison that you can even argue is a valid comparison. Like, okay, they both changed history in a way that's not true to it, but even then, that doesn't mean that they're both equal in how they apply it. So, like, it's just one of those things where, I feel like that's a fallacy in and of itself, where we have to pretend that because a situation is applied in a similar way, like in this case with history, that means that the act of making Da Vinci like this fantastical character is the same as basically making like it's the same as saying that they were like a bunch of Muslims and stuff. There's a black Muslim that's super important in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. One is definitely made for political and social activism, while the other is just meant to be an entertaining story. They both alter history, but one is like done with good faith, and the other one is a ploy. But because on paper they're both doing a similar thing, people try to equate them as the same, and they're not. They're just not.
I'm back. Let me.
Yes.
What the hell was I gonna say? Oh yeah, let me get through some comments real quick. Newa Gaming said, "Sup man, playing some Wu Chang right now. Cool. What's up? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're having fun at least. We just talked about that actually. Hold on, let me scroll down a bit.
I'm gonna what? Well, hold on. Yeah, I'll say it after.
Haman, what's up, Revenant? Okay, Haman, he said, "What's up, Revenant?" Did I say that right? I think I pronounced it right. He said, "What's up, Revenant? What's up, man? How's it going? Thank you for coming stopping by."
What's up, bro?
Hamon. Yeah, hey, that's pretty good. I ain't gonna lie.
What's up, bro?
Kim Janal I don't know. I'm probably saying that wrong. I probably am saying it wrong.
Kim Jong
the East
bro.
Is
like Kim Jong, like Donald Trump.
Oh, okay. Kim Jong. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, I got it. The East is no better than the West, and they will degenerate at a faster rate. I agree. They're playing ball. They're being influenced by the wrong people. They should know better.
I agree.
But like many, they just just care about greed. They don't care, what they do to their whatever IPs they have, whatever audience they have. They don't care about what damage it would do for their culture. And to anyone else who wants to aspiring developers in their country, they don't care as long as they get the money that they think they're gonna get. And in many cases they do, but a lot of it usually has to do with because they're existing IPs, like for example, Resident Evil, or say Monster Hunter, or whatever game like Street Fighter. They're gonna get money. They're gonna get guaranteed money because of what they are, but at the same time, they'll still lose some people, and people will notice it, but it possibly not enough people will notice or speak up about it.
Yeah, I want to say something though too. That also when it comes to all this stuff as well, we have to remember that with Japan and Korea, I feel like there's less self-awareness of what's happening as opposed to China. I feel like China is more like aware of things and how they're going about it, because they're actually like doing a specific. They have like a specific plan of what they're doing. They're like trying, like I said before, about taking that market and whatnot. While I feel like Japan and Korea are just playing ball because they want to make money and try to get their games in the West. I feel like the mentality between the two is different. So that's why I think that even though the Eastern games are going to degrade, and I agree with that comment in general, I feel like that China's involvement is like different by nature to like Japan and Korea. So that's kind of looking at it. Also with what Chromosome said, like on about Chun-Li, like I get it, bro. I like awesome DLC and certain costumes too, and stuff like that. I'm into it. I just think that like it's about how egregious the DLC stuff became. You know, where before you would have like unlockables in the game that were like really cool, and then you had the DLC as a side bonus. That like you like you said, you have like the crazy like Gunnar Bay Chun-Li costumes and stuff. But I think now it's like everything is DLC, including stuff that should have been in the game that was developed like early on in development and planned for DLC, as opposed to what I think is a better practice is making DLC post-release so that people get an actual enhancement to their game, not cut content. So to me, that's the difference, right? Like when the Chun-Li costumes were meant to be in the game and cut versus when they're like they're on the disc pretty much in Capcom's case with Street Fighter Cross Tekken, but they're selling you the game. They're selling it to you as DLC, and I think that's the problem. And people were too gun ho about accepting it. Post DLC should be to enhance a game post release to give it extra life and make some extra money. Nothing wrong with wanting to make extra money, but when you cut out entire chapters of games, you sell it as DLC. When you make it that there's no unlockable costumes and everything, anything extra requires you to pay money. You unlock it by unlocking your wallet. That's how you unlock the stuff in the game. That to me is a terrible practice, you know. And granted, I'm with you. I like my crazy Chun-Li costumes too. I'm 100% with you, Y Chromosome. But at the same time, it's just what DLC has become is pretty much an abomination.
Yep. Yes. Let me answer a few comments, and then we can get into the topic. Oh, goddamn it, hold on. This is one I saw. I want to read. Okay, Imago. I was gonna say I'm thinking of Imago Metamorph, whatever. What the fuck?
Imago Metamorph.
There you go.
Imago Metamorph. Привет, как дела? Umenya.
Imago Mortis. China is clearly grifting for their own ends. Yep.
Yes, exactly. You know what?
They are. That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah,
you worded it perfectly. That was a perfectly concise way to word everything I fucking said just now. They're basically like playing the grift. That's basically what it is, man.
Yep. Where am I at?
Yeah,
can South Korea buy Capcom? If only.
Yeah, but you know what? Capcom, I would argue Capcom could justify selling their company for billions, bro. Capcom is one of the few game companies that could get away with some insane shit like that. Because they have so many IPs that are valuable that if someone like Capcom is not going to sell for anything less than $1 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, I think they paid $1 billion for Minecraft, bro. So imagine trying to buy Resident Evil, Mega Man, Dino Crisis. I mean, they still have the IP. You know, they come out. Devil May Cry. You know, like what else is there? There's still many that it's like I'm drawing blanks.
There's a lot, especially a lot that are dormant too.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there's a shit ton. So if it's Street Fighter, how can I forget Street Fighter? Like, so basically, that's $1 billion.
Dragon's Dogma.
That's $1 billion company, bro. Literally, like they might not have $1 billion now, but I don't think they would sell for less than $1 billion just because of the potential of the IPs that they have. And then they know that like whatever company buys them, like Microsoft, which likely would be Microsoft or something like that, or Sony, they have the money to spend, so they're gonna say, "Hey, Sony and Microsoft, you have all this money. This is the price, you know. This is the price because we know you can afford it."
Are you messing with a Rubik's Cube or something?
What?
Are you messing with a Rubik's Cube or something?
Я не понимаю, что ты говоришь. Можете сказать еще раз?
No me importa. Anyway, Modar asked. No, I'm sorry, he didn't ask. He just said this.
Your Spanish sucks, bro.
My Spanish is bueno.
It's doodle.
Bueno.
It's doodle.
Mucho
anyway,
bueno.
Continue on. Continue on.
Cállate la boca.
Anyway, you didn't even say that right. You didn't even say that. Continue on.
I said it.
And I wasn't speaking Spanish. But anyway, continue.
Cállate la boca.
Terrible.
Pendejo.
Terrible. This is like what happens if a homosexual learned Spanish on the internet and just went crazy. Anyway, continue with.
If you want a real homosexual, it's gonna be like, you got it.
Yeah, that's what you did, though. I see no difference.
I didn't sound like that. Stop it! I did not sound like that. No, I didn't.
Just read the fucking comics, bro. I'm gonna keep going infinitely. Just give up. Read the damn.
I know you would. You're petty like that, but we ain't doing that now. We got time for that. Anyway, you better mute yourself. I don't play. Anyway, Modder, he wrote, KCD2 made Hans Capon.
You play women's butts.
We ain't talking about that right now. It's not about me. Anyway, it's about the people. KCD2 made Hans Capon bisexual, even though there's no evidence that the real Hans Capon was bisexual. Yep. And they even they patched some additional shit for the codex or whatever to do damage control, because there was a whole additional controversy that they initially handled poorly, because of course they would. They're fucking idiots. Especially
isn't his last name Capone?
Capone? C-A-P-A-N. I'm sorry, C-A-P.
Oh, forget.
C-A-P-O-N. Capone?
Oh, forget it. Forget. No, it probably is Capone. I thought it had an E at the end.
Yeah, I think I heard people say Capone.
Like
if I'm not mistaken, when you
like
play
Al Capone,
Oh yeah.
Forget it.
Forget
it. All right.
Okay.
Continue.
So yeah. I'm pretty sure he wasn't bisexual. They, of course they just did it because they're sellouts. People gotta make excuses, or we don't know, or whatever, the typical shit, I'll say this about KCD2, it exposed a lot of people. It exposed a lot of grifters, a lot of fake anti-woke YouTubers, even if they claim they're not anti-woke all of a sudden, like Smash JT, the shady car salesman. The fucking Lionel Hutz of YouTube. People like him, they can be like, oh well, I'm not anti-woke. I never was anti-woke. When you look at their fucking channel, what the fuck they're talking about. So,
it's also coupled with the delusion.
Yeah. You good?
I was saying that it's also coupled with the delusion that their channels weren't built off the anti-woke grift. They try to act like people watch them for other reasons. Like, no one's watching you to watch you play whatever game you're playing. They're watching you. Most of your highly viewed videos are based, not you, but the people we're talking about are like them talking about the woke shit in gaming. Then they want to sit there after they got exposed for the grift and pretend people watched them for any other reason other than that.
Yeah, they fucking lying. All of a sudden now, because I guess they want to be centrist so badly. I mean, a lot of them probably always were, because they're grifting. And what annoys me the most, I guess, about this is that we're kind of like winning as far as like the DEI and just exposing all of it and fighting back against it and whatnot. Even the level where fucking President Trump is actually addressing that. And then these people now, it's like, all right, we're making some progress here with all this other bullshit going on in entertainment, specifically with gaming. And this is the time where you want to back out from it, where now you want to play fence sitter. Now you want to do it now when it's convenient for you. Now when, I don't want to seem like an extremist or bullshit. Now you want to do that when you already built your audience. You already built your following off of being anti-woke. Well, if you wanted to call yourself on that, I don't have to call myself that, but my videos speak for themselves. What we talk about here speaks for itself. So I don't have to say, I don't even have to say I'm anti-woke.
You don't have to announce who you are. It's like trying to announce that you're consistent. Either you're consistent or you're not consistent, for example. So, like, it's like saying, like, when people try to say, oh, I've been consistent. It's like, you don't have to convince people. If you're consistent, it'll show.
Yeah. I know you're talking about, I'll say her name or his name, because who knows. Cult Classic Cage, the grifter, Cult Classic Grift.
Yeah.
Hopefully, since I in her own words, I convinced her to get Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, the gold edition, mind you. Hopefully, by now she had finished it and
Probably
streamed it for
not.
her audience.
Probably
Hopefully she
not.
did. Hopefully she wasn't spending too much time playing Avowed. So, since because
Listen,
she
man.
definitely was doing that, but
In the end of the day,
Anyway,
in the end of the day, though, like all these people, like you said, expose themselves as what they are. And I think that like the more you're willing to compromise and show you're willing, like a lot of those people, I just simply don't respect anymore. I just think that they're like dumb. It's like not even like, it's not a thing of like, it's not like an animosity, like a hate thing. I just don't respect them, if that makes sense. I don't,
yeah,
like,
it's
you know what I
nothing
mean?
personal. It's just, you know,
It's just, I just
as
think
far
that
as
they're,
like YouTube goes, it's like, you know,
I feel like they can't be trusted, and what's the point of watching them if they're if they're a grifter, they can't be trusted, and there's no point watching them. They're just like, it's not an animosity thing. I just think that if you're not grifting, then you're stupid. And either one of those things, right? It's like either you're grifting or you're so dumb you can't see the hypocrisy in your words. So it's either one of the two, and either one of those don't make you look good, and I'm just not going to watch you. You know, it's like, again, like it's a lot of mental gymnastics, you know, people defending BS because, and a lot of it comes, in my opinion, it comes from weakness, just from straight on weakness, really, because it's like, you know, you don't have the discipline to say no.
Yeah. Salas wrote, God, the KCD2 stuff was so cancer. I never wanted to burn so many bridges in my life in regards to YouTubers. Yep. That, and also with Starfield. Well, Starfield to a lesser extent, but definitely with Kingdom Come Deliverance too. David Francisco, he wrote, I unsubscribed from Yellow Flash, Arch, Hypnotic, and others for being centrist grifters who are more afraid of right-wingers in power than getting rid of woke forever. Yeah. Same
exactly.
here. I some of those people you mentioned, I unsubscribed to. Except Hypnotic, I was never. I was briefly I was briefly subscribed to him around the Hogwarts Legacy thing. It seemed like, you know, he seemed alright, but I kind of didn't care, and he kind of like gave me like fake vibes in a way. I don't know. Just
I never subscribed to any of them.
Yeah.
To be honest, I thought all of it was. I never subscribed to any of them.
Most of them I wasn't even watching like consistently like that. Like Yellow Flash, like it just he seemed like he's like doesn't really care like that. Like he's just doing it to do it, you know.
Get that money,
that ad revenue. Yeah.
Get the ad revenue.
Arch, same thing, and you know.
I don't even know who Arch is. Like half of these people.
He's the one I made fun of. The video.
Okay, like, the British guy, right?
And he talks like this. The game is not woke because I said so. It's like, fuck you. Fucking ass liar. But when it's something else like Dustborn, something more obvious that you don't care for, then it's like you can call it woke all day you want. But when it's something you're interested in, now you want to protect it.
It's like, who's the arbiter? Who's the arbiter of deciding what's woke or not, right? Because you have like, let's say you have like a little crew of somewhat popular YouTubers that are talking about it's like about this subject. That doesn't mean that they're the arbiters of what woke is, because things have meaning. Things have an inherent meaning to them generally, and that should be abided by. Like, for example, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Does it have forced representation? Yes. Does it alter history and break the lore of the first game to promote whatever BS they're doing? Yes. So by virtue, it's woke, whether you like it or not. That's not up for debate. When you change something for the sake of, I think like ultimately the definition of woke is when you interject some kind of social political narratives, or mostly left-leaning narratives into games or into movies or into whatever at the cost of the game, movie, or whatever that may be. So it could be like Nadine, it could be like Mansa Musa, whatever his name was. It could be anything like that, where or Abby in The Last of Us, where you're altering the material irregardless of the actual intention behind the IP or like the product or whatever, for the sake of your agenda being more important than the product itself. And that's pretty much defines every woke thing ever. So I don't care about what these people arbitrarily decide. Oh, well, this isn't woke because it's fun. It's like, bro, like, you can have all the fun in the world. I like Spider-Man Insomniac, the first game. I didn't play the second one because it was gay trash. But the first one, I had super good time with it, but it had woke crap in it. It 100% had woke bullshit in it.
Yep.
So
same thing with me with
so
Rise of the Ronin or even Dragon's Dogma
yeah.
2. Fun
And
games,
when I
but both games had woke shit, just like with
yeah,
the first Insomniac Spider-Man. Yeah, fun game,
yeah so,
but it did have woke shit in it, and it shouldn't
and
be
it doubled
that hard
down.
for people to be honest about that
And it doubled
instead
down
of
in the
denying
second
it.
game.
Yeah, oh yeah,
And
definitely.
that's why I didn't buy the second game, because I knew what was
Mm-hmm.
up. I learned my lesson. I said, okay, I like the first game, but I didn't like this. So if they do more of this in the second game, which I knew they were going to do, right? They're not going to just erase Miles and erase Mary Jane from the game. So I was like, all right, cool. So you're going to do this, then I know what the sequel is going to be, and it killed my interest. So I don't understand why people have to live in this fictional world where they can't accept that just because you like something doesn't mean that it can't have flaws or have things that are bad about it. And if you're choosing your immediate dopamine of playing the game over whatever you say and consistently say and stand to believe in, and you go against that, then your opinion can't be taken seriously, you know? And a lot of these
Yep.
people, they don't even have the balls to upload themselves actually playing. The funny thing is that I noticed is that a lot of these people, they like to stream games, and then a lot of them play the most casual, like uneventful shit games, like fucking Fortnite or something like that. And I'm like I just can't take them seriously. Like it's just that I just find it to be really goofy and really grifty, and it's just a shame. You know, it's a shame because then you have the other kind of mentality that people have where they're like, well, I watched this anti-woke YouTuber. I know that like I know this game is woke, but they're saying that it's not woke, which kind of confirms my bias, and I don't have to feel as bad for playing it. That's what a
Yep.
lot of those people's fans do. They're like, oh, I really desperately want a Spider-Man 2. So this YouTuber, whatever grifter, is saying that it's not woke. It's not that big a deal. So that means it's not. And I can enjoy it guilt-free, even though deep down they know it has bullshit in it, right? Like there's a lot
Yeah.
of like weird like
As long
mental
as their
games
little
people play.
circle says it's fine, then they will echo the same sentiment. So
Yeah.
then that way
It's
they
like
can be, guilt free, and then anyone criticizes them, be like, no, it's not, or whatever. But then they can barely even explain to you why it's not woke.
exactly. They can't even explain why it's not woke without doing it out ad hominem or without just saying it's not woke because I like it. That's what happened with that whole thing with Nure when you got in her ass about what she was saying. Remember?
Oh yeah, then you start pulling up
Yeah,
fucking Steam charts and shit.
and
Like,
she
what does that have to do
and
with
then
anything?
yeah, and then everything that you said, and then she couldn't refute a damn thing that you said. No, she gave no real arguments to anything, and each video got progressively worse. So she said she basically gave up, which is hilarious. Like it's
Yeah,
just ridiculous, bro. It's like
she
it's
definitely
like
gave
you're
up. She
looking.
blocked me, and then it's like it's weird. It's like I barely ever interacted with
Yeah.
her on there during the whole
She made a whole
videos we
post about it
did or
too.
whatever.
She made a whole post like, "Oh, I'm going to take a break from all this stuff." It's like, all right, so basically, you
Well, she
couldn't
didn't last long,
defend
from
your
my
argument.
understanding.
She tried to strawman your arguments and realized that that wasn't going to work, and then she got flack for it and said, "All right." Then she tried to like back off for a while. Like it's like this is how these people are, right? Like
Yeah,
there's like a saying that I believe in, and it's kind of like a little bit neither here nor there, but I'll say it anyway. Everybody has like a card, right? Like a 7, a 6, a 5, or whatever, and you should be trying to find the people in the world that have your card, right? Those are the people that are meant to like interact with you. Those are people that are meant to like that are like-minded people, and you should try to find other people with that same card. But most of these YouTubers are like the Joker, right? They're like, oh, you have a heart, I'm also a heart. I mean, you have a king, I'm also a king. They're trying to like chameleon with everyone, hoping everyone likes them, and in the end of the day, that's always going to be destined to fail.
yep. It's like that saying, like everyone like, what was it like? If everyone likes you, something's wrong or some shit like that. I don't remember how it goes, but um, let me catch up with some comments, and then we can finally get to the topics. I guess one of the reasons why we're going on for so long is because there's only 2 topics. So, but anyway, Mata wrote, Vavra was confronted about the Hans underage stuff in response. Vavra didn't deny that Hans was underage. In fact, he tried to justify it by saying that that sex with underage folks was fine back then. Yeah, he was trying to do that, and then he had to backpedal afterwards. Because of the backlash, and also again, you're not really confirming anything or really addressing anything. Because I think he tried to make some type of joke about it as well. So his whole response to that, along with other things, before and after the game's release, did them no favors. So, where am I at? Let me see. Burb, shame about Vavra. He wrote the story for one of my favorite games, Mafia. I would assume Mafia. On and Androne the Diviner. What up, guys? Hello, how's it going? Y chromosome. People can call me what they want. I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. Exactly how I feel. Cult classic Wokey. Definitely. Let me try to keep going now and see. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, yep. I'm kind of in the same boat, man. If you have to compromise what you believe in to like appease other people, those people are not meant. That's not your audience, you know. That's just not your audience. That's not the people. Those are not the people that are meant to be around you. You know, and it's perfectly okay if people don't like you.
Ooh, I was pretty behind. Let me see. Oh, Latina Parfait, what's up?
Yo, Latina Parfait, what's up?
The more people that hate you, the better they hated Jesus for speaking the truth. That's true.
Yeah,
that is.
Exactly.
Okay. Okay. So, are you playing a game?
Mind your business.
I'm hearing no. It's like you're pressing a button.
You're pressing my buttons.
I'm gonna keep doing that. Anyway, so we can get started on the topics.
Yeah, I think
Does
so.
it matter which one, or should we just
I
go?
don't think it matters. I think just like we can go in with either one. Well, let's start off with the YouTube stuff first, and then we'll move on to Coconut Head. We'll move on to Spider Milk after we.
Yeah,
after we
the Spider
get
Milk
to,
reader.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so I'll put the link in the chat, and I'll send some.
We'll deal with Wayne Head later.
On X. Who?
Wayne Head.
Oh, yo.
Most of y'all don't know who Wayne Head is, but to me, that's really fucking funny. You guys, if you ever get a chance to look at Wayne Head.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wayne Head, the party's over here. Wayne Head.
Yo, what's up, Marty? Yeah, you should probably do some talking while I send out the links. The link, I mean.
No.
I don't know. Talk Russian or something.
Yeah.
One of the irrelevant non-American languages.
Maybe.
Okay, never mind. I don't have to wait for you. I already got people in the backstage. So I'll send them in. They'll do the talking. You talk too much already.
All right.
Shit!
I'm spreading the word. No, I'm spreading the word. Okay. Hexen and Heretic got a remaster.
Hey, I'll be back. I'm not ready yet. So
Hexen is like a Doom clone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it? And that was like one of like the really famous one, right? And Heretic was also a Doom. Weren't they like the two like really popular like conversion mods at the time or something like that?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That's hype.
I thought these two games are a prequel to Doom or something. Or
no, they're not.
No. They have like
cool.
They have like a religious spin on the Doom. It's like the Doom engine, but it has like a religious like spin to it. You know, more so than Doom.
It's D&D. It's D&D.
Kinda. But wasn't Hexen more based on like more like religious themes, or was it Heretic? I know one of them had something crazy.
Heretic,
like maybe I'm mistaken.
But Hexen was because like with Hexen you've got 3 different classes. You got fighter, mage.
Okay, yeah. I remember. And that's what. No, I remember now. That's the one where they actually implemented the ideas that the original Doom team wanted to do, but scrapped, because originally Doom was supposed to have a lot of RPG elements to it.
That was Quake, I believe.
No, Doom. Look it up. If you look, go behind the scenes. Apparently, there was a bunch of like RPG like stuff. There were actually several characters you were able to play as and stuff like that. Like,
oh right,
yeah.
Tom Hall was on the was on the team. So yeah, of course it was.
And they wrote a whole bunch of lore and shit that never got used. And like they were apparently they were a little annoyed with him because they knew they couldn't implement half of it because the limitations of the engine, which is hilarious.
Yeah, that's why it's produced by John Romero.
Exactly, because John Romero was like a big D&D guy and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that's cool. I actually never played it, so maybe I'll look into it because I wanted to play it, but I just never had access. So I probably would play it.
The issue with Hexen was that it was terribly signposted. People got lost all the time. It would say you would do something in the game, and it would say a door has opened somewhere, but we're not going to tell you, and we're not going to show you where it is. So the new game,
tell you.
Yeah, at least the new game signposts it a lot better, and it flows a lot better now.
At least they tell you. So they upgraded it to be more clear, right? But it reminds me of Doom 2. Like Doom 2 is like that, but they don't even tell you that a door opened. You just have to know that a door opened. So like there's a level in Doom 2 where you have to like climb up like this like tower, like this, it's a Doom spire. You know how Doom is. You climb up, you fight a bunch of demons, you activate multiple switches, and then you have to just know that you have to go back to the first floor where there's an arrow that appears on the ground leading to a door that looks like a wall that you can only open after activating that switch and making the arrow appear.
I think I know which level you're talking about.
Yeah, it's near the end. That is horrible game design. That is pathetic game design. It's like there's even another one where they do something like that. It's in the city level. I don't know if the level's actually just called city. It might be called something else. I don't remember, but in that level, you basically have no direction, and there's like an area where there's literally an arrow drawn on the floor because of how there's like no lack. I mean, there's no level of like direction with it. They just literally put an arrow on the ground to say, hey, maybe you should go here first. But that's even hoping that you notice the arrow, because if you're playing Doom, it's easy to like just overlook it as like light on the ground, It's crazy. Yeah. That Doom 2, that sounds like more of like Doom 2's like BS. Doom, I love Doom 2, but some of the level design is like freaking terrible. Some of it is just bad.
It is. But I still love Doom 2. I think
Chasm.
Doom 2 is one of the most important games ever. Because what came afterwards with its mods.
I love it. I've beaten Doom 2 I love the game. It's like a love-hate thing. I love the game, but as I've beaten it, like I probably have beaten it like 50 times literally in my life, probably even more. And like the designs of the game are so glaring. The problems with it are so glaring now that even though I still love the game, I have to like accept that as reality, that it has those glaring flaws.
Yeah, I'm all right with it. I got over it a long time ago.
Yeah. Like when I was a kid, it bothered me more. Like maybe like when I was like more like an adult playing it, I appreciated the games more, and I didn't necessarily hate it, but I just am not. And like I acknowledge how obnoxious it is now. It's pretty obnoxious. Like that level, I forgot which one, where if you go into that, it's one of the acid vats. If you fall in there, there's no way out. So you just have to like sit there and let your health like decline or load your file. Like I feel like one thing they could have did.
First game.
Yeah. That's in the second game too. There's a level like that, if I'm not mistaken. It's in both games. The Revenant, the level with the Abyss, and that's the one with the Revenant, right? That the Revenant appears, and that's where you get the plasma rifle.
Okay, no, not the Abyss. Abyss is like that one that's like it's like an acid waterfall. It's really really high up. All the places you go in are really really high up. It's a bit of a trapeze act.
Yeah. I know which level you're talking about. That's a good one too. That's the one with the pain elemental, right? That he's like literally like hiding in the acid, and like he's pretty much guarding the radiation suit.
Have you ever played Final Doom?
I have.
You played which was it? Plutonia.
I played all of them. I've played all of the main ones. Plutonia. I've played Evolution, TNT Evolution.
What did you think
I've
of Plutonia?
I think that modders, Doom Waters, or whatever you want to call them, I think they have this weird obsession that putting a bunch of revenants in areas is somehow good. It's so cancerous. Like people say, "Oh, you didn't use revenants to the original team didn't use revenants to their fullest," and I'm like, "No, bro. They just were aware of the fact of how ridiculous it is to have like 20 revenants in the room, bro." Like,
yeah, it is.
but you know which one's crazy?
I got to admit, though, I think a lot of that design in Plutonia is actually peak Doom.
It's fun. I love it. It's great. It's great, but it's also ridiculous. You know which one's really fun that I have so much fun with, and I want to stream it, but I'm gonna buy the Doom 1+2. Like you know how they like had the Andrew Hulshult music.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm gonna buy that version of the game to just make it easier to stream, and plus I like his music. I want to do a playthrough with his music, his remixes, and there's you have access to the Going Down WAD. Going Down is one of the most fun WADs I've ever played because of how absurd it is. And then like there's like cheeky shit in between like certain stages where like the dialogue like
it's the quintessential Doom cute mod. Doom
what was
cute
that?
means Doom cute. It's a term they use when they make furniture out of Doom assets.
They make what out of Doom assets? I didn't hear you.
Furniture.
Oh, furniture. Yeah. Exactly.
Like
and
tables and chairs and shit. And it's like
and TVs and stuff. Yeah, it's hilarious.
Yeah, it's great.
And there's a level called the Mouth of Madness, and that level is like insane, bro. It's such a fun WAD. Like there's a part where you go into like you're like in this like flesh room, like this flesh area is just all flesh, and then like after you beat the level, like the dialogue is like his mom calls him, and then like he falls in the hole, and some other dude finds the phone and says like talks trash to his mom, and then says like oh, he lost all his weapons, you could keep this shit pistol, and then like it's so absurd. Like it's really good. I recommend anyone to play that if they like really like Doom. They should play that WAD. It's also broken and like done. It's comedically purposely broken too. It's like self-aware that it's broken as well. So
it's got some pretty good music too, like some really kind of clownish music.
Peak that game's music is basically Resident Evil's clowns farting in the basement, but that's all of the music for the whole game.
It's literally that. The basement, wasn't it? Right.
Yeah, the basement. Yeah, and then you know what's funny? There's the guy who made that mod, that WAD or whatever you want to call it. He ended up, he's a YouTuber, and I forgot his name, but he has like millions of subscribers, and his channel has nothing to do with Doom. He just makes like weird ass like animations and plays like his weird clown farting music over it. And they're like surreal animations, and he has like millions of subscribers. It's crazy. I would have never connected the two. The only reason why I was able to connect them is because I watched his videos, recognized the quality of the music, the tone of it, and then I looked it up and I found out that he made that like WAD. So I was like, wow, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Andrew Hulshult, and good news in the Hexen Heretic pack. He's back again.
Oh, sweet! So he remixed the songs.
He did.
That's awesome. I'll check it out. You know what?
It's less guitar and more thematically appropriate.
Okay. There's a song in Doom 2 that he remixed. The one Barrels of Fun, right? Like it's like the original is basically Them Bones, right? It's basically like a MIDI of Them Bones. He basically, from Alice in Chains, he made his own version of it that somehow avoids copyright, because I realized that rationally, if he used his guitar to remix the song like how it's supposed to be, he would get, they would have trouble with copyright, because you could tell that it would have been too similar to Alice in Chains. So he made his own version that sounds completely different, is somehow more badass, but I can still recognize like the riffs in the song. So it's like, it's really cool, It's like a cool thing where like he remixed it, it's recognizable, but it's not Them Bones, and it just somehow sounds more badass. He's super talented.
Yeah, no, he's great. I mean, that's why they used him for the Ancient Gods Part 1 and 2. I believe.
Yeah, he did. He kicked ass on it. He's no Mick Gordon, but he's pretty good. It was pretty good. It had some epic tracks on it.
Yeah,
Mick Gordon has some epic tracks.
Mick Gordon kind of goes like like a step further, and he's a proper video game composer as well. That really does help.
The fact that Andrew Hulshult went from a guy making remixes on YouTube to officially working on Doom games is so badass, bro. Like his songs are good. They're almost as good. They're almost as good as Mick Gordon's, and I would argue some tracks are even better. But I think like just the richness of his tracks versus Mick Gordon's is like Mick Gordon's like way more rich, with like how he makes his songs. It's more complex.
The thing about Gordon is he's more of a sound engineer as well, in a sense that he knows when a sound should be played. He knows when the music should die down. He understands how music is integrated into gameplay
game.
and pace.
Yeah.
He
like
understands
BFG Division. Like
exactly.
BFG Division, the music literally stops on the snare. So you only get the snare for like a millisecond with no music playing, and that's what makes it sound like have like such a thump to it. And he also remixed a shit ton of the original Doom tracks into the Eternal soundtrack and the 2016 soundtrack, but it's kind of like an Easter egg, but it's also the backbone of a lot of those songs. So if you listen back, you can actually like see the influence. Like, The Only Thing They Fear Is You, right? That's like the famous one. The intro to it is Into Sandy City, but sped up. If you speed up Into Sandy City, it's the intro to The Only Thing They Fear Is You. And
he wanted to do more classic stuff because he loved the classic stuff, and he wanted more of it in the game. And id were like, no, do not do that.
Yeah. So he had to hide it,
He had to hide it. Yeah.
Like even the main riff, like when you're playing, it's like like the main riff.
Yeah.
If you listen to it, it's actually the intermission music from Doom 2. It's the stage intermission.
Yeah.
It's sampled from that. It's really cool stuff. But anyway, we talked about Doom a lot. So about the YouTube ID thing, what are your thoughts?
I don't. It's a weird one because, well, it's not a weird one, but it's a bit of a rabbit hole, I suppose. So let's start at the beginning, the very beginning. Epstein files. Epstein files get, they start threatening to release the Epstein files, right? They start saying we're going to release the Epstein files and blah blah this and that, and then for some reason they changed their tune, didn't they? For that. I'd say about a week. Trump's like, there is no Epstein files. I don't know what you're talking about. There is no Epstein files. There never was. And it's like, but yeah, there are. And then, so they're really like adamant about it not being a thing. And then suddenly, we're going to release the Epstein files. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Fuck them. We're going to do it. And then another week passes, and boom, we get hit from every single corner. We get from Collective Shout and payment processors. We get it from my sodding country, who are trying to sue other countries now because Starmer thinks he's got any pull anywhere else besides slightly outside of his number 10 Downing Street, which is kind of weird. And then like all the other countries follow suit, and then YouTube is like, oh yeah, we need ID protection. And it's like it all followed in one big line, and it all stemmed from the Epstein list. Like it was the catalyst.
It's because they want to know exactly who's uploading what, for the sake of clearly identifying who's doing whatever specifically. That way they can track them. They can find out like who knows too much. That's a conspiracy for sure.
No,
I can't prove that. I can't prove that. I can't prove it, but
I'll tell you why. So Roblox has been reported since about 2018, right? For the things that go on Roblox. I'm sure you've heard of it, right? A lot of
a lot of weird stuff going on. Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, a lot of underage.
A lot of Diddy stuff going on. Yeah,
Diddy stuff. Exactly. That's a good way to put it. And they basically got all that stuff reported to them since 2018. And what did they do? What did these people that are in charge of all this do? They sat on it. And they let it fester. They let it metastasize. They let it grow into a big fungus So then what happens when this all rolls around? Oh, look at this, guys. Look what's going on Roblox. We have to stop this immediately. And the only way we can stop it is to protect the children with our Online Safety Act.
Yeah. Which it doesn't even make sense because what they already had in place worked. You know, they already had like something where you can like clearly like, when I say worked, I mean that it holds everyone appropriately accountable.
And
you know?
parents just parent their kids.
Right.
But that's what I'm.
to.
That's the point, right? That's what I'm saying.
Nowadays,
by
you
it holds
just
them
want to give them a
accountable.
phone or a tablet
Exactly.
and
Because
not watch them and just neglect them because they want everyone else but themselves to actually parent them.
exactly. Because remember, not with the current system, your kid has to make an email. If you're an adult and have an underage kid, you should have his email. First off, you should have his email, password, and everything. That's just off the bat, right? And then on top of that, there's a whole bunch of most sites now. Hey, Melina, what's up? Most sites have things that require you to show your age, to sign in, have your account. Your account also has an age tied to it. So if that person is exploiting that and doing bad stuff, they're like, when they're a kid looking at what they're not supposed to. There were like several chains in that link. There were several links in that chain that were like broken or like, or cracked before it got to that point where they ended up using, accessing content they're not supposed to. So in the end of the day, it's just another, like Revenant said, another way to take accountability. Now, I don't know what you were referring to exactly when you said, no, it's not that. You mean if no, it's not like them trying to know who's doing what, or you're saying that no, it's not a conspiracy?
No, it's not a conspiracy. It's not a conspiracy
okay.
because as soon as soon as all this got tied together, essentially, like they were following the names, they were following the people who were pushing these initiatives and things like that, right? They followed the names, and as soon as they stitched them all together, they found that Roblox, they found some names, right? And all these names again tied back to these initiatives. And then a couple of days ago, they had somebody, I think they tweeted. I think it was like someone from like Congress or something. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know your American stuff. It was somebody who said basically exactly what I told you. Look at this, guys. Look, this is what's happening on Roblox. This is why we need the Online Safety Kids Act. What they did was they sat on it until it got big enough to become something they could swing around their head to smash down, naysayers who say, no, we already have systems in place that are good enough. Oh, really? Well, take a look at this. But it was something that they themselves let happen.
I think what the government needs to do, which they won't do, and I understand to a degree why they don't. Let's say like I'm saying in more of like not a just world. I just mean more like if there was less like bullshit red tape. I think government agencies should have the balls to say, listen, if this is happening, we're going to deal with the people perpetuating crimes, of course, right? Like the people that are actually harming, like, of course, like underage kids, right? But they should make it clear that the parents have a role and actually enforce the blame on the parents' shoulders because it is their fault in the end of the day. And the fact that the governments, obviously they benefit from it because they want to push whatever narratives and whatever laws or whatever legislation or whatever, they kind of like they basically like don't want to do that because it benefits them, right? Because then they can, like you said, they can center people, they can they can just enforce more control. But in a world that's not insane, the government will say, we're going to deal with the criminals, but it's your job to do that. And then you start putting pressure on the parents where they're going to have to you make classes and resources available showing them how they can deal with their children, and that creates that basically reinforces the responsibility on them. Because if you are an adult and you have a child, yes, they can be influenced by other factors that can't be avoided, because especially if they go to school and stuff like that, public school or whatever. But there's a level of control that parents have that they just don't use. They just don't use, and it's not the government's job to be daddy to their kids. So right. I think that in that regard, they really should be focusing on that, on putting. I would say almost guilting the parents. They have to hear the truth.
But they know that that's not what they want. They don't want the parents to look after their kids. They want the state to do it, but they want the schools and the power to be able to do it.
Which is just
Like-
censorship. It's just the tools of censorship. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. Like this isn't
Yeah.
just a
While everyone else
I'm
has to
doing this-
suffer.
It's not like they're
Yeah.
just doing this to video games or movies or they're doing it to humanity, right? It's a humanity crisis, a crisis of humanity at this point. All right, you've got the
And AI is going to
EU.
make that worse.
Yeah, you've got the EU
Mhm.
that want to know everything you're saying to everybody, and it's like,
Yes.
wait a minute. I thought the EU had like something called, humanitarian rights. Is that just humanitarian rights when they're a certain pigmentation? Is it?
Yeah, sorry, missed out.
Are those human
back.
rights just when they're on a bunch of boats coming over to my country? Sorry. I'm getting
You know how the UK works, right? It's like you guys are free in our Western society, but technically you don't have a Bill of Rights, so it's okay. So you don't really have independence when it's convenient. But when it's not
Because it's a
convenient,
monarch.
But when it's convenient, it's a free country. We do, it's free. It's the Western world, but you kind of aren't leftist enough, so you don't really have free speech technically. If you look at that's how they operate, man. The American government does that too. So many things fall into cracks until it's inconvenient. Then they say, well, actually, this thing right here is technically illegal because of this. So, it's actually, you just can't do it. But when it benefits them, they allow it to happen. It's really wild, bro.
Yeah, it is. And now the parents' hubris is being turned right against them, pointed at their head in the shape of a gun, and it's putting bullets into them, taking every time a bullet goes through them, their rights get taken away, little by little by little.
Name one right that was ever taken away from any society and was given back. I'll wait.
I can't.
The government has never. I'm going to speak about America. The American government has never taken away a right and given it back. They've never implemented some kind of act and changed it when things had dialed down. Like, for example, Patriot Act. That's a perfect example. So
that's what the Online Safety Act is here. It's our Patriot Act.
Pretty much, and it's extending, and its tentacles are integrating into the American stuff. American society. Like, it's kind of crazy, bro. Like, that's why, like, with the YouTube ID stuff, that's just the first step. And the worst part is, man, is that people I feel like a lot of people, they're just short-sighted. They don't see the long game. They just see the short game. And because of that, they just allow shit to happen, like, without any resistance. It kind of reminds me of like the vax stuff with COVID. It's like, bro, like, if they can convince you to do this with COVID, imagine what they're gonna do with anything else. Like, they got away with it with this, and it's not that serious. Imagine what they'll be able to justify in the future.
COVID.
It's like, everyone's mandatory to take COVID, or you're going to lose your job, or blah 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 blah.
And from what I understand, the cowards in the New York governance, I'm saying allegedly because I don't remember fully who said it. So allegedly, somebody was like, well, we never said that you had to stay home. We never said you had to do this or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, you kind of did.
Yeah,
and a lot of people kind of died. And there were kind of a lot of cops saying that they'll arrest you if you don't follow that mandate. So you kind of did force people, you freaking bastard.
A sitting conservative prime minister kind of lost his job because he kind of went out and partied during this time when he shouldn't have gone out and partied. I don't, just saying, maybe I'm pretty sure there were some pretty big swinging authoritarian dicks that were, making people do things they didn't want to do during that time.
You know what's the funniest thing? If everyone would have just collectively said, okay, no one's going to work or do anything now. We're just not going to do it. None of us are going to get it, and we're not going to do this. That would have immediately shut down, because within that week, the economy would have been destroyed, would have began to become like crumble. So they would have been forced to say, all right, maybe we were a little crazy, which they ended up doing anyway. They ended up doing. It's like, Eric Adams, I know we're kind of veering off, but Eric Adams was saying things like, oh, we're what was it called, Revenant? The states where they help illegal people, like, or they say they help illegals, like, what's it called again? Sanctuary states.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
something like that. He's like, oh yeah, it's sanctuary state. Then he saw how the economy was being ripped to shreds, and then he's like, oh, this is a serious problem, and it is whatever. It's like the guys that come, like, that's the kind of people you're dealing with. People that are in charge that are just doing what they're told without understanding it. You know, so
Yeah.
it's kind of crazy, you know, and like,
Yeah, no, I just wanted to give my thoughts on the whole like YouTube verification thing.
oh yeah, for sure.
Real quick.
It's
So from what I understand, there is also a petition out where has a shit ton of signatures. I don't know if that's gonna do anything. Who knows? Like you guys already had mentioned, where other companies are implementing it and all that, and for various different reasons and whatnot. And this is, really no different. And the issue is that obviously it's an invasion of people's privacy. They shouldn't have to, and you're relying on AI, a flawed AI bot, because we know how YouTube is. It's flawed.
yep.
Um,
Well, it's
and
Google, so
Yep, and it's terrible.
with their stupid ass AI overview bull crap that being shoved
So
down people's
that's
throats.
obviously
Overview or overlord? You tell me.
I'm
that's
same thing.
obviously yeah, pretty much. That's
Or we just call it
gonna
AI PP
cause
Tom, by
a
the way.
lot of issues. Apparently, it's going to determine your age based on the content that you watch, or also the content that you put out. But my question is, like, what is the criteria with that? Like, what is it like? How does that even work? And it's flawed. The thing is, there should be a team of humans, because it's not like they're a fucking broke ass company. They have a shit ton of money. They can employ humans, especially when you see how poorly ran the company is. They should have a group of people. I'm not saying they got to be there fucking all hours of the day. Like one person's going to be there from like 24/7 for the rest of their lives. No one's saying that, but there should be a group of people that monitor or can actually verify themselves of what's going on. But if someone's putting their age on there, the date of birth and whatnot already, then leave it at that. It is the parents' responsibility to watch and monitor their kids. Isn't there also a thing called YouTube Kids and all sort of shit that you can do with different parental controls?
Yes,
So why
parental controls, YouTube Kids.
why
And YouTube
even,
Kids can't even be monetized,
anyway?
so there's no. They
Yeah,
even
you
remove
can't.
the financial incentive to make it that they don't do some scummy shit. So there's so many factors that come into
Yeah, like
play.
this. Yeah, yeah, exactly. There's so many factors where they don't even have to implement this. This is not. This has
No.
nothing to do with like, oh, well, we're looking out for kids and this, that, or whatever. It's not that. They're looking out for
They
themselves.
just want to know who you are. They just want to know who you are, bro. That's it. They just want to know who you are. When you talk about the thing that they don't agree with, they want to know it's you. They want to know who's doing it.
Yeah.
This is definitely going to be affecting a lot more people on the right opposed to the left, because YouTube is very left leaning, just like many other of these other companies out there, like Facebook and whatever. So they're going to be doing that, and the most people are going to be affected by it are people on the right, because they're going to have your information, they're going to know who you are, and they're going to dictate whether or not you can even keep your channel or not, or whatever restrictions you may end up having. We should have just left it as it was. It was fine before, and all they needed to do was just have parents fucking monitor their kids, be parents, and YouTube just do a better job of running their website, instead of relying on AI and faulty
And touching
fucking
on what you
strategies
said.
as far as like what to do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, touching
Yeah,
on
they
what
still
you
treat us
said.
like kids, man. Even though you already have like, oh, YouTube Kids, and it's probably useless since y'all gonna keep us treated like.
Well, YouTube
fucking
Kids is only
kids,
as
man.
valuable. YouTube Kids is only as valuable as the parents forcing their kids to use YouTube Kids. That's really the bottom line of it. YouTube Kids is ineffective if the parents don't, enforce that they use that. But I was gonna say, when it comes to the AI, that AI, like, here's the thing, none of it should be handled by AI at all. Anything involving like your channel having the potential to be banned, it being audited by YouTube, anything like that should be handled by humans at an individual level, even if they have the resources to do it. And that's actually a job that will create jobs in the economy, first off, because you have to pay humans to do it. And by doing that, you ensure that humans are viewing it. Yes, humans have biases and flaws, but at the same time, they're not as prone to making like errors because of misinterpretation by the AI. The AI could just misinterpret something, right? Like for example, I'll give you a perfect example. I had a video about Suicide Squad, and I had to appeal it and have it view. You know how you can appeal and have the video viewed by a human? It's like an option, because normally it's done by an algorithm. So I had to do it, and from what I understand, because I put the word suicide in the title based off the game, that's why it got banned. But that's fucking stupid, because it shouldn't automatically do that. Because again, if the game is called Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, then the fact that like that could have got my channel, like stripes or whatever, because of a title of the actual game being spoken about, that shows you how flawed it is to use algorithms and AIs to make those decisions. So I'd rather like you'd be able to appeal. Now a human does have biases, and they can have biases, but at least if there's like there are guidelines that you're supposed to follow on YouTube, at least you can argue that what you're doing is going through those guidelines, as opposed to with an AI where it's just going to arbitrarily decide against your will whether it be BS or not, that's what it is, that you violated whatever terms of service. So I think that's a huge factor, and I think that they should be reviewed by humans. They should have humans, pay humans to do that specific job. It's one thing to have an AI for algorithms, right? Like you watch a bunch of Mega Man videos and it's feeding you more Mega Man videos. Even though that's kind of flawed in its own right, at least that makes sense to a degree. But like to have like actual problems not reviewed by humans initially is, to me, is like really bad.
What's crazy to me is that at first it was like UK and Australia, right? And everyone was laughing at us, and rightfully so. I live in a joke. But then, like, just within the day, so people say, "Oh, wait, guys, there's the Online Safety Act, and there's another act that your Congress American Congress is trying to pass." And suddenly it became like, "Oh God, this isn't just in those two hellholes. This is spreading." And by the end of the week, it was everywhere. This idea of global censorship. And I don't know. Like, I think it's mind blowing that this all got set up in such a short amount of time. Which I'm guessing it probably wasn't set up in a short amount of time. But what I'm guessing is they pulled the trigger on it.
And the sad part
earlier
is a
than
lot
they
of people
probably would have
defend it,
liked.
or even allow it to happen.
Oh God. How can you
Marty.
defend
So,
something like this?
I
It's
wanna-
like defending the butcher when you're a pig.
Marty, what's
Yeah.
what's your thoughts on everything?
All right, so I'm not sure if it's have to do with the situation YouTube, but even before the whole ID verification bullshit happened. Yeah, those what's it called? Those YouTube search engines are being stupid, especially with the AI bullshit. Like every time I try to type in, like for instance, I tried to type in one of my favorite bands, Suicidal Tendencies. A thing just pop out and say, "Oh, you have suicidal thoughts. We should let us know if you're all right," and shit. Like, no need, don't need to show me that. I just want to watch the video or whatever it is. And,
Yeah.
or you type in anything. They just type in anything that's word suicide or whatever. A pop up would say, "Oh, let us know if you're all right."
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Well, they'll
Like-
sometimes just, like I said, they'll flag your videos. They'll just flag them without you, like just flag them because it has that in the title. And I get the intention behind it, but like again, and then what makes it funnier is that game was meant to be streamed. It was like a service game. So imagine how many people probably try to stream it and got like their shit taken down because of the title, which is hilarious.
Yeah, there's like
that's
you even
another
have to like
reason why.
adjust what you say as far as like a title for a video. Like, oh, so and so eliminated himself or whatever, or so and so was beaten to deletion or some shit because how flawed how the system is on YouTube. You know, and it doesn't have to be like a real life thing. It could be like a game. Like, for example, if you upload a video of like, I don't know, Tekken or whatever, Kazuya beats the you gotta word it differently. It beats the stuffing out of Jin or some shit. And it's like it's gotta, because that kind of messes up with the title of your videos or whatever it may be, because then you gotta word things correctly. That even happens with the comments as well. It's like you're replying to someone saying some foul off the rails shit, and it's like, damn, I got a lot to say about this person, but I gotta word it properly, because YouTube is either gonna like auto delete it or give me some type of issue with it, more than likely.
It's really selective. It's very selective, because somebody can comment on your video saying heinous. They can say heinous shit.
Like, how did this comment even get through? But then mine can't even be sent.
Yeah, it's like they'll say some extremely heinous shit to you, and then it'll go through, like you said. And when you respond, it's kind of like you can't even respond in any way. Even when you keep it tame, it'll auto delete your comment. I remember one time I was trying to tell somebody like to go suck a dick. So I said, you need to go inhale some meat or something like that, like whatever. And even that got like auto deleted by YouTube, which I think is pretty funny, but it's also kind of like crazy. So it's like, funny how that works.
It's weird.
I can't even upload
it even happens with some of my comments where they don't, on YouTube, they don't notify you of any comments that have to be approved. So you have to manually yourself, just, what if it comes up to your head, like, oh, like, let me check up YouTube Studios. Let me look at the comments. If there's any comments held by YouTube that I have to approve. And it's times where I'm looking at it, I'm like, why does this have to be approved? Like, I know he's in the backstage, but like, you wouldn't believe how many comments of Royce alone I had to approve. and like what he's saying is like, I'm looking like, this isn't that bad. Why I have a theory where I have to approve it.
I have a theory about that. I have a theory that they look at your overall posting, like your overall channel, the person commenting, and they selectively like kind of like silence them, like selectively. Like, so for example, if you say a lot of controversial things consistently, they're more than likely to like just blanket make it harder for you to comment, make it that your comments have to be approved, as opposed to someone else who might just say something randomly heinous in certain videos. So they don't have it. Basically, I kind of think that they don't tell you this, but I think they have like kind of like a social credit on YouTube that it's not spoken. It's like running in the background based on how much you've posted in the past and the kind of things you posted in the past. Because I have comments like that too, that they're not like, they're pretty tame. They're not even like really bad at all, actually. I'm like, why does this have to be approved? And I started to come to the realization, maybe that person commented crazy things before, and YouTube is just like blanket playing it safe and saying, all right, well, everything this person says has to be approved now, or most of it. And I also think that what's really interesting and also kind of weird too is that if you look at like everything as a whole, right? If you look at like just the world we live in now, it's kind of crazy. Of all the futures that are becoming like real, we're getting like a hybrid of Metal Gear Solid and freaking Blade Runner. That's the future we're headed toward, like a Blade Runner Metal Gear Solid hybrid.
No,
that's in a bad way,
that's
dude.
A cool
I want to
future.
say this:
we are heading towards the lamest dystopian future you could ever imagine.
Or worse, not Blade Runner, Idiocracy. By the way, that's where we're heading.
Metal Gear Solid 2 talks about AI basically being arbiters of truth, censoring people because of the danger that humans have as like, because what we put out in the internet is just anybody can put out anything. Like they literally talk about all these things that are happening now and about online censorship. Like it's all part of that. Like the plot of the game is literally that there's an AI that wants to control people's thoughts by censoring them and guiding them toward the future that they want by silencing language. That's literally like the point of the game. And that's kind of what's happening now. And as far as Blade Runner, if you look at AI and the way, the reason why I say that is if you look at AI, they have like, all this weird stuff going on. People are everything's dystopian. It's becoming dystopian. Especially like in cities, like if you look at like laws and whatever, it's like we're headed down the road. Look at like once robotics catches up to AI, like we're gonna be in Blade Runner. That's really
Sure,
what it's going to be.
Oh,
yeah,
jeez, yeah.
like functionally, yeah, but not conceptually, not visually.
Well, it doesn't look. It's not going to be cool visually. It's going to be like some gray and ugly, but
Yeah,
it'll
it's
be
gonna
like
be something
And
conceptually.
gray.
more
Ugly.
corporate too, and boring.
Yeah, it's gonna be, like do you know like how like how the signs in corporations have gone from like big, colorful, eye-catching to black on a white background, just white normal text on a background, right? Like they did it with
Mhm.
Games Workshop, the McDonald's. They've done it with everything. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
it's
that
become
the
more
future.
streamlined and gray. And you know what?
It's
I'll take it.
the
I'll take it
future.
a step further. Using AR, I think in the future it's going to be worse. There's going to be like really basic, cheaply. When I mean cheap, I just mean
God.
like boring, like architecture, right? Like just boring,
Augmented
practical,
reality.
utilitarian architecture, and we're just gonna have like AR, and like instead of seeing like the beautiful signs and the cool like bright colors or whatever, you're just gonna have to wear your AR glasses or contacts, and you're gonna see digital like AR shit. It's like, oh, this is McDonald's. You see the McDonald's logo floating. Once you take the glasses off, it's just a boring ass building.
Yeah,
I
for
think
us,
that's
once the Brit takes off his glasses, all he's gonna see is a machete.
yeah, probably. I really think that's what's going to happen. You're going to just be walking on the street. Everything's going to be bland, right? Like 50, 60 years from now. And if you want to see like what's going on, you have like your glasses, maybe you have your phone. Who knows what kind of tech will exist? Like, I think that's really where we're headed. Like this weird, like, what's it called? A technocracy? Technocracy. I don't know how to pronounce it. But it's just what it is. Like, because AI is too easy. AI is too easy, bro. Like things are not supposed to be that easy. It's good to have access to information, but most people cannot handle the amount of power that they have access to. So they say, I think Orwell, I think they say this in 1984, right? That you don't control people by the best control is not by like forcing them. It's by giving them everything that they want so they can't leave. They don't want to leave. They accept it. And I think that's what we're headed toward. But if you play Metal Gear Solid 2 from beginning to end, maybe I'll stream that game. That'll be a fun game to stream, actually, on a side note. But Metal Gear Solid 2, if you play it from beginning to end, you realize that the plot of that game is the plot of life, it's the real plot of life right now, like of the world. So crazy stuff. And trust me, one last thing. One last thing. The robotics are moving fast. I don't know if you see like the robots coming out of China and Boston Dynamics and stuff like that. Like once those robots
Saudi Arabia.
or once those robots,
Inverted ass robot.
yeah, exactly. Once those robots, remember, you don't need the thing. I said this before in the last podcast. The thing that was holding back machines being able to do like be like Terminators and shit like that, like or whatever, just having robots walking around was the computational power you needed to run their AI brains. But now we have cloud servers. So you can have a robot that's wirelessly connected via cloud, and it's accessing the AI that way. And you're gonna have those. I think 15, 20 years from now, those things are gonna be walking around everywhere. You have like looking human.
yeah.
They're gonna have the uncanny like thing where you're gonna be seeing like people that look like dolls walking around, and they're gonna be assistants and shit like that. Like that's not far from now, bro. And then you listen to Elon Musk and people like that where they're talking about like trying to do these things. Like these things, they're definitely pushing because they definitely want that to happen. When I say they, I mean like
Metropolis right there, man.
the people. I'm saying they, I mean people with money. I mean, like think about the nature of like relationships between people. There are going to be people that are going to want to choose to be only around these AIs that are going to agree with them and do everything they want and everything they say, as opposed to real humans that are going to like resist them and not necessarily like agree with them with everything. So in that kind of world, what's going to be the quality of people? What is going to be the quality of life? You're going to have everything at your fingertips, but also be empty. That's been like the kind of like underlying theme in like a lot of like media and books now. Imagine how that's going to be exacerbated in the future, in the near future. So
I mean,
it's
I'm
just
going to
weird,
be
crazy
living
to
in a
think about.
caliphate, so maybe they'll be like, no, we don't want that. We don't want the technology.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what's funny? If you look at the Unabomber, the Unabomber was a weirdo. You know the Unabomber, right? You guys know who that is?
Yeah, I know the Unabomber.
Yeah.
Unabomber.
Okay, so the Unabomber, like he basically was afraid that all this stuff was going to happen. He basically kind of like predicted this stuff. I mean, I'm not like sympathizing with him. Like the guy's like was a freak, but he was crazy. But he was basically had a super high IQ. Allegedly, like he was a mathematician. Like the guy was like basically a genius. And he said that the reason why he was so against society is because he wanted them to reject technology and the artificial nature of the world because it was going to lead to humans like going down this path. Like I'm paraphrasing, but if you guys are interested, you should read about it. And ironically enough, he actually, this record of him that he had gender identity problems, and he went to a clinic and almost had like a sex change, even back in like when he was operating in like the 90s or something like that, maybe
Yes,
the
he
80s.
did.
And he was so so disgusted with himself for even going down that path that it basically opened his eyes to how artificial society is, that he would even consider doing that. And he became he became anti-technology, like he realized that the artificial nature of our world is making humans go down like literally an insane path of self-destruction. So he wanted to basically destroy infrastructure and force infrastructure to change so that, like, you know, it's like the delusion that he thinks he's going to make the world better. But I can't say that, even though I don't think he was necessarily good, I can't say he was completely wrong in that philosophy, at least. Maybe how he considered his philosophy was and how he implemented his ideas was bad, but the idea that things are getting we're getting so far into technology that we're losing our own agency, I think that's really valid.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
Yep. So
Anyway,
let's
that's
switch to.
Wait.
Oh, yes, something
I
else to add, Marty?
Damn, I forgot what I'm about to say. And well, yeah, because of AI bullshit. This is why, yeah, I'm so very hesitant on planning to upload my content on my fan remasters. I mean, just showcase what my remasters sounds like, and then before you guys can download my actual file. But yeah, that is AI bullshit, and that's why I'm afraid if I do that, they're gonna take down my video. Like, for example, like, oh, I uploaded this one of Death's song called Suicide Machine, and then it gets taken down because it promotes suicide. Well, blame that to AI, man.
Yeah, you never know what's gonna happen.
Well, I mean,
Like,
that's
you
what
always gotta
happens when
do
you deal
something.
with.
Like, gotta always like do something with caution, which
That's
you shouldn't
what
have
happens
to.
when you deal with algorithmic. I can't say it. Blanket
Yeah,
terms.
I
And the
bet it's that
algorithm.
CEO's idea, man. I bet it's that current CEO's idea. Thank you, come again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Come again. You know what's funny though? Somebody in the comments also mentioned Demolition Man, and that's also like scarily accurate as well. We also had some Demolition Man shit going on too.
Yeah, but that was more Utopia though, wasn't it?
It was but you know, a utopia is unrealistic. Any utopia that
Yes.
you really have it's inevitably going to be a dystopia, because you can't have a utopia without controlling human nature. Without controlling human nature,
yeah. You need some kind of authoritarian measure. You need some kind of authoritarian measure to
enforce it,
curtail, and enforce your control. Yeah.
Ultimately, everything in the world around us is enforced by violence. That's really the reality. People don't want to accept it, but there's a physical threat at all points that force you to follow laws, right? Like, I'm not saying that it's bad to follow laws, by the way. You should follow, like, you should do the right thing. I'm not saying you should do the right thing and not harm others. But all right, let's say I do a crime, a simple crime, and I throw away, I litter or something. Let's say it's illegal that I litter, or I do let me say something even like a little more extreme. Let's say I stole a apple or something, or I stole something from a store and the cops stopped me. And I start resisting the cops because I don't want to go to jail. The act of me resisting the cops is just increasing my destination to the inevitable violence of me not doing what they say. My choice to not want to let the cop enforce the law on me is going to ultimately lead to violence the more I resist. The underlying threat of violence is always what keeps things in check, whether people like it or not. So if you have a utopia, the utopia is going to be ultimately built off the backbone that if you don't obey the laws or you don't obey whatever, you're going to be physically harmed. Because you could say, oh, well, they'll throw you in jail. But what if I resist being thrown in jail? They have to get me in that cell somehow, right?
They do.
And the more I resist, and then if my resistance becomes a threat to those people's lives, now my life is void. So violence is always the end game, unfortunately.
Even if they use non-lethal force, I mean, the title's in the name. You know, sorry,
It's still violence. It's still violence.
It's still force.
It's still force. And also with a utopia, again, like when you have utopias, bro, like people always say about these utopias, the thing is that humans by nature are going to have their emotions because we're chemically driven. You're going to feel angry. You're going to feel disrespected. You know, you can't go through life without feeling any negative emotions. And as long as negative emotions exist, you can't have a utopia. If everybody was gray, somebody would say, I'm the grayest of the gray. I'm the grayest blob of all gray blobs. If you have a utopia where everything is great, then the simple, small things that don't matter, they're going to become bigger because humans are not meant to be in a consistent state of peace and happiness, unfortunately. You should strive to live a content.
Gray abstract blobs. They're gonna have, you're just gonna have one guy. You'd be like, yeah, but I'm the most abstract of them all.
Exactly. And then, like I said, with the other thing too is that if humans, we should enjoy life. We should enjoy life, and you know, there's like there is a level of enjoying what you do, whether even if it's not necessarily fun or makes you happy, right? Like the process of creating something, the process of accomplishing something. You're building a house. Building a house is work, right? So you're building your house and there's a sense of accomplishment, but you might not necessarily be happy. But if you have a utopia, you can't enforce a consistent state of happiness and peace. It's just not how like the world works. Humans don't work that way. And if you do that, then, you know, again, it's just going to lead to, it just can't work. I just don't think it can work without like total control to some degree.
I remember this this girl I used to know. She was like, "Oh well, if I had my way, I'd make everyone happy." And me and my friend were like, "Do you know how monstrous that sounds?" She's like, "What? What do you mean monstrous? Everyone will be happy." It's like, what if some people don't want to be happy?
It's really
And then
creepy.
it started like you say, it started spiraling. Like, oh well, I'd just do this, and oh well, then I'd just do that. And it's like you started to sound like a tyrant.
Yeah,
It sounds an awful lot. It sounds an awful lot like slavery.
Dude, that really reminds me of that spoiler, that personified royal bad ending. If you just gave up your mission, just let yourself take over by this
maybe
tyrant.
not bring that up.
But yep,
Hold on, Marty.
I'm not gonna.
Maybe not bring up that because some people probably haven't finished that game, since you know it's a long game. So just in case.
But I'm not gonna give any details though. So yeah. But if you want to find more about it, you gotta play the game yourself. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yep.
Awesome.
No problem.
Okay. Is there anyone waiting backstage?
Panel, I think.
Yeah. Exactly. Go ahead.
There's a lot of people waiting. Actually, there's a lot of people waiting.
Like let's switch it up.
Not almost
get more people on here.
You know what I mean.
Yeah. Just do it. Let's switch the people out and let them speak. I'm eating an orange, guys. Fruit are good. Fruit is good for you. Vitamin C, baby. Anyway, continue.
Okay, so we'll bring them back, of course, as usual. See.
Alrighty.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, yo?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Well, I feel like a damn
you
zombie.
like my icon.
It's Italian Spider-Man.
I
Italian
respect
Spider-Man.
women too.
But like it was a whole ass thing that my girlfriend introduced me to. It was Italian Spider-Man, and I just felt like fucking goddamn. I felt
He
like
doesn't.
my brain was falling out of my goddamn ears. That's what it felt like.
He doesn't shoot webs. He shoots
Oh, wow.
spaghetti, right?
It was something like it was some of the
No,
dumbest shit
mozzarella.
I've ever- Oh, mamma mia!
He kills Green Goblin. He's like, he's marinating in his own ragu.
Oh man, like with I got done playing Mafia Old Country. I like the game, but they have a race scene in there that's just as bad as the first ever Mafia game.
Yeah.
They, and I legit crashed out so fucking hard during that.
War never changes. Am I right? War never changes. Why would they do that?
Same shit, different day.
That's pretty
I swear.
funny.
Well, like I kid you not. Like I had gone to Italy as like part of a study abroad program back when I was doing shit in high school, and I had picked up some words. Now, of course, Sicilian is different than Tuscany, so that's where I was in. But I got so mad that apparently I had started remembering some Italian words, and I just started cursing out the game.
Did you let out a bastardo? Bastardo.
Fare barcozzo, bastardo, idiota.
There you go.
Cursing in Italian is fancy.
They curse so fancily that you almost want to thank them when they're done.
See,
Yeah, right.
Funny thing is, because Italian and Spanish are not that too far removed. Now, of course, there's some differences. An Italian person can have an okay-ish conversation with a guy who speaks Spanish.
Well, I have a funny story about that, actually. I did a moving job with one of my friends years ago, and it was a while back, like many years ago, probably like over 7 years ago now, maybe 8 years ago, maybe more even. But anyway, we went to we were working for this Italian company, and they were like building a high-end Italian clothing store in Manhattan, right? Like, it's like a real flashy, fancy Italian place. So we're working, and my friend he speaks Russian and broken English, like really like he speaks English well enough that I understand, but it's pretty broken. It's pretty like broken, but at the time, but you can understand him. And he speaks Russian, and then the Italian guy only spoke Italian, so he didn't understand. He basically had like really low English, so he didn't understand my friends. So I had to like translate. I had to talk to him in Spanish. like I had to translate into Spanish, then to English, then tell my friend, and then from what my friend said to me, and then translate it back to him. It was really funny. And then but we did the job, and then listen, they didn't want to pay us the amount. This is not a here. They didn't want to pay us the amount they agreed to, and my friend started like tweaking out in Russian, and he started going crazy, and then
He say bliat.
he just went, he said, blad, blad, he's going crazy. And then when he was done, he just came out there, he left, and he was like, oh, they agreed to pay us more than what we were originally going to get paid. I'm like, damn, bro.
Damn.
They thought it was part of the Bratva or some shit.
Yeah, he went crazy, bro. And then they were like, oh, that they were going to pay us more. And I was like, we made for like a day's work, we made it was backbreaking work. It was hard, but we made like a good, some good money that day. And that was
hard.
What was that?
Working is indeed hard.
Well, it was like, physical, a lot of physical work, like, moving like fucking like giant, like.
Joking.
Oh, okay, yeah. Working is work. Working is work. Go figure, right?
I know, right?
So, yeah, it's crazy stuff.
I'll tell
Great
you,
work, but it's hard.
I got some words about the YouTube verification bullshit, or unless we're going into Miss Baldhead over there.
I mean, you can talk about it if you want. It's fine. Since you haven't yet.
Let's talk about the YouTube ID stuff first, and then we'll cycle through everyone. Then we'll do the second subject about Waynehead after.
Well, I'm not
Yeah.
going to be able to.
What's the
I'm not-
second subject?
The second subject is about, okay. Have you saw the trailer for Intergalactic yet? The bald head chick.
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, that's basically
That
who we're
woman
gonna
is
be
in the
talking
new
about.
Mortal
Yeah.
Kombat movie too.
The woman who plays the character, she did an interview
Yeah, she
fairly
plays
recently,
Jade.
and yeah,
Mm.
oh yeah, and she was basically like talking crap, like saying like people gonna buy it who don't like it are gonna buy it anyway, and that she had to go through the fire of all the hateful comments, and that people aren't ready, and then people gotta get ready for change and all that and shit like that.
Well, these people never knew how to struggle in the first place, in my opinion. Like the thing is, like, okay, so sticking with this thing, I'm not going to be able to talk for very long. So after the rotation of the panel, I'm probably going to have to hop off. But on the YouTube ID thing, this is so fucking stupid. Like I've never seen a group of people so determined to make the most unpopular decisions in my life. Like, just, hey, yeah. Oh, by the way, with the whole Roblox thing, which is what I was listening to Burv talk about earlier, you actually did need to provide ID to prove that you were above a certain age if you were going to do voice chat. That's how it started, at the very least, if I remember correctly. My brother told me about it. I don't remember exactly, but it's like that shit ain't gonna stop nothing. What's the first thing they did? They started pulling up fucking Death Stranded. Use damn Norman Reedus, I believe. His fucking face, Daryl from The Walking Dead's face inside of that
Yeah, that's
game.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
mean,
making like fake IDs and stuff, fake profiles.
Oh yeah, and it's like I'm just thinking, like, dude, I'm not gonna show my fucking face on the goddamn internet. The only thing is, like, the closest you'll get me to doing that is me wearing a damn mask. That's about it, and it's gonna be a skull mask. So good luck. But they want to keep on doing that. I was talking to my brother about it. He said, yeah, if you don't want to get tagged by the AI, the best thing to do is just watch some disturbing videos and stuff. And I'm like, okay, I don't need to watch disturbing videos. I got a disturbing video game, though, that I know for a fact is uncensored on one guy's channel. Have y'all ever heard of a game called Dismantled?
No.
Basically,
Never
Dr.
heard of it.
Monroe's. So it's like Dr. Monroe's Island, where this guy starts taking heads of like jaguars and stuff and starts putting them on different people's bodies, just like fucking, chops people up, puts chainsaws on them and stuff like that. There's a lot of nudity, a lot of gore and stuff like that. I'm surprised the guy's playlist
Is that the game? Is that the game where there's like a room and there's a bunch of like bodies hanging or something like that? It's like supposed to be some crazy disturbing. I think I heard of it. I think I actually have heard of it.
Yeah, and I enjoy it, and I found that game pretty fun because it's kind of like a boomer shooter mixed in with Resident Evil a little bit, and how it's supposed to be played, because you have to use ink ribbons, you got to use painkillers and stuff like that, inventory management. I mean, it's kind of fun, but like the main thing is, right, for a whole 2 weeks straight, ever since this had started coming out, I've been sleeping with that thing on. Now, I didn't have the thing playing, so it can't have contributed to any nightmares that I've had, but I've just kept on having it playing on mute while I'm just doing other stuff. You know what I mean? Never once got ID tagged by that thing, so I'm like, well, if it's predicated off of what type of videos you watch and stuff like that, man, I just fucked this system up. You know what I mean? Because I tend to watch like stuff about analog horror, heinous stuff and stuff like that. So if that's
Where
all
you're gonna have, you're gonna have a lot of that in your algorithm, and you probably already do have a lot of horror in your algorithm.
I do, and I don't mind
Yeah.
it because I do like horror stuff. So, You know,
Yeah.
I mean,
That's like the short of it. Like the short of it is that you probably just have like more horror, more things that are part of that genre being recommended and whatnot.
but like what I cannot get my mind around is, you know, like why are they pushing so hard for it all of a sudden? Now I've heard talks that they were going to try to do stuff like that before, but now they're starting to push it full force. It's like it's like being told that you're going to get a damn lobotomy, and then it's like, okay, well you keep on threatening this, and you're not actually going to do it. Then all of a sudden they show up into your room saying, "All right, time to lose the front part of your brain." Okay. I mean, it's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's not going to fix anything. In fact, it's probably going to make it worse.
It'd be a shame if I
Exactly,
chiseled
yeah.
into your
It will make
eye.
things worse.
Mm-hmm. This
Yeah.
is not a
The
solution.
goal isn't to fix things. They just want control.
Well,
Yes.
you live,
Exactly. That's exactly what it is.
and you know, I'm sorry for like taking on this entire thing, but it's like I cannot fathom like what good that this is going to do, because y'all heard about that T app, right? The T app.
The what?
I
The T-
vaguely heard of it.
So
I don't know about
basically,
it.
it was supposed to be a thing for just women. They had to put their IDs, their real names, and stuff like that on there, and it was like a thing to let people know, like let other girls know, like, hey, this guy's this guy's that, you know, and stuff like that. But then it turned into a whole thing of basically slander and lies. So people were not really happy about that. So then everything got leaked, and it wasn't by a hacker. They just had all the public data just stored on their thing. They just had to find the right link. So they went into there,
Wow.
released all the IDs, all the locations, even so much so
Jeez.
I heard, but it wasn't confirmed. Well, it might have been confirmed, but they even leaked a hidden military, like undisclosed military base. That's how
wild.
bad the leak was. Yeah. So imagine that, but for YouTube and stuff like that. If something like that was
Yeah,
going on,
who knows what will get leaked too? Who
Well,
knows?
that's always the problem. That's always the problem is that when you have a database with all that information on it, that's when you start the danger comes from being hacked, from their servers being hacked, and people publicly having their information, their identity stolen, and probably even worse. Like that's basically the main argument against the ID stuff, because if you have a situation where you have a server full of people's like IDs, their addresses, their social security numbers, their credit card numbers and shit like that, of course that's gonna be tempting to hackers. And then on top of that, let's say the the information is even more sensitive, like it's something that's like adult or whatever. Now they have fuel to blackmail those people as well.
well, and on top
So-
of that, people were using their DoD IDs,
Okay.
which is also a problem.
Yeah. So my whole point is that the reason why people, like, how many times do you hear about like there's like data breaches and people have their identity stolen with like even companies like Facebook, there's Google lawsuits, there's all kinds of lawsuits from different people that they collect all this information from you, and then they get hacked and then they get leaked and they end up being sued in court years later because of that data breach. So whenever you have to put ID and identification, that could be used against you in the sense of not just are they able to watch you, whoever it is that's whoever it is that's demanding that you give identification, but if anything happens to them, now your ass is on the line too. Now you're exposed too. And again, depending on what you're doing, depending on what it may be that you're doing, right? Like there was a thing of like, I think it was like Tinder, maybe it was Tinder. It was some like dating app. I don't remember the dating app. I read about it online. It's some dating app where they got hacked, they got breached, and a bunch of people's like data, like sensitive information about like what they were doing on there got compromised, So it's crazy to think about that.
I think that was Ashley Madison.
I don't really know which one it is. I just know it was like some like dating like thing like that, and that's crazy. Yeah, and a lot of those people were like married, right, or something like that. Wasn't that the thing? They were married and they had like, that information was used against them. Like they were like people that were married and were doing that stuff. So,
it's crazy how like that works. So, none of this is actually for the protection of people at all. Like, it's just not. Like, people can act however they want about it, but it's clearly not meant for like to protect people. It's meant to it's just meant for like another way of systemic control.
Well, and it also makes you wonder as well, where is some of Google's headquarters at? You know what I mean? Where are some of Facebook's headquarters? Where are some of X's, headquarters and stuff like that?
Well, food for thought. Food for thought. Mark Zuckerberg owns Facebook. Facebook is all about Facebook's all about like selling your data to everybody for his own gain. Yet Mark Zuckerberg himself lives isolated. He basically bought a whole town for himself, pretty much. Allegedly, I'm saying allegedly, legal reason, whatever. He has like a whole town for himself, and in that and basically he's completely isolated with his family. So a guy who is like so flagrant about how it's okay, you could trust them, being trustworthy, all this stuff, wanting as much information, them using your data to like advertisers and all this stuff. He himself chooses to live off the grid for the most part. Isn't that weird? Doesn't that kind of show you how they themselves view privacy?
Mm-hmm.
So, it's pretty wild to think about. Now, you said you're not going to be able to be here long, right, Silas?
Yeah, well, I'll probably be here till the next rotation, but
because I'm saying, okay, because I was gonna say that if you don't want to talk about the next, I mean, like if you are around, I think it's better to wait for the next rotation when we talk about the subject instead of doing it now, so everything's more consistent.
Well,
but
that's the problem. When I said next rotation, I meant like, well, after this, like I gotta get off and do some stuff outside. So
okay, so if you want, so if that's the case, then let us know your thoughts on what's her name, Reverend Tati?
Tati Gabrielle.
Yeah, let us know your thoughts on that situation then.
Well, she made a lot of like here's my thing. They make her look ugly. She makes herself look ugly, but in reality, she could actually come off as pretty attractive if she put some care into herself and didn't try to make herself look ugly. You know what I mean? That's what I find to be a slap in the face.
Her head.
Doesn't shave her head, all that stuff, yeah.
Well, if she shaves her head, she could at least wear a damn wig or something.
I think she does. Almost every time you see her, she has different hair on.
Mm-hmm.
Different lengths, different color.
Is that
who knows if
real hair?
Who knows if she has some?
She has hair on. Is that even real?
Maybe, I don't know. But she probably maybe she has like alopecia or something, where her hair is like falling out. Who knows what the reason is?
So. I saw her hairline. It looks normal.
It looks right. Like it looks like she has a buzz cut. Like her hair grows back healthily. But the thing about leftists they're all about making themselves ugly. Making themselves ugly. Like they embrace. They embrace a lack of beauty because they don't want to embrace the beauty standards. They're all like those kind of activists. They're all about contradicting what the beauty standards are, contradicting what is generally considered attractive. It's like it's all part of the activism. You actually see a lot of like women that would be beautiful and they like get ugly shaved haircuts on the sides of the head shaved, bull nose rings, like they're freaking like get that bull ring on their nose. Cow ring, you could attach a chain to it. They purposely do like ugly makeup. They get tattoos all over their body, all over their neck and shit. Like they're all about making themselves ugly because there's a sense of resentment and hatefulness that goes into
Ninja Turtles.
There's a sense of resentment and hatefulness that goes into the fact that men find them attractive, or that men can potentially look at them and in a way with a male gaze that they don't like. Like it's just meant to be part of their social statement rather than actually be something that they know themselves is not beautiful. And you see it all the time.
Oh yeah. Well, and the thing is like with this, like it's kind of funny we keep on bringing her up now, but like Deborah Wilson, she was in Metal Gear Solid 4. She looked attractive somewhat, I would say. In Metal Gear Solid 4, she was very attractive.
In Metal Gear Solid 4, the character didn't look anything like her though. The character was like a hot. The character in Metal Gear Solid 4 was like
Yeah.
a hot ass like Japanese
She
woman or
just
something
voiced the
like.
character.
Okay, that makes.
Well, she
more
wasn't.
sense.
She wasn't Japanese, but she was like modeled with Japanese sensibilities, is what I mean. Like she's had like nice breasts, like boobs, pretty face, like cute haircut. Like she looked nothing like Deborah Wilson.
So, like, that's what I'm saying. It's like some of these people, they have a choice to make themselves look a certain way. She decides to present herself a certain way. She decides to do this. She decides to do that. The reality is, it's like how. Okay, so like talking about like going through the fire of hatred and stuff like that. It's like, how fucking privileged are you that you could have you could make yourself look very pretty if you wanted to, but you instead just spit in the face of that shit, make yourself look worse than you actually could look, like potential wise, and then you start like browbeating other people. You're a fucking big name. I don't want to hear shit about like you having to go through struggle and something like that. Cry me a damn river with your fucking Scrooge McDuck, pond of fucking gold coins and stuff. Like, don't ever. And same thing with like people like going on to dudes. People like Pedro Pascal. Go back to fucking Chile if you want some fucking hardships in your goddamn life.
I feel like with him it was Argentina, but the joke still stands. I feel like maybe Argentina or something.
I keep on getting it wrong whenever I talk about him.
Well, to be fair, I don't actually know. I just don't think I don't remember it being Chile. I thought it was Argentina, but it could be something else.
Go back to South. So basically, I would just say, go back, get your ass back into South America without all your earned dollars. No earned dollars from the U.S. Just take your ass back home. See how much you struggled then. No money, no assets, nothing.
What's up, man?
The thing about Metal Gear Solid 4, Deborah Wilson voiced a character called Crying Wolf, but the character itself was based on a model called Miyako Rie.
Okay. All I know, what I remember of Metal Gear 4, all four of the what do they call something beauties? Something beauties. I don't remember.
Beauty and Beast or something like that.
The Beauty and the Beast Squad or whatever, something like Beauty and Beast or whatever. They were all hot. And there was a bunch of fan service in that game too, which is also, this is neither here nor there, but it just shows you how Kojima became a half cuck, because he was all about the fan service and all of that stuff years ago. So he's changed a lot, actually. That's neither here nor there. Where it's worth mentioning.
Was the fan service stuff even his idea? I mean,
I'm sure it was his idea.
Yeah.
It was his idea. It was his idea because even with what's her name, Stephanie Justin, he basically made her sure that he was really adamant about getting her feet perfect in his damn game, and she actually talks about it herself on video about how he wanted to make sure every detail of her feet was correct. Kojima literally put a part in the game where she drinks through her skin because she's basically a super mutant, because of the parasites or whatever.
Next, man.
She's basically a mutant, and then she drinks water through her skin, so she's out in the rain splashing into puddles like barely clothed that's all Kojima. It's all Kojima. Yeah. Even the old Metal Gear games had all that stuff.
I'm gonna find a way to show her feet no matter what.
You're gonna see her feet and cleavage no matter what. If
hanging out with that guy from Nickelodeon.
Kojima's I will move, if I have to move heaven and the earth, you're gonna see this. So Kojima was always about it. He just became he's just so desperate to be in with Hollywood that he sold out and became a cuck. So I just wanted to mention that, even though it's kind of neither here nor there. But all right, Silas. So those were your thoughts on Tati, right? On Waynehead.
Yeah, for the most part, in the end, it's not something that if she wants some real struggle, go to the damn Sahara with none of your assets or anything like that and try to dig a fucking canal. I don't know what else to tell her.
Wait till she learns about sand mining in Africa. But yeah, and neither here nor there, but her playing Jade from Mortal Kombat is an abomination, by the way. Just gotta put that out there.
It's a sin against God.
It really is. It's that bad. It's really that bad that she's playing Jade. It's it's not even an exaggeration.
Movie.
It's gonna be horrible.
First one was kind of shit.
It's fucking listen. It fucking sucked. I'm a huge Kano fan, and they like. I'm not saying Kano was definitely like
Kano
like a
was
goon.
killed by a garden gnome, right?
Kano was always a goon. He was always like a goon. He's not a top tier villain per se. But what they did to Kano in that movie, is a fucking is disgusting. I cannot stand that movie.
With a garden gnome in that
movie. He died by didn't he get stabbed through his eye? It was through his eye, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, with a garden gnome.
Yeah. Melina, they race swapped Melina in that movie. They basically introduced a bunch of characters and gave them like no real backstory, so they basically wasted them. That movie's a fucking abomination. I don't know.
Shit. She was just a woman with some shit smeared on her face.
Sonya, worst out of all the 3 women who played Sonya is definitely the worst Sonya visually. Like, it's just that movie sucks. Like, it sucks. The only good thing in that movie was some of the fight scenes some of the fight scenes were okay. I'll give them that, but that's it. That movie fucking sucks, and I don't know why people think it's good. It's not good. It's a terrible Mortal Kombat movie. And the thing about all those game movies really and comic book movies, they don't give a shit about the lore. They don't care about the lore. They don't give a fuck. But the thing is, the fans care about the lore. So every time they come out with these movies, and I watch them, and I see how they just pick parts that they like and just glue them together, it makes me actually aggravated, because Mortal Kombat's one of those games that until like the last few games, which were more competitive, they were always more kind of like gimmicky. They were always kind of like broken, the 3D era to the first game, and they were all about the lore. They were all about the lore. Like, most of the fans loved the lore. They loved the world building. It wasn't really about the fighting itself. It was about like the atmosphere of the games. The later games, MK9 through 1, they're more focused on being competitive fighting games. And the thing is that they've done that, but they basically ruined the lore and atmosphere of the games. So when you see the movie it's like it's trying to take stuff from the original games and trying to add in like the visuals and stuff from the newer games, and it's just an abomination. And the second movie that's coming out is going to be horrible. They even got an actor that I thought was like, okay, he has the look of Shao Kahn, but it's a waste because it's that movie. Martin Ford, that's a great choice for Shao Kahn visually. I would have cast him and then dubbed somebody over him. That's what I probably would have done. But that's neither here nor there. The point is that you get good casting for him, but then the other casting is shit, and then the movie is going to be horrible. So it's kind of a waste anyway.
Well, maybe a hot
take. Look at the costumes in that movie. It looks very cheap. Like
it looks cheap. It looks like a YouTube thing. And think about this. Nobody can tell me that introducing Melina before Katana in those movies makes sense.
That's the
nobody can tell me that.
Are they sisters or something?
What's up, Mermac?
They didn't show it. They didn't really reference it. Melina was basically a mindless monster. Basically, you had Natara screeching and shit. She wasn't a mindless monster, but she was just like a silent, like henchman, pretty much for the most part. Like, they ruined Melina. They didn't show Katana. They race swap.
At least Ubewol is funny sometimes.
Yeah, Ubewol is hilarious.
It's unintentionally hilarious, at least. Yeah, they're funny, but they're also, but to be fair, technically they're pretty bad.
His Postal movie was the best. His Postal movie was the best.
The first
adaptations are funny shit. What Hollywood does now is just shit.
No, not it wasn't Postal. He did Rampage, right? Didn't he do that movie Rampage?
Oh, I thought he did Postal with.
I thought he did Postal.
Was it Postal? I thought he did Rampage. About that kid
and Rampage too. Rampage, both.
Okay, Rampage is a pretty good movie though. It's kind of crazy. That's a crazy movie. But anyway, like the point
how many
is,
movies can you saw as a mass shooter?
Yeah, probably. But the point is, with all of it, is that like these people don't know what they're doing, man. Like that's a whole nother subject. But yeah, that's an abomination. Now, and also, like, come on, man. They had Katana. They didn't even show Katana. And again,
they don't know what they're doing. They just don't give a shit.
Well, yeah, they don't care. That's a better way to put it, is that they don't care. They don't care. They don't care about the lore. They don't care at all, bro. They don't care about the fans that like the movies. They just care about the brand name. And also, let me put it this way: if you race swap Melina, that means you're gonna race swap Katana. But if they don't race swap Katana, are they gonna say that they're just completely unrelated characters? Are they gonna go that route? Like, it's just dumb. I just don't see how any fan of Mortal Kombat can actually care about it.
What are you talking about? They got a fine brain.
Okay, Uwe directed a Postal movie. Okay, good. But did he direct Rampage as well? Did he direct Rampage?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, because they're similar themes, right? They're both mass like shooters, pretty much. So weird. But all right, Silas. So why don't you give us your final thoughts, and then Madar can give us his thoughts. Is it Modar or Madar? Madar. Okay, Madar. You can give us your thoughts, and then we'll move on.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry for having to hop off so soon, but like my final thoughts on I'll give it twofold. So final thoughts on YouTube. This is not going to work. In fact, I think this is going to destroy the company. I would think so. So we might be moving over to a Rumble or something like that, or somewhere that's an alternative, free speech and stuff like that. I've already heard Apollo Patriots over there, so there's that. But there's also that's what I think about that. I think it's a dumb decision. We're not the fucking UK. We're not Australia. We're not a bunch of Kiwis out in New Zealand. So I don't much care what those people think, like the governments of those people think. Like Keir Starmer or whatever like that. You can't even protect your own citizens from a bunch of invaders, but yet you're gonna start suing the rest of the world for not following suit. Yeah, good luck with that. So fuck Keir Starmer and fuck with whatever they're trying to do. It's retarded. I've seen smarter shit on a fucking short bus, so there's that. Then on regards to Tati, whatever the fuck her name is, I'm about tired of hearing actresses just start saying, well, I struggled. I have walked through a thing of hate and stuff like that. If you had a better personality and if you actually were likable, we would not have, we'd still have issues, but we wouldn't be going as hard because you're going as hard against us. The fact is, it's like, if your personality is ugly, it doesn't matter if you're pretty or not. It's going to still show, Doesn't matter if you're 10,
all the time.
9. It's like, maybe this is the thing. Maybe it's because her personality is so fucking butt ugly. She has to make herself match her personality. That's how I see it. So if you're going to keep on saying stuff like that while you're getting jobs for big name video games,
whatever's on the outside, whatever's on the inside is going to leak to the outside in some way.
Exactly. And in the end, she's going to look here, bluntly put it. She keeps on acting like this, never changing her ways and stuff like that. She's going to die alone. Technically we all die alone, but at least we die with people caring about us. She's going to end up dying alone with people acting as fucking vultures, taking away her wealth and stuff like that. That's all they're waiting for. Sorry she had to hear the truth like this, but that is what it is. That's about half of what those Hollywood people have. Nobody hangs around them because they're truly friends.
Yep.
They're just hanging around them to screw them over or to pick from their bones. That's about it.
Yep. Whatever benefits them in the long run.
Yeah. It's some stupid shit, and they don't realize. I think some of them do realize that, but yet they pick off of others. Think about Vic Mignogna, for example. That's about it. He thought he was friends with these people. Turns out they think like insects more than they think like actual people.
Wait till Kojima figures that out.
Oh yeah, right.
They're going to sell his ass up the river as soon as possible. It's going to be I could see it being kind of like it's going to be like a Harvey Weinstein thing.
Well, they're using him now already. They're already using him now as a way to propagate woke stuff, because they're using his name to help push his woke BS. But they're not going to let him direct his own film. That's what he really wants. They're lording that over him, so that he keeps playing playing ball, and all he's doing is ruining his reputation for the sake of the possibility of making a movie in Hollywood with his buddies.
Gonna deal with that. Meanwhile he's stuck busy like himself with French kissing Che Guevara's picture and stuff like that. He is.
Yeah.
You know what? He was built for that place because
he was always liberal. But the thing is that before he would like not let it affect his stories too badly. They were more like universal truths, right? Like, war, right and wrong. So certain things of right and wrong. They weren't necessarily like pure like leftist propaganda. But now he's like leaning into that heavily because he was always left, but he was like more like
plays Che Guevara in one of his games.
Maybe Metal Gear Peace Walker, I think.
Yeah, Peace Walker.
Yeah, so he was always like that, but he just let his games stood on their own because they weren't about like social. They were not really so much about like real world social activism, even though they were political. But now he's just leaning into like Orange Man bad, like stuff like that, pretty much. So it's kind of crazy. But all right, Silas. Thanks for talking and coming on. We appreciate it. I wish you could stay longer, but if you're busy, I get that. But thanks for giving us your opinions. Hopefully on the next one you're able to stay longer.
Appreciate you coming on too.
Yeah, and so Madar, give us your thoughts on just for now. See you, Silas.
All right, see y'all.
Thanks for coming in, man. And Madar, just give us your thoughts on YouTube for now, if you can stay, because then we're gonna rotate when we talk about the Tati in detail. So for now, just give us your thoughts on the YouTube ID stuff, the censorship, the weird data collection stuff. Like, let us know your thoughts.
Well, I almost never give my ID to any site or something that asks for it. Like back in the day, I couldn't make a Discord because it asked for my phone number, and I didn't want to give it to it. I don't know if it still does it.
Yeah, it does. It still asks for it. You don't need to use it. You can use it. You can use an email instead if you want, but it has the option. It has an option to use a phone number.
As for Tati, well, what's funny about people like her is that.
Well, don't just talk about the YouTube thing for now, because I want to say let everyone talk about YouTube, and then when we rotate again.
I don't know much about the YouTube thing.
Okay. All right.
Okay, that's fine.
So, all right. So in that case, then give us your thoughts on Tati, and then we'll like rotate the panel again.
Okay. The thing about people like her is that they always talk about hateful comments and such, but they never show any proof of it. And even when they do, the best they can show is some playground level insults like calling her ugly, calling her dumb, so on. So almost nothing serious.
Yeah, it's usually like petty. It's like usually playground insults. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then they try to make it seem like they're going through something. It's like, no, not really. Most of the criticism comes down to Naughty Dog, less about her, and more so like how they chose to make the character look like. Because as we all can see, like she makes other appearances, and she doesn't have her head shaved bald all the time. So, but Naughty Dog chose to have her be a bald chick in the game, and that's where most of the criticism comes from. She's taking it upon herself to be offended off of, I guess, Naughty Dog's behalf, or taking it personal. But she knows why she was chosen. She can deny it, but realistically, I'm pretty sure most of us never heard of this chick until Intergalactic, and maybe
she was in
the
some
recent
video game
adaptation.
She was in the Uncharted movie and the Last of Us TV show.
Oh yeah. I heard she was in that show. So
I think she was
other than that, like no one really heard of her
show too.
I think so. I think I might have heard about that too.
Okay.
And all those projects have something in common, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. So like she can play dumb all she wants because she's catering to that group of people that all they think is they just think with their emotions. They always try to play themselves as a victim. They'll fixate on their race or sexual orientation or their mental disorder. Look at it as like something like to be proud of or something like that. but for everyone else, they know why she's being casted in these roles. And in the case of Intergalactic, she was chosen for a reason. And, you know, her going after like critics or any potential fan or whatever the case may be, that's going to hurt the game as well as whatever Naughty Dog ends up doing. Because, you know, they're going to talk a bunch of shit before the game comes out, just like they were doing with Last of Us 2. When they were mad that people, when the leaks came out and people found out what the game was about because they falsely advertised it, and you know, then when people actually play the game, they stop playing the game midway. They put out reviews and all that. It's just like with the show. People dropped out of the show in the second season after Joel was you know, taken out by Abby Zilla. So
yep, the same people that were complaining about the game fans not wanting to watch the show are now experiencing why they didn't want to watch the show. The fans of the first game, I mean. Because the people
the thing about Last of Us 2 game is that, you know, these fools say, oh, woke is that the games are better or something. No, they don't. They just lie, like Last of Us 2.
Mm-hmm. You know why people like
the food industry didn't change its ways. They just lie. That's all that changed.
They just lied. The first game,
that's all they do.
the first game
that's the only
was
thing
better.
They're consistent with is lying.
The first game was better balanced in terms of like the themes, because it was a story about
I never played it.
Okay, so the first game was about a father who lost his daughter, and then like shit happens.
I know the generals, but I just didn't.
Yeah. So you know, so it was more like a story. The reason why people resonated with them because it was a story about a heartfelt story about a man and his surrogate daughter, pretty much, and making tough choices. The second game is just political propaganda from beginning to end. It's just a critique on masculinity. It's a critique on society, on normative society, and it's just bad. It's just a bad. It's also, to me, in my opinion, the plot actually is, for lack of a better term, it's a retarded plot for several reasons.
It really is. It's nonsensical. It's like confused morality.
To make us feel bad for what we do in the game.
Well, it's pretentious.
Everything we do in the game is scripted. Like you kill a pregnant woman, that's scripted. You cannot avoid that moment.
Exactly, Madar. Exactly. So think about it this way. Here's the reason why the plot is stupid. I don't care about if you guys don't want spoilers for the game. I'm sorry. I don't care about that game at all. Unfortunately, I don't give a shit. But I'm sorry, guys. I don't care.
That all day if you
want.
Anyway,
so in that game, you basically play as Abby and Ellie after Abby kills Joel, whatever, and you kill a ton of people close to Ellie. You hurt Ellie in several ways, and Ellie kills a bunch of Abby's friends and stuff. And they try to force you to have sympathy. There's also a bunch of like woke shit mixed in there, of course. And over the course of the game, you progressively do more and more damage to each other until the climax where they're fighting in this like body of water. And Abby bites Ellie's fingers off, and then she's all of a sudden like, well, you know what? Revenge is actually bad. This is the wrong way. I know I killed a bunch of your friends. I know you killed my friends. I know I killed your dogs, but you know what? Revenge is bad. And that's how the game ends. She basically loses her girlfriend. The game ends. She can't play guitar, which was her connection to Joel anymore because her missing fingers. And the game is trying to make some like statement that's supposed to be profound, but there is no profound statement because it's fucking stupid. It's a stupid narrative because human beings don't act like that. And on top of that, the only way that story would have had any integrity or agency is if you got to choose to make those choices, like you said. Remember how you said it's scripted, Madar? If you got to choose to not kill her friends.
For example, that dog. Let me see.
Yeah.
That dog. Well, you know, you kill Ellie kills the dog. And later the game tried to make you feel bad for killing that dog. But
exactly.
You are forced to kill that dog. You cannot avoid that dog.
Exactly. So that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at. So over the course of the game, if hypothetically you could make choices to not kill these characters, to not do these things, then you could justify that ending. But because the game forces you to kill all these people on behalf of her revenge quest, it makes the plot completely nonsensical. It's not deep. It's not about, you hurt each other, it keeps on cycling. It's not really that deep because in the end of the day, the way things play out is completely like contradictory of itself. The story is contradictory of itself. It's a bad story. It's a badly written game too, on top of that. So that's just like,
that's just like the nature of it. And now people who were complaining about the people, because a lot of the game fans were telling them that the series is going to end up bad. They're going to do the shit with Joel. And a lot of people who like the show, I would see they would tell the people who played the first game that didn't like the second game, they would tell them to like, shut up. It's not a big deal. Y'all are just complaining, whatever. But now a lot of those same people are like tuning out of the show because they don't like the direction they went with the second season, which is funny because the second season is mirroring the game. It's mirroring the second game. So it's kind of ironic how they're coming around to the same reasoning that the original game, the game fans came to.
Oh, one last thing about Intergalactic. If the leaks are true, whatever name that character, the boy chick in the game, shaved her head because she wanted to like incognito. I mean, if those leaks are true, it's fucking stupid. Hello.
No, we're here. I was just waiting for you to finish. No, so yeah, I agree with you. It's pretty dumb. It's just dumb, man. Like honestly,
if the leaks are true.
Honestly, that game, the second game, is just bad. It's just a bad.
I think the leaks.
It's just a bad game. And also with the leaks, I think they're true too. I think they're true. There's no reason to believe that they aren't.
It all aligns with the style of like Neil Druckmann's like approach to how he makes these games now. So it just sounds it seems more of the same of what they were doing with Last of Us 2.
You know what though? I'm gonna even take it a step further. It's not just the nature of the story and like the direction they're going narratively with these movie games, but even from like a gameplay standpoint, I'm just tired of like these overly cinematic games. I find a lot of them just like bore me to death. They just put me to sleep, bro. Like I want games like Metal Gear Rising to come back. Like Max Payne 3 had some of that movie stuff in it, but you were also flying around dodging bullets for 90% of the game. Like I play games, I want to have fun. You can have a deep story and still have fun with the game, and I feel like that's
Max Payne 3. I find it funny that when after Max kills a lot of brown people, he decides to shave his head.
Yeah, right? Isn't that funny? So, yeah, that's crazy. To be fair, they were turning people to glue, so they kind of had it coming, you know? But, no, so, like, the second, like, I want these games to go back to, like, being fun again, like, to being fun. I want to have fun. I don't want to walk slowly and listen to that pretentious cutscene all the time. There's a time and place for those kind of games, but I feel like the trend of gaming is going in that overly cinematic movie direction, and it's fucking boring. It's just boring. And I think
think about those walking games, you know, like somewhat movie games. They can be done right. Like there were good games of this nature, like walking simulators, but they were very short, like 5 to 3 hours long. Like they didn't overstay their welcome.
And also they shouldn't become they shouldn't become the standard. That shouldn't be the standard main thing that all these developers are trying to do. That's okay as a niche, as a side thing, but it shouldn't be like the main thing that's being pushed out these days. Because even games that never had any business having that stuff in it are leaning toward that direction. Like, for example, Insomniac Spider-Man, the gameplay is fun, but there's a lot of it that feels also like walking movie simulator. Right, I'm Peter Parker, and I'm talking to Doc Ock, and I do some like unnecessary padding, and like again, it's like so. So the point I'm trying to make is that there was a time where you play Metal Gear Rising, for example, you get all this story, you get this crazy like philosophical battle, but you're also fighting like a gigantic like meathead politician, like punching the hell out of each other, doing all this crazy stuff. So you're getting both the insane, you're getting good story and good like. Getting a good like what's the word? What happened?
It's very meme worthy.
You said mean?
Meme worthy.
Oh yeah, it's meme worthy. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's fun. And what they're talking about actually has depth.
Where they say
it's still relevant today.
The DNA of the soul. Like they actually say that in Metal Gear Rising.
Yeah, they say it. Yeah,
Yeah.
they talk about memes. Memes are also mentioned in Metal Gear 2 as well, which is fun. So the idea that you play these games that they have to if they don't have these boring pretentious sections, that they're not deep, or they're just like for example with Stellar Blade, where people are acting like Stellar Blade is just like a gooner fest. I'm like, did you even pay attention to the story? Recite the story back to me. I want to know if they even understood what they played, because I'm not trying to say like it's this super like, I'm not trying to say like, oh, you're like, if you don't understand the story, you're dumb. I'm just concerned that they're so blindsided by their like bias that they pretend that the story isn't there, even though it is. So it's just interesting to me, and I want games to go back to being fun. I want them to go back to being fun. Yo, Y2, what's up, bro? So it's just tiring. It's just tiring.
Can we get some good games again, right? Like you said, Metal Gear Rising, Saints Row 2, fucking or like even Max Payne 3, fucking Shadows of the Damned, Vanquish, what else? Like I know people give Devil May Cry 5 crap, but at least that wasn't like your typical like fucking AAA game that you constantly see now. At least you're not slowly walking, picking up fucking picture frames and newspapers for no real reason that really like has anything to do with the plot. At least there's no forced stealth segments or open world crafting crap like that. At least it was a true action game through and through. At least.
There's nothing wrong with having games that are mostly story driven. That's okay if you want to make your games like that, like your Detroit Become Humans, even your like Last of Us is whatever. But that shouldn't be the main trend. It shouldn't be the main trend. I don't care about what's his name, the guy who was in Death Stranding, not Norman Reedus, the other guy, the guy who was in Hannibal. I forget his name. Yes, Mads Mikkelsen. No, Mads Mikkelsen. With him, he's a great actor, and it's cool and all, but I kind of don't give a fuck that he's in the game at all. I don't care about him being in the game. Like, they don't need to spend millions of dollars to get him in the game, because his performance doesn't necessarily lend itself to like the game being better. It doesn't make it necessarily better just because you have a good actor in the game, when all that money that you paid him could go to making the gameplay better.
Feel like same PR stuff.
Yeah. And also with Norman Reedus, I don't give a damn that he's in the game. Why should anyone care? Metal Gear 5, I don't care that Kiefer Sutherland's in the game. I'm actually don't understand the point of getting him in the game at all. Even, for example, like the quality of the performance from the voice actors is important, but so is the gameplay. And I don't think you need to spend millions of dollars on Mads Mikkelsen just to get a good performance, because voice actors were doing it for years before these games existed, without having to be like Hollywood celebrities. So I just kind of want things to like not necessarily revert, but just veer in a different direction, where we're headed to games that are actually fun and are games that are actual games, right? Like where you're doing things in this dynamic. Hell, even physics in a lot of these modern like movie games have been watered down compared to old games. Like physics where, like you everything feels so like scripted and like on rails that it's just not interesting to me.
I wanted to say one last thing.
I agree.
I forgot.
Yep.
It's about movie games, I think. What was it? Whatever. I think I go now.
I think I go now. That's a good way to end it, bro. I like that.
Well, if you ever come back on next time, and if you remember, no, it's all good. If you remember next time, you can feel free to, say what you got to say.
Okay, I will write it down.
Good job. All right, man. Thanks for coming on. So let's rotate Revenant and get more people on here, so we can keep the train rolling. Let me read one of the comments.
Right, cool. Madar, thanks for coming. Appreciate it.
Yes, Madar. Thanks for coming. It's awesome. You're definitely welcome on in the future again. Dave Francisco says the story of Celeblade is transhuman pro-Tron bullshit. It's transhuman, but it's actually portrayed.
I remember now that Celeblade and Last of Us 2, like these people complain about Eve not being realistic and such, but somehow Abby, the roided up 20-year-old, is realistic somehow, you know.
Exactly. Somehow it makes sense. It makes sense that this woman could find and get high quality steroids during the apocalypse of humanity. All right, so I wanted to read this comment. It says the story of Celebrate is transhuman. Is the story of Celebrate is transhuman pro-true bullshit? I would agree with you, but it kind of admonishes the transhuman stuff. The game treats it as it's a tragedy, and like if it's something bad. It doesn't glorify it. It says that humans basically like sacrificed their humanity, became monsters, and that the Android Ados are like a parody of humans because they're not truly human. It doesn't necessarily glorify it. It doesn't act like it's a good thing. So I can't say that it's pro-true bullshit. I can't say that in like good faith. I think that's a misrepresentation of the story.
Yup. What's up, guys?
What's up, bro?
How you guys been?
What's up, Miles? Everything's good, bro. Everything's good.
Royce.
Going well.
Yup.
What's up, Miles?
Well, you know that bald woman I don't like from Intergalactic? She needs to go to hell.
One we all
Stop mocking gamers. Really?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they don't care about gamers because they're not gamers. It's a job for her. It's just for her. It's more Hollywood bullshit.
Mm-hmm. She likes Hollywood. How about she joins Holly Weird? It's not Hollywood no more. It's Holly fucking Weird.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
She should just stay there. Stay out of our hobby.
Yup. I like Mafia the Old Country. The graphic is amazing. The male is masculine. Real Christian stuff. And dude protecting women. Finally, I saw that again. God. What do you think, Reverend and Genpachi?
I just want women to not look like weird.
That's actually good to hear because I was actually worried about it because you know how Mafia 3 went. I mean, Mafia the remake of 1 was good, so I was happy about that.
I'm still skeptical.
Country, you know, it wouldn't do any modern day crap, but from what I hear, it's actually free of that. It's just that some people think like, you know, it's a movie game and whatever. My thing is like it just seems like all the other Mafia games.
They are kind of movie games though. They are kind of movie games though, to a degree.
I can't. Yeah, to a degree. No, I'm not saying it's not. Like it can't be like referred to as that. But I kind of put it in the same category as like something like LA Noire or The Ghetto. All those games are good. So
well, Getaway. You know, to be fair, The Getaway has a lot more like dynamic combat.
Like say like movie games. It's when people try to. What was that? I'm sorry.
No, I just said that the Getaway has like modern. It has a little bit more like dynamic combat than like it has a little bit more of like gameplay going on because of the nature of it being a PS2 game. But I get what you're saying. Your point still stands. I just want to specify because Getaway has some like movie like aspects, but a lot of it is like really raw gameplay. Mafia kind of falls in that same boat too. But I agree with you that LA Noire is definitely more like a movie game. It doesn't automatically mean it's going to be bad. It's just that it shouldn't be the only trend. That's all.
Kind of like the Sherlock home games.
Yeah, exactly.
Where like there's like
exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I don't mean to talk over you. I think there's a little delay on my part, so I apologize.
No, it's fine. With all due respect, it had real Christian stuff. Finally,
you guys can go. It's all right.
Go ahead.
I pretty much said what I had to say about Mafia anyway.
Yeah, like I said, the Mafia, the Old Country, it's amazing. The knife fighting, and it showed real Christian stuff. And here comes these fucking woke people losing their fucking minds over it. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. That's how Italian is. They respect Christianity, and y'all get mad about that? Fuck off. For real. Fuck off, you fucking weirdos. Huh, Genpachi? Shit.
Yup. There's a lot of weirdos out there, bro. There's a ton of weirdos.
Yeah, they got mad about the word Christianity, bro. Like, what the fuck? I like Mafia the Old Country. It looks perfect. It's like $50 game. Is exposing the industry. Shit.
I gotta see more of the game myself because I want to see how the combat is. Like, I don't deny that it's probably good. I think it probably is good, but I know that Mafia 1 remastered or the remake, pretty much the definitive edition. Wasn't it definitive edition? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is.
So
Yes.
the
That's
definitive
what
edition
they call it, but it's basically a remake.
and Mafia 3, the combat in those games was a little janky for me. More so definitive edition. So I want to make sure that I really watch the gameplay of the old country before I commit to buying it, because I remember like there were things in definitive edition that really just did not sit right with me, but it was mostly like gameplay stuff, like just like gameplay jank. Not really that the game itself was like bad in any way. Aside from the race, I hate the race in both the PS2 and in the definitive edition. I think it's horrible in both of them.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
And with all due respect, at least Vito Scaletta was in Mafia 3. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I actually played Mafia 3, so I was actually
Yeah,
glad
it's
he was
linking.
there. So,
Yeah, I'm glad.
Yeah.
So
I actually didn't care for the other two people in comparison.
I know, but at least Mafia country looks beautiful. The horses, the people, it looks amazing. And finally, we finally see one guy protecting a woman again. It's been a long time.
I've
You know?
actually never played.
I'm
Should
glad
I
they didn't
try
do
it out?
some revisionism shit where then it's like the woman's protecting the man, or because back in that time, you're not seeing all that shit. You're not seeing a lot of like modern like
they're not girl bosses, bro.
Like women like tall feminists
They're
now.
not girl bosses. That's what it is. They're not girl bosses. They don't need it. They're not like, oh, I don't need a man to save me. Like they're competent. You can make. You know what I like? I like the female characters in Mafia 1 because they were Vito's wife. The woman who becomes her wife. She's competent. She's a good character, but she's also not trying to pretend to be a man. And what I mean by that is like she's not adopting masculine traits, as in like trying to act like a girl boss, acting like she doesn't need Vito. She seemed like she was a support system to him, and that was good.
Exactly.
And that was good that when he wanted to like protect her and save her, like it adds to the plot. It's good. It makes sense, and it fits the time period.
Yup, and the character name is Enzo. That's his name. He's like Tommy Angelo lookalike.
Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm mixing up names. I might be thinking of Tommy, right? Tommy?
Yeah, Tommy Angelo.
Tommy.
It's been a while.
From the first game.
Yeah, that's who you play as, right? Tommy? I meant Tommy. My bad. I mixed it up. But yeah, everything else I said, I still stand by.
Paulie is like Tommy.
Yeah. Paulie's Kermit the Frog.
What was it? The fucking the railgun shit or whatever. What was it?
Oh fuck!
I feel like,
oh damn, that was ass.
Oh man,
with the truck. I just ignore him. I didn't even listen to him because I realized if I listen to him, you will never complete it. You can't listen to him. What he's saying, what he tells you to do only works on any difficulty that's not the hardest one. It only works on like the easier difficulties. Which is kind of funny. But he sounds like that guy from the Muppets. I forgot his name, with the one with the top hat, the Browns, like Waka Waka. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know which one. I don't remember the name though, but I know what you talk about. Y2 viral. Yeah, I seen they had Morgan in Veilguard. I saw a picture of that, and she looks terrible. I think there were maybe other characters, but yeah, the designs for that game is just awful. I hope someone gave me the game for free, or it was like or maybe it was on PS Plus or something like that. But yeah, like, and if someone gifted it to you, they are not a good friend. Any friend that gifts you that is like it's like the equivalent of giving you a lump of coal for Christmas.
Damn.
I have a message for that. Ew, brother. Ew. Hell no. I'm not playing Veilguard. That thing flopped. A lot of people got laid off because of that shit.
Yeah. Dragon Gay Phil Hard. Dragon Gay Phil Hard should be the name.
Yup. Yeah. That should be a history lesson for everybody to learn.
But so wait a minute. Hello, excuse me. Nore, she told you that it would fail, and then because of her, the game failed, and because of her, that's because no one said nothing. And nobody said nothing except Nore said about Dragon Age, and I had the blade tester came to me and he told me everything.
Yeah.
Oh
And
my
I was
god!
right. No, everyone was wrong. You should listen
Oh
to me.
god!
God
Then she then
Emperor,
she
God
then,
Emperor
then she
for
put
mankind.
then she puts a toothpick in her mouth like Razor Ramon and says Chito. Listen, like, but let's like try to get back on track real quick. So Royce, what is your
Alright.
thoughts on what are your thoughts on the YouTube ID stuff?
I do not like it. It's disgusting.
Mm. Yes, yes, it's disgusting. And what do you think? Why do you think they're doing it? What do you think is the end game that they have?
It's all about power and control. It's all run by BlackRock and Vanguard piece of shit deep state people running this crap.
Might be onto something.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah.
Yeah, seems about right. Follow the money.
Yeah.
Follow the ESG money. Follow the
Fuck
follow the
ESG.
path.
Money.
Do what the toucans tell you.
Yeah, because in the end of the day, like, it's all really just exploitative, right? So
Yes.
all right, so Miles, what are your thoughts on it?
I might be cooked. I don't have no ID.
You don't have an ID.
No.
Yeah, he's how old are you? You're like you don't have to say if you don't want to, but you're like you're on the younger side, right?
Yeah. I'm
You
turning.
don't have to say if you don't want to.
I'm cooked.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the content, yeah, you're gonna be barred from because like you said, you're not gonna have the ID, so
I know.
it's gonna be what it is. But in the end of it, but you know what?
But I think they're doing it because like they want to to try to protect the children, kind of like GTA is doing, but they don't realize it's the parents' job to do that.
Exactly.
Like,
I was
their job.
Yeah, that's
I was
actually a
just
good
about to
example.
say,
That game usually
yeah.
gets under attack, and then it's usually from the parents because they're neglecting their child. And a lot of times the parents just give them the game to play anyway. They don't care.
There's a lot of kids on there. If you play GTA Online, there's a ton of kids that play that are underage, so be playing that. But
Definitely.
and like I was gonna actually mention what Miles said, that like it's not the thing is it's not YouTube's job to tell you that. It's your parents' job to say, Miles, you shouldn't play. I don't want you watching this, or I don't want you playing this. So
Exactly.
the fact that YouTube feels like they have to intervene directly and tell parents like we're gonna parent for you, because it's kind of like almost an insult to the parents. It's saying the parents are so incompetent that they need to step in to it's crazy.
Like,
I want to say something.
8, and I know
Yeah.
someone who was playing like GTA 5 and talking about how like he'd go do heists and stuff. Like,
Yup. And
you are 8 years old. Hop off GTA.
Exactly.
I want to add something to what Mr. Miles said is right, because it's the parents' fault. We need parents right, because we need to teach these parents to be held accountable for not looking after their kids and stop being neglecting on them, and it needs to be fixed. I think it's the parents' fault this happened. They didn't go parenting school for all these parents. What do you guys think about it?
I think that's like completely right. Like nowadays, parents, like a lot of parents are doing the right thing and saying, no, you can't be watching this and stuff. But at the same time, like another 50%, 60% of the parents are just like, sure, whatever, I don't care what you're watching, what you're playing, go do whatever you want.
Yes. And when I have a nephew, by the way, guys, I have a nephew, and I told him you're not allowed to play Red M games until you're 17 or older, because I'm an uncle. I strict him. I teach him discipline and respect. You know?
You know what parents would understand?
Good as how it should be.
You know what should happen? Parents, I feel like the best teacher in this regard is humiliation. Constant reminders of humiliation. What I mean is, let's say you're gonna watch a movie that's rated R or rated M. You know how they give you the mature rating? They should literally just mandate it that on screen it says this movie is intended for adults. And literally mention the parents and say, parents, please ensure your children below the age of whatever do not watch this on YouTube. You have to like embarrass them. They're not going to learn by just putting ratings. You have to like literally tell them like, hey, don't be a retard. Like your kid. If there are kids here right now, they shouldn't be watching this. Like, you have to. That's what would have to be done for them to get the point. Because if you just subtly say like, hey, rated M, rated T, rated E, whatever. A lot of parents are like, they ignore it. But if you're booting the game up as a kid and your parents see on the screen, it literally says parents. You know, if your child is not this age, this game's intended for adults or whatever, in like bold letters, it kind of makes the parents say, it kind of like puts them on blast and that they have to pay attention to it. They can't just pretend like they don't know what the hell's happening. Like, if you're going to enforce anything, enforce something like that, but not this ID bull crap. Because again, adult or not, people are not comfortable giving private corporations their identification.
Yup, it'll make the hackers and it's gonna make the hackers easy to hack all of you guys.
Well, just anybody in general who's on the system, because they could look at it and say, "Oh, Royce, this is Royce's ID. He said this thing," and also they could use it they can weaponize that. They could just weaponize it against you in whatever way. If they have all your info, that also makes it easier for them to legally try to take action against you, because they can just pull up all your info.
Visa and MasterCard was trying to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't like that.
So YouTube, let's say you post something that's crazy, or like not crazy, but like, you know, against certain people's like policies or ideals, then they could say, well, we have all Royce's information. He lives here, 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 and here on this street in this country. And then that corporation that's like has bad intentions could like literally like send you lawsuits. Literally, they could literally just send you a lawsuit or something like that of that nature. And that's like the minimum of what could happen. So I think that the real answer is to just make the warnings of the content more apparent and more obvious. Like, for example, everyone who played the old Resident Evils, we all remember the big splash screen that says this game contains scenes of violence and gore. Unmistakable, right?
Yep.
Like, so we all remember that. So I feel like that's an example of why that kind of thing works. Because in order for a kid to play a certain violent game, his parents have to play it, or he has to play it with a friend or something like that. But the more it's on screen, if the parents walk by and they see that stuff, then they could say, oh, wait, you're not supposed to be playing this. I know it might suck for certain kids because they don't want to like miss out on things like that. But in the end of the day, it's the necessary evil, because adults should not be punished because of bad parents. People should not have their identity exposed to use YouTube. That's asinine.
Like kind of like you said, Jen. I forgot what was I going to say. My fault.
Well,
take a second.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Royce. Go ahead if you remember. As I
was saying what you said, Jempachi, you're right. If they're trying to sue me and all that, I have lawyers of my relative are smart. They practice law. I can use my family as lawyers against these people who go after my personal business.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure you could, but it's not whether you could defend yourself or not. They just shouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
In general, because you said something they don't like. Because again, we see what happens in other countries when you give too much power, right? You said this. They send people to the police to people's homes in the UK and parts of the UK because they said something that might be controversial, like that they don't agree with like certain things of Parliament.
Oh my God! You know what?
There's actually videos on YouTube you can look up after the podcast of police showing up to people's houses because they said something negative about like leftist crap. And
that's what they want. What Miles was saying is that's what they want.
Yeah. So
it's
Miles,
evil. This is what they want. Police state on everybody's words. I'm like, what the hell?
Much. It's like a surveillance state, surveillance state. But so Miles, what were you gonna say?
It's kind of like you said. A lot of people like my age want to play those like higher rated games, even though they shouldn't be, because they think they're gonna miss out on stuff. But they're really not missing out on anything. The only thing you're missing out on is like being exposed to stuff you shouldn't be like at that age. Like if I played like a rated M game and then I started picking up that language and what they do in that game, like that's not going to be cool. Like people do it to think they're going to be cool, but you're really just being like a jackass.
Yeah, exactly.
100% right.
Yeah, because what you watch
a bad influence.
Based.
Yeah, because what you watch, whether you like it or not, this is the thing I always try to drive home. Whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter.
It really doesn't matter whether you like it or not. But the more you're exposed to things, the more you see them, the more you allow it to be normalized, it's gonna affect you. It's gonna it's gonna break through your mental barriers to a degree, because whatever you surround yourself with is you're gonna start to become. If you listen to nothing but like crazy hip hop, that's gonna affect the way you speak, right? I'm not arguing whether it's bad or good. I'm just saying the reality that if you listen to certain types of music, and that applies to rock and stuff like that. If you listen to certain kinds of music, it's gonna affect how you speak. Most of the slang that people use is trickled down from like rappers, from like culture or whatever. People don't just make up these words or whatever. They're being spread because influence is like seeping into their mind. If people constantly are saying things like, for example, like, oh, that's cap, or whatever, or like you said before, that you're cooked. A lot of people have been saying like cook lately. The more you hear it, the more you're gonna normalize it and integrate it into yourself, whether you want to or not. You might not necessarily change how you speak, but there's a higher chance because you're letting it gonna seep in to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
So
if I was a parent, there's certain stuff I would want my kid picking up that he's hearing. Stuff I wouldn't, or stuff I'd be like okay with, like cooked, for example. It doesn't really mean anything too negative, so I'd be fine.
Well, it's not that it's bad. It's just an example. It's just an example. It's not like a bad. It's just an example of how we are influenced by what we hear. So, if you're, and also I'll take it a step further. There are also times where those guidelines are too strict, and as a parent, you might be like, it says that, but I think my son can handle it. Like I'll use the example of Arkham Knight. Arkham Knight is rated M, but really it's a beautiful game. Arkham Knight is rated M, but like there's really nothing in that game, despite a little blood, that I'll say like, oh, my nephew can't play it with me, or like my a little kid can't play, because it's still Batman being a superhero. It's not like I'm playing like, it's not like GTA. Like GTA and Batman Arkham Knight have the same rating, but obviously the content is different. So as a parent, you should say, well, I'm playing Arkham Knight. My 7-year-old son could play this with me. It's fine. It's fine. Right? Or like Spider-Man's rated teen, I think, the last game, the Insomniac game, the first one. It's rated T, right? It's not rated E for everyone. I think
it is. I think it's rated T for teen.
So let's say it's teen. It's for teen, and my kid is 9 years old. I'm gonna be like, nah. I'm not gonna say, yo, you can't play Spider-Man because you're only 9 years. It's for teens. It's like he can handle a little bit of like Doc Ock being a little violent. It doesn't have to, like, those guys. They're supposed to be guidelines, but in the end of the day, they're not. They should be up to the parents' discretion, and not. In the end, it's not about the government shouldn't dictate it. It should be the parents to do. And if the parents are unwilling to do that, then that's on them, and they should be the ones punished. But as Miles was saying about how like GTA, like you'll start like copying things from the game. People swear up and down that things don't, like I said, that things don't affect them. I'm not saying like you play a violent game, you're gonna become a psycho, because you definitely won't. I played like games like that, I didn't become crazy. But like to say like that it's gonna have no effect on you is completely like out of touch, because it will have some effect on you. It's just inevitably gonna do so.
Well, my mind is stronger than that. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm only cut you off, Mom. If you were saying, go ahead.
I cut you off. You go.
So, as I was saying, my mind, when I play Red M games, it doesn't make me go crazy or lunatic, because I'm stronger. My mind is stronger, and I don't want to be like go crazy, go kill people. That's wrong,
Mm-hmm.
And what's been happening in UK and Australia is really bad. And these collective shout Karens, these Online Safety Act is BS. It's all about power and control. They want to say, oh, protect the children. You're not protecting children. You're not going after real problems like OnlyFans or Pornhub or all these other crap is going on, like Roblox, for example. They have predators in it, and this vigilante
ban zone trying to get the predators off the game that was working with the government.
Yeah, and they ban him for what? Standing up against predators? Like, what the hell?
I think they said it was like against the like code of conduct and like what he was doing, but he was doing the right thing.
Yeah, he did the right thing.
Because they didn't like ban the like preds. They just banned him and let all of them go.
That's dumb. And at least one kid congratulate the vigilante to stopping the predator,
I don't
What's
know
right?
who said the thing about OnlyFans, but like they also post for kids. Like the way they post is to be for kids, but they advertise their OnlyFans in the kids' videos.
Yeah.
That's wild. Yeah, there was a woman who was doing that, right? She got like flack for it. I remember reading something about that. Like she was
Yep.
wearing like Spider-Man like skin suits and stuff like that, right? Something like that.
Yeah, one of them, the videos I saw, because I like doom scrolling YouTube Shorts a lot. One of the videos I saw was like Camila Rojo. I don't know if you guys know them.
Yeah, I know that in person.
Yeah, she was going into like malls and asking like little kids like my age and younger, "Are you subscribed to my OnlyFans? And if you are, then I'll buy you anything in the store." So rewarding them for seeing stuff and doing stuff.
Yeah,
And
I think we might be talking about the same person then. I think that's the same person I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So yeah, it's true, man. It's true. And like, you know, honestly, and when you really think about it, like, because this is also like somewhat of like a challenge. It's like challenging idea in a way, but
Mm-hmm.
what is the law and what is right do not always meet in the middle. So what I mean
Yep.
is that, for example, if somebody is harming another person and you step in to defend them and you attack that person instead of waiting for the cops to arrive or acting in that way, it's technically assault and you can actually be like charged or in prison for it. Or like if you hurt them badly, you can actually like end up with serious consequences, you know, manslaughter, all kinds of things. But is it right to let someone be attacked and you don't know what's going to happen in the hope that the cops come? Is that right? I don't think it's right to not directly intervene if you can. But it's also not necessarily within the law, because if you do so, you can end up facing serious consequences of that choice. So I think that also when we're talking about the law and what's right or wrong, they don't intersect all the time. Sometimes like something is morally right, but isn't within the law and vice versa.
But if we
Yes.
kind of like go back to the like YouTube ID thing, even though it's like bullshit and that they shouldn't be doing it because it is the parents' jobs, this might be controversial, but they are trying to do the right thing by keeping kids from watching stuff they shouldn't be, but they're not doing it in the right way.
Facts, Miles.
I think it's only
Facts.
like them trying to do the right thing if you accept that it's under good intentions. But I don't necessarily think the intentions are good. It's more like plausible deniability to allow for that extra layer of control. So meaning that you use an excuse, use a problem to say that you're doing the right thing to enforce something that's draconian or restrictive. So an example would be like the shooters. Shooters do bad things with guns. They kill people, but then the government says, and you have the lobbyists say, well, you have to ban guns. All guns are bad. Or guns are why this happens or whatever. But there are a ton of underlying issues below that. And when you really think about it, it doesn't make sense to justify banning people's rights to protect themselves because one person did a bad thing, when the reality of how you solve that is actually has more to do with how society treats people in general and these things, rather than guns themselves being the problem. Because you see this in the UK where their guns are banned, but then people are like stabbing each other. So in the end of the day, I think that like I get what you're saying, that they're trying to do the right thing, but I think that it's not really the right thing if it's under false pretenses. If it's under an agenda, then it's not really with good faith of doing the right thing. It would be like as if I was a criminal and I was laundering money by donating a charity somehow. And I could say on the surface, like, oh, I'm doing the right thing by donating the charity, but really it's just for the means of me laundering the money.
Yeah, exactly, Jembachi. Exactly. Exactly, man. Exactly right. Because what you said is facts and truth. And these people saying, oh, the gun is the problem. But instead, why you don't focus on mental illness, huh? That's another thing. They want to get rid of guns because they don't like the Second Amendment bullshit. What do you think, Miles?
I think that's probably exactly right, what you just said.
Shit.
If the Second Amendment is only as valuable, the First Amendment is only as valuable as your ability to protect it. If you don't have the Second Amendment, you can't really protect it. Meaning that, let's say you have like a situation where things become tyrannical, like like it becomes like the UK where you're like silencing people. They can't really do anything because they can mob up, but they just are literally unarmed and they're at a disadvantage. So even if they wanted to do something again and rise up against it and it got really bad, it would be extremely difficult, right? So in America, you have your freedom of speech, but what protects your freedom of speech? Who decides whether you have it or not, right? Like if somebody could just come to your house and point a weapon at you and say, no, you don't have free speech, then you really in actuality, your free speech is just being allowed. It's not a thing that you actually have. But if you have the ability to defend that, then you can at least stand with your toes in the ground, your feet dug deep in the ground, and at least fight to defend it for better or worse. If you're not able to do that, then your freedom of speech is just words without meaning.
Yeah, what you said is right, because this is what they want. These fucking woke Democrat politician idiots saying, oh, gun is bad. Let's ban guns. Like, how is gun is the problem? It's the mental illness. These morons, these leftist politicians understand. Why you understand mental illness is a fucking problem?
On top of that, they want to have fucking illegal immigrants come in, don't do no background checks whatsoever, and then what ends up happening? They're committing crimes because they're fleeing the country because they're criminals there. Not all of them, but a lot of them are fleeing their countries, and then they're going committing the exact same crimes in America or wherever they're fleeing to, which is usually America. And then they're getting away with it because the blue states from Democrats that are in charge allow it to happen. That's the problem, because they just look at those people as ways to get votes for them. Just like when they want to get votes for people who just think emotionally about gun laws, and we're gonna say all the right things for them because they're gonna end up voting for us. That's what they end up doing. And then you see,
exactly, and
like the repeated cycle keeps going. Like nothing ever changes. It is everyone has to suffer under these rules that they want to put in place because they don't want to actually address the situation.
Take accountability. They don't want to take accountability. It's kind of funny because if you think about it, imagine the YouTube ID thing goes into effect, and then an illegal immigrant wants to use YouTube and doesn't have ID. That's kind of like a funny situation, actually. It's like neither here nor there, but I think that's hilarious.
Well, I'm exactly with it. My bad.
Go ahead. I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead. You were saying.
What I'm kind of scared about with the YouTube ID, other than the whole fact that you need the ID, is that I'm kind of scared that they're gonna like mark the wrong things that should not need ID. Like if someone says like a single curse word, I'm scared that they're gonna like mark that you need the ID for that.
Yeah, this is like the Big Brother, George Orwell book. Mr. George Orwell's stuff is becoming reality. Like he's telling us, he warned us about this shit.
Well, also to Miles's point, imagine Miles. He's young. Imagine he wants to watch somebody play Arkham Asylum or Arkham Knight, and he doesn't have ID, or Arkham Asylum even, and he can't prove he's a team. So he can't watch pretty much a safe game because he can't prove he's a team.
Tell me about it. This is why
or with Arkham Knight specifically, it's rated M, so he can't watch Arkham Knight because it's a rated M game, despite it, content-wise, pretty much being fine. So he literally won't be able to watch those kind of videos, or maybe even Doom Eternal. Or
you need an ID to be able to curse.
Yeah, that's even worse. This is why George Orwell was fucking right.
Yep. They want this verification ID, but they don't want no IDs when it's time to vote.
That's true. That's a good point.
Bullshit. ID for voter ID matters. Fuck them.
Like even if you do have an ID, it's still kind of annoying.
It is.
I mean, even if you have an ID, I don't want to give YouTube. I don't want to give YouTube that. I don't want to give. I mean, if YouTube
personal information
does it, if YouTube does it, then other companies are going to do it too.
That's why, like, for Spotify and stuff.
No, Spotify's going to do the same thing.
They're gonna Spotify will do it too. When one company does something BS like that, they all start playing ball because they want to see if you get away with it. The reason why the 80 games things from Nintendo is bad because Nintendo just want to get more money for the games, and then you're gonna have like Microsoft and Sony probably feel like they should do it too. Like, we should also charge 80, and then you end up with a trend. So it's one of those things where like they're gonna do that regardless across the board, and it's just a matter of time if one company gets away with it. It's really bad, bro. But moving on, everyone here already spoke, I think.
Yep.
Let's get other people in here so keep things moving.
All right. I want to say I'm gonna leave right now. I have to go to work in 1 hour, and it's good to see you guys talk on this group chat. We should do more often. Expose all this evil shit and spread the message fast.
Since you're gonna go, you want to give your thoughts on Tati before you leave?
Oh, that woman. Yeah, that woman. She needs to close her mouth, go to Hollywood, and never come back to video games ever again. That's my message for her.
A strong
Am I right,
message.
guys?
You're not wrong, bro. I agree with you. All right, so
take care, Miles.
Royce, thanks for coming on again.
Yeah, for sure.
No
man. Thanks
problem,
for coming
Remlin.
on.
No problem, Jimbachi. Let's keep doing this. You know.
Yeah,
for sure. You're always welcome.
And you have a good day at work too. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Have a good day at
man.
work. Yep.
Good luck.
Yup. Peace.
All right, so I think Miles gave his thoughts too. So let's rotate things out, and we'll get.
Yo, I'll still be in the chat.
See
if
ya,
you need
bro.
me.
Well, all right, man. You're always welcome, bro. So let's get other people on here to talk and try to like get through this because it's two subjects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Follow. Who's this other guy? Who is? What did it say? Hold on. Give me a second. OLP. I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's I thought it was some random picture background.
Oh, okay.
My
So
bad.
I can remove that.
Yeah.
I was like, "What is this?"
I thought it was some picture background, whatever. I was just.
Oh, okay, no problem.
Oh yeah. I'm so new to the random options.
It's cool. It's cool. I mean, it's a cool picture though, but
Oh yeah.
I thought it was a person. So anyway, so that actually makes it easy now. So then we just got you, and then maybe I can bring someone else back actually. And
Hey,
so,
I can keep it go. I can go fast. You know what I mean? Like I'm just saying. Like I talk fast.
I mean, you can.
Who else is backstage?
What do you think about the whole YouTube and that? But you can elaborate more on the.
Oh, you want me to start on the YouTube thing?
Miles is backstage, Marty's backstage, and Burb.
Okay, so
I can bring back Burb so he can
talk about the Tati thing. Yeah.
But Apollo, you can give your thoughts on the on YouTube and all that.
Oh yeah, I'll keep it fast and simple. The YouTube thing, I think it's all BS. What the hell they're doing? Like, I saw something on Reddit is like reading all these gaming YouTubers are going to Rumble and all that stuff. Like the ID thing, yeah, that's what I was meaning. Like the ID thing is it's making people jumping ship to Rumble and all that stuff. It's a clown world. What's going on? YouTube. YouTube is going after random bullcrap. They're using their AI bots. Recently, they removed 2 of my other videos and other dumb bullcrap. But
That's ridiculous.
It's a slippery slope.
Did it give you a reason why to remove them?
Yeah. It's like I was making controversial stuff on there, or I had some little word going on my random video. I title it as Russian mercenary something, and YouTube it was like I was naming my character of something, and they took that down. And I don't want to say the full name of it. It's
okay.
YouTube bots are very crazy right now. They are running rampant. It's scary. It's a slippery slope. That's what I can say.
I don't mean to keep cutting you off, Apollo, but what I think they should have done, they should have informed you about the title of the video, and then told you that if you want the video to stay on there, you would have to change the wording of it instead of just outright deleting it entirely, because that's messed up.
It's something that they saw in my video game, how I
see.
named my character. Yeah.
But it's dumb. This is like worse videos out there that's more offensive or more of like an issue than that.
There's videos out there, people doing cocaine, doing hard, heavy drugs, and saying bizarre things you can never see. Like, I don't know. don't know.
Yeah,
Wow.
I don't really know. I don't really know what you said, but whatever it was, it must have been crazy. So
Yeah.
you know, I'm curious. I'm curious as to what it is, but at the same time, like it probably was really crazy. I don't know.
Yeah. It's a slippery slope.
It
Yeah.
is.
Yep.
Well, at
Okay.
this point,
So we can
at
get
this
into
point,
Tati Gabrielle, where she did an
Who?
interview. I don't remember word for word. I don't have anything pulled up on my phone about it. But I mean, what does it matter anyway? So they were asking her questions about, I think it was like a French fucking publication or whatever. I don't know. But they were asking her questions about additional shit, and then they got into the whole intergalactic topic about the reaction from fans or critics, whoever you want to call it. And she was making it seem like, I mean, she made it seem like she went through war. Like she's like, I came through the fire strong in this, and it was hard, you know, it was very hurtful for what people were saying, but I know that, you know, with change, you know, people fear change, but you know, it's good, and I feel like I'm a part of something, and I'm bringing that change. And I'm thinking to myself, like, she's making it sound like she's the first like black female character in a game, or a black female lead in a game.
Is she
And like,
even fully black? I think that she looks kind of Asian-ish.
I don't think so. She sounds like she may be I don't want to say French, but she's definitely not American. I'll put it like that. It's hard to say. I'm not entirely sure, but she definitely is mixed with something else.
She looks like she's like Asian or something, like something
yeah.
like that.
What else was she? Oh yeah, she was like saying that the people saying all these mean things, you know, they're gonna be there buying the game and playing it, so you know, it doesn't matter if they're mad and all that. And it's like, this type of attitude is why people like her get that type of backlash, because they have this attitude like they're invisible, like they're indestructible, like you're not gonna
Invincible.
Can't do anything to them. But at the same, invincible, yeah. What did I say?
You said invisible.
Oh my god, I'm all over the place. First I said radio, or what did I said? Radioactive.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm trying to say. But yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So she's, you know, saying all this crap, but then it's like seconds before then, oh yeah, the words were so hurtful. It was really mean. You know, say like, which one is it? Was the words hurtful, or did they not phase you, or it doesn't matter and now it matters? Like, which one is it? It's like you're trying to be a victim, but then also sound like a strong, like female at the same time, when you're not going to be able to do both, because she's either one of them, and more likely she's a weak individual. She's weak-minded. She's used to everyone kissing her ass, and you know, usually when they hear people critique whatever they do, they act like a victim, which is what she was doing. And most of it was towards Naughty Dog, not necessarily towards her. Like I said before a while ago on the podcast, that their criticism is towards is about the design of the character, not necessarily her. Like, they always think like it's a personal attack towards them. It's almost like when people were like bothered that people didn't like the design of Nicole in the Dead Space remake, where it's like, we're not getting at the woman who did the face scan and the voice actress who did the voice work for the character. It's more so the people in charge who cast her as that character.
It's the choice. It's the choices made.
Yeah.
They're just caught in the crossfire, because it's like for example, if you have like an old ass woman that's 90 play Lara Croft, and people are like, oh, I don't want her old ass to play Lara Croft. She looks nothing like her. She's all saggy and stuff. Yeah, it's kind of mean to the old. It's kind of mean to the old woman, but at the same time, she's just caught in the crossfire of a bad executive decision.
And they also have to know going in that they're playing this type of character that not everyone's gonna praise it. And I feel like her, her reaction is just going to do more damage to the game than it already is. Like, she doesn't have to say anything in order for people to actually like reject it or criticize it, because it looks terrible. And also, Naughty Dog is going to say some dumb shit anyway because they can't help themselves. That's they were doing the exact same thing with The Last of Us 2.
Yeah. So, yeah, I agree with you. So, yeah, I don't really know what to say. I mean, I agree. Like, there's really, like, what else can you really say, man? Like, I feel like we've been here and done this dance many times. Like, how many times do we need to teach this lesson to these companies where we don't want something, the same kind, similar backlash happens in the same way almost every time? It's really frustrating.
I mean, I've got a take if anyone's interested.
Sure, tell us about it.
So, I think that her behavior is learned, as in she's seen what people that consumers, let's be honest, we call ourselves gamers, but we are consumers. And
at the end of the
a
day,
lot of us, and I tell you something, right? I'll tell you something or nothing. Sony fans are the worst when it comes to consumerism. They're going to buy Intergalactic because they don't see Naughty Dog as a problem in of itself. Their problem is they don't want their machine that they play on to look weak.
Exactly.
Yep.
So,
brand loyalty to plastic.
When she's saying this stuff, she's literally just preaching to the choir. Like, it's literally just telling us what we already know. A bunch of Sony wankers are going to buy it. It's probably going to sell well, and then they're going to play it. And if they don't like it, they're going to complain about it, but it isn't going to matter because they already bought it. And then we're going to get another round of it, and another round, and another round.
I mean, that's tried and true, and you can even add Hollywood to that too, because it's also a Hollywood. It's just brand. It's like blind. It's blind brand loyalty to plastic. It's attaching their identity to like a video game console. I mean, it sounds laughable, but people do it with anything anyway. Like they'll do that with anything. They'll attach their identity to it, and they feel personally attacked when you criticize it.
And
so, yeah,
Sony knows. Because, like, if Sony cared, if Sony was worried that Intergalactic wasn't going to sell, they would have put her, they would have basically, told them not to do it, right? They would have put some kind of restriction on her. That's what companies do, right?
Yeah.
NDAs or whatever you want to call it, right? And they didn't, because they know
but
that
they
have a loyal fan base. That they're just going to wade through shit.
To be fair, they did that with Snow White. They let that actress, I forgot her name, say a bunch of bullshit, and they didn't like stop her from saying it, despite it clearly hurting their like brand. So while I do agree with you about they're gonna buy it anyway, I would say that there's a level of like stupidity that goes into that I wouldn't be surprised if it's just by chance that they're not silencing her with this stuff and telling her to stop. And it's just a thing where like she's just saying shit and like the game's gonna sell anyway, but Sony's like oblivious. Because like I said, what's her name? What was that woman's name? I forgot her name from Snow White. She was talking.
I legitimately don't think there's enough self-sabotage to bring down a Naughty
Rachel
Dog game.
Zegler.
Rachel Zegler, that woman, she was talking all kinds of crazy shit, and they knew it was bad, and they still allowed her to do it. No one said don't say this, at least not publicly. It was not publicly condemned by Disney. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sony's just doing the same thing. Because I feel like in the end of the day, you're not dealing with like, when it comes to like Sony's executives, they basically have become an algorithm even in themselves. Like when the corporations, they just become an algorithm. Like it almost the humanity of the fact that they're making products for people is almost gone. Like they're just operating solely under like how they can make money, what is the most systemic way that they can continue to make money, what can they do, what is like the trend, whether it be good or bad. Is it popular? If it's popular, then yes, then they're going to do it. What is like, how does it deal with, how do parents react to it? How does society look at it as a large, like they're not operating like as people as like, oh, is this good? I'm going to make money because it's fun or because it's good. It's like, if it's bad and not fun, but they know that they're following the correct trends to generate money based on whatever algorithm they're using. I don't even mean a computer. I just mean like just the algorithm of like how the
They operate purely on optics. I get you.
Yeah, like on optics, and not just optics. It's not just optics. I mean, like literally, like what's like making them money. I guess you could argue that's optics, but you can.
I mean, I can argue against that because Concord.
Well, yeah, sure. Like they lose money too, but I'm also saying this with a level of delusion. That there's a level of delusion to it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just like you're not dealing with people. You're dealing with like an entity that might as well be just a glorified algorithm. You know, that's why, because in the end of the day, these people like are pumping out these games, and like some of them have made money, some of them have failed and cost them a bunch of money. But I feel like the way that they delegate their resources, it's not as much of a critical loss for them as it needs to be in order for them to stop, because the potential to make money based on the trends is going to make them keep investing in it. It's like if I'm looking at a stock and I know it's doing bad and it's losing money, but everything else, all the optics, all like the estimates of how the stock will change look good, even though it's failing me. So I decide to keep the stock and keep investing in it, even though it's just losing money for me. Even though on the surface it's not making me money and I don't like it, algorithmically, I'm struggling with the word too now. It's potential to make money is enticing me to invest more. The potential for gain isn't making me, because it's like, oh yeah, it's social political activism. It makes us look good. You know, their games in the past have done well, even though like they're divisive. Like they don't care about the reviews. And you have these investors who just want money. So a lot of those investors, I doubt they even know what the games are. I don't think a lot of them even know what the games are. I think they just know the title. The title is Naughty Dog. The title is The Last of Us or whatever. So I just think that when it comes to that, that's why you have them doing this, you know, and because they have so much money, even though it is a loss for them that they don't want, it's like not really enough to like kill the company, because the money is all like money that was intentionally planned to be invested. You know, it was like money to be invested and the investment didn't work out, rather than their like lifeblood being on the line. So
my point is, right, this is as like blunt as I can possibly make it. Naughty Dog could make a Auschwitz simulator, and as long as Troy Baker is voicing the guy in the guard tower and there's a Naughty Dog sticker on the game, it will sell to Sony fans.
Yes. And I don't disagree with that at all. I don't disagree with that at all. And I'm just talking more to like how they operate, in terms of like, we can't look at them as like humans running a company anymore, because it's beyond that now.
Well, they don't need to, because their fans just keep giving them money.
Yeah, but also
they don't need to like look at. They don't need to learn. They don't need to learn. That's the thing.
Exactly. And but even with their losses, they operate the same way. Because again, they don't care, because the lines are like everything's going toward a direction. It like everything is trending in a way that it's supposed to make them money on paper. That's why something like Concord could exist. That's why something like Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League exists. They're not games meant to be made for people, like as in terms of like enjoyment. They're just products, content that is based on metrics that they have of what they think they should be doing in the game, rather than something that was made by somebody with a intelligent idea and an intention to make a product that's good for people.
I think until like whatever the next Naughty Dog game is, because it's probably not going to happen with Intergalactic, but whenever the next game they make ends up not even breaking even, where it just becomes a commercial failure, that's when, you know, someone will step in, probably from Sony, and say like, you know, whatever the next game is, it can't be like this. Something has to change.
It has to get bad.
Like,
it has to get too bad.
Yeah.
But in that regard,
they
Naughty
have to, like,
Dog
hit
is
rock bottom.
Like in that regard, Naughty Dog is a lost cause.
Yeah, but at the same time, as much as I hate to say it, it's almost like a don't hold your breath kind of thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's because again, like if I have $100,000 and like I have $10,000 that was given to me for a specific purpose of investment, if I lose that money, it sucks, but it's not enough for me to be like,
like I'm not losing my couch in my house, you know, I'm not losing my home and car. Like it's just money meant to be invested by like, you know, there's so many factors that's what I'm saying is it's literally, you know, people like always say it's like a stereotype. Oh, it's the machine, man. It's the machine, but it's literally just a machine. Like that's why they're doing it, bro. Because how many times, like even Last of Us 2 didn't do as well as the first game. It got mixed reviews, did poorly. People still chugged it up. The second game, the third, the Naughty Dog is going to make this game, and Burv is right. It's probably going to sell. Like in the end of the day, like eventually they will learn, but and if you don't buy it, like everything is true in the sense that if you don't buy it, it won't sell and it won't do well and they'll hurt them. But I think that if you look at like DC, look at DC for example with Warner Brothers. Look how much they messed up and jacked up and lost money with the game, with the last game, SSK, you know, Suicide Squad, SKT, Suicide Squad, Kill the Justice League, whatever, SKTJL, yeah. That lost a bunch of money for them. They had multiple failures with movies. They're like, oh, it's a critical problem. You hear all these reports. Yet again, they're still making movies. They're still pushing forward. They're still doing what they're doing because in the end of the day, they're just a machine. It's a soulless machine that's going to keep on pumping out crap. And they're not losing enough money for even them. Even as much money as they have lost, they're too big to stop. That's why I think that in the end of the day, the ultimate way that you defeat those kind of entities is to create your own entity or make something that becomes big but isn't being run like a machine. And that's always the challenge because we're not going to beat them by necessarily just not. I mean, obviously don't buy the products because of you don't want to support it. I always say don't buy it. If you buy it, you support it. Don't buy it. And I still stand by that, but that's not enough on its own. You have to support the things that are going to be alternatives and counters to it so that way you are funneling your money into things that you want so that they can produce more products so you can actually steer away from like the woke crap and the political crap because there's actually more, then there'll be more incentive to make more products that are a counter as opposed to just trying to drain their money and then hope that they decide that they're doing something wrong. You know what I'm saying? You can't rely. I don't feel like we can rely on them to realize that they shouldn't be doing this because it's not as profitable as it could be. We have to support people so that an alternative can be profitable, and the alternative could just make the things we want, and we could just forget about like these companies. You know, that just is what has to happen.
You're right because people are like holding their breath, waiting for Naughty Dog to change, or waiting for whatever the company may be, like, maybe they'll change. Maybe this will be different. It's like, no, it's like, or even with BioWare, people like, I'm excited. I'm interested in Mass Effect 5 or 4. I guess it'll be 4 since Andromeda is not a numbered one. Mass Effect 4, the next Mass Effect, they got this person on the team, this veteran, whatever. All right. So same thing with Dragon Age. They had this veteran, this person came back, this person, that person didn't change anything. The studio is they operate off of their ideologies. They operate based off of their political views and however they can cram it into the game above everything else. The politics go above gameplay, story, writing, characters, the designs of the characters and everything. Everything else is like in the back seat. With all these other companies because they put the politics first above everything else, and everyone thinks like, oh, well, maybe this will be different. It's like, how so? Nothing has changed. It's like people just want to convince themselves that something all out of nowhere just changed within whatever company when it's the same thing as before. You're just repeating the cycle of getting your hopes up or trying to be optimistic or lying for whatever reason. Maybe like for you want to gain something on YouTube or where X you can be monetized on there depending. So maybe you want to gain something there by engagement because you want to be the optimistic person or the person who says whatever that you end up saying.
It's just stacking. It's stacking interest. Interest upon interest, agenda upon agenda, and they feed each other like a pyramid. But I also want to read this comment real quick because he worded it very concisely. They are the infrastructure, so we have to build new infrastructure, and that's pretty much a much more concise way of saying what I was saying. But that's basically it. That they are the infrastructure. We have to build a new infrastructure, or at least support the infrastructure that is counter to that, you know, and it'll grow and take over. So that's basically what I was trying to say for the most part. And
well, I mean, take for example, you know, the fact that Mafia: The Old Country came out, right? I was like, oh, you know, I like Mafia the series. It's pretty good. So I figured I'd take a look at it, you know, just to see what it was like. So you want $50 for a on rails, barely interactable talk fest, talking, which is basically broken up into 3 different sections, right? Essentially, knife fight, gun shooting, and the most uninteractive driving, you know, you could probably get. You can't even drive off into the. You know how you're on big cliffs. You're on big cliffs, you know, and because you're in Sicily, you're in the cliffs. You can't even drive off them into the water.
Damn.
That sucks. That's kind of lame, honestly.
It's like, yeah, it's like invisible wall. It's like you can't do it. It's like this is awful. So instead, I bought The Sinking City.
I like that game.
Yeah, Cthulhu.
It's
right?
It's janky but good. It's janky and good.
There's like interesting elements to it, right? Like being a detective and stuff. Interesting.
Your decisions, the consequences of your decisions matter, and on top of that, you have to do like the real detective work yourself by navigating the map, not so much hand holding stuff going on. It's really cool.
Yeah,
love that
and
game.
It cost me 15. You know, it cost me 15 quid. You know, like. Yeah, go and support more alternatives.
Agreed.
Like that. Like find cheaper. Yeah, the games will be cheaper, and in the long run, they'll be tailor made for your niche, your interests, and your niche.
And you might sacrifice some fidelity, but what you're gaining is a game that's actually made for you. Such as when I say fidelity, like the game might be a little janky, maybe not like it might not look like next gen, like probably look like a generation behind or so, but at least it's a game made for you.
It's a game made for you, and it's catering to interests that AAA games wouldn't touch with a 50-foot pole.
Yeah, and you know what? To illustrate everything that I've been saying this whole time, look at Ubisoft. Ubisoft. I say Ubisoft. I don't know if that's right. It probably is Ubisoft. But anyway, whatever.
Ubisoft.
Like, yeah, crap hole for number 10x8 whatever barcode number company. They spent so much money on these games. They lost so much money. They're doing bad, and they're still. This is kind of why I'm mentioning Ubisoft or Ubisoft, whatever, because they're still doing it. They lost all that money. They're not doing well, and they're still pushing their bullshit the same way. That's what I'm saying. We can't wait for these people to learn. It's like Burf said. You got to find these alternatives, support them, and once that becomes too big, you can't destroy it. An example would be Eric July. Whether you like Eric July or not, he made so much money off ISOM. ISOM became so big with what he did that whether you like ISOM or not, which I don't really care for it necessarily myself, to be honest, but he made an alternative that was so big that even though the infrastructure tried to shut it down, they couldn't. And he's a millionaire, and he's going to push more comic books that are not going to have like the woke BS in there or whatever. So, and again, I'm not saying that I particularly like his work, because I don't, but it's just an example of how you can be an alternative and you can actually beat the infrastructure by making something that becomes too big to be destroyed by their ideology.
Yeah.
Stellar Blade was another example of that to a degree, even though they did cave to censorship, to be fair.
You are working with how to put this time frame, because as time goes on, they're going to be eliminating more and more ways for you to create these things and to get into their, to challenge their space. Like that is going to happen.
Yeah. That's why stopping. That's why, like, but in the end of the day, I guess what I'm saying is that there is a hope that that's possible, and it's not an unrealistic hope. It's something that's tangible and can be worked toward if people just like support it. Because remember, people underestimate the power of like the dollar, man. If you have 40,000 people that are like anti-woke and they buy your product at like full price, even if your product's $15, 15 times 40,000 is a lot of money, and a lot of that can invest in your next game and which could be made better. And then you could keep growing that way, and that fan base can help you build the infrastructure needed to make the quality games that can be counters.
Yeah.
So, and I think, like, again, like I said before, I think Stellar Blade kind of represents that to a degree, even though it did cave to censorship. I'm not defending them because that was pretty bad, but it's just an idea that, like, yeah, things are pointing in a certain direction, but there is like that factor of, if you make something that's great, that's good enough, and you can like just grit through it and grit through the like them trying to gatekeep you, you can actually like end up like winning. You can actually end up making something that's a win for like the fans and a win for yourself as a creator. So, you know, it's just interesting to think about. Because again, man, like if you make a game, let's say you made an indie game and your indie game was $20 and 100,000 people buy it, bro. 20 times 100,000 is a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, bro.
But like I said, you know, get to it because those windows are closing.
I think so. I think they are closing to a degree as well. But I think also there's kind of like not a damn thing you can do about it. I mean, they can do about it unless they like literally like pass certain laws. Like, for example, an unrated game, if you have an unrated game that's online, for example, yeah, some places won't host your game, right?
Uh-huh.
But there's nothing stopping you from having your own website to distribute your game. And you don't need Steam. You don't need whatever. I mean, like you get optics from there, but like if you make a quality game that's really good, people are gonna find a way to get it. Like look at pirates. People pirate games all the time because they're desperate to play them, right? They find a way to get them no matter what. So if you make something that's really amazing and it's not on Steam, it's not on Epic or whatever, and it's that good, people are gonna go out of their way to buy it because it's good. As long as you market the game, which you know has its own like struggles that go with it. So I think that like even within the system itself, you can find workarounds. But again, we have to like you also have to like stand in the way of things like Collective Shout, where they're trying to gatekeep people out of financial, you know, making payment processors.
I mean, for example, I can give you an example because I always use this example when talking about this with the kiwi farms, right? So a lot of people don't like the kiwi farms and blah blah. I don't care. What I'm getting at is that they legitimately had their Cloudflare removed, right? So this particular person claimed to the right people, let's say, and suddenly they don't have support of Cloudflare. Cloudflare drops them like a bad habit. Now,
yeah.
The fact that person was able to circumnavigate all this stuff, go directly to the source, and then have them taken down within the day.
Yeah,
That's a very proposition.
It is. I agree.
It's why I'm saying that we definitely probably need more like structure, not structure, but like laws to stop them from doing that. Because that one's a big one. That was a big one.
Well, especially in the U.S., you know, you can actually use. That's why the Constitution is important, because you can actually probably prove in court that them doing that. You can prove that that's probably unconstitutional, at least in the U.S.
Yeah.
If your game is not harmful, and it doesn't have certain things, and they like, for example, remove your Cloudflare without reason other than the fact that they disagree with you politically, depending on where you go to court, right? Like that you can actually like win that case too. So I think that more people have to actually fight back as well, which I know it's not easy. It's like, I'm saying it like it's easy. It's not easy, but I think that those are the necessary battles that have to happen instead of like just trying to like, again, like hope and pray that they do what they do. Because again, if the individual is willing to sacrifice for the greater good, I think that collectively it can actually make a change, right? But if everyone's afraid to like make those moves because of the daunting nature of the infrastructure currently, then it will just become more powerful and more oppressive.
Yeah, that's where a lot of the battles need to be won, in the infrastructure.
That's why the whole ideology of that's why to me it's the same ideology of, I like the game, so I need to play it, and even though it's woke, I'm still gonna play it because I need to play it, even though I'm against woke stuff. That's like the same mentality. It's like, I know the infrastructure is bad, but I want to make an alternative, but
the infrastructure is too powerful, so I'm not going to fight them because they're too big. There has to be something inside you that says, no, I'm going to go counter to what's intuitive right now and make that sacrifice and be willing to like martyr for that. And I know I know it's easier said than done, but if no one does it, nothing changes, right? Somebody has to fight back. If no one fights back, then they're going to keep doing what they want. And I really think that even with the stuff going on now, if you make something quality and good enough, people will find a way to support you. And then the more that they try to bar you, the more legal grounds you have to fight back and show how it's discrimination. Like if it was me and they kept trying to bar me from like making money or from distributing my product, and there's nothing in my product that's necessarily like harmful, it's all within free speech, it's properly rated or whatever. The more they try to resist me, the more I can prove in court that it's like a conspiracy against me to bar me unfairly. So, at least in the U.S., I'm talking the U.S. specifically, because I'm sure in the U.K., there's no shot in hell probably. But
no, we actually have better when it comes to like this kind of thing. We actually have better laws in place, believe it or not.
Okay. Yeah.
But so who knows how long that's gonna last? Am I right?
You mean laws as in terms of like you mean the laws of like when it comes to like them trying to like bully you out of processing payments and stuff like that, right? Yeah. So yeah. So exactly, like so if people are willing to fight back, like it's like that saying, in war some people got to die, right? For the war to be won, some people, in that during that journey, there's gonna be people that fail, they get their ass kicked by the system and stuff. That's gonna happen, but if people just keep fighting back, it'll end. I guarantee you, if people just keep pushing more and more like anti-woke stuff, supporting it, right? Like, because there's also that thing where like, oh, this game doesn't look. I'm gonna use games for an example. This game doesn't look like a AAA game made by Naughty Dog, so I'm not gonna support it, right? Yeah. It's just indie crap. I'm not gonna support it. It's like, all right, bro, but then you're paying for what you want then, because by not supporting this, you're basically saying, all right, well, Naughty Dog gets to monopolize, or they get not monopolize, but they get to like have that piece of revenue that this indie dev could have benefited from.
Yeah, so. and then they expect people to listen to them complain after they got shafted by their product that they thought, oh, it's going to be great. And then it's a lot of, it's a lot of preachy bollocks, and then they're just like, oh my god, why is it saying this to me? And it's like, because you let them.
Yeah, I mean, like, look. Yep. How many games do you know that you see on Steam? They're like indie games. They're probably really fun. Maybe they basically look like borderline PS2 games, but they're super fun. But people don't want to support it because they have this like appeal to authority where it's like, oh, it doesn't look like The Last of Us, so it must be like mediocre, right? Because there's a ton of good games that like Sinking City is a great example of it. That game looks like an Xbox 360 game.
It does,
but it's really good. But yeah, I like it too. It's really good. Or like the Sherlock Holmes games. I like those games a lot.
Yeah.
So that's how it is.
I also like the look of the game as well. Like I generally think the visual design, the actual artistry.
It looks good.
Really nice.
It looks cool.
Yeah.
It looks cool. It does look cool. Yeah, I mean, like that's what I'm saying. Like, but that's you as a person who like enjoys games. A large majority of the casual people are like, the old term, I'm gonna bring it back, graphic whores.
Totally.
Like, so it's
bowling
like
gun gamers.
I used to be a graphics whore, back in the Crisis, the days of the Crisis games. I melted so many pieces.
The man on the mountain said Zegler hotter than Godot. Even the mirror was like, really? Yeah, that's true. He's right. He's somebody say he's spitting. He is spitting.
But if we're going to war, let's get behind Apollo, okay?
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Okay. So this is everyone. This is everyone else, right?
No, there's like two more. Just to get into what's the fuck? Tati Gabrielle or Toto Gabrielle? Apollo, what do you think?
Toto.
Since you haven't given.
Well, I keep it simple, fast with the situation with that woman. I mean, yeah, like I know what happened, what's going on. It's hard for me to think fast. Yeah, the woman is psycho. The game is more like a 4B movement, and she's attacking everybody because she knows the game is gonna fail. It's gonna flop. You see guys like the big time YouTubers I forgot his name. The guy with the big long hair. Yeah, like people learn their lesson from Last of Us 2. All these big time YouTubers, some of them.
Yes, some.
Yeah, yeah. It's people are awake. I don't know. It's just every. I can't even speak. So yeah, like she's all attacking people, all that stuff. She's scared because she's gonna get laid off, and then she's gonna go over to Mortal Kombat and be stupid. But yeah, I'm not paying money for it. I think Sony just needs to drop the game, delay it, and just put it in the trash can. Just focus making SOCOM. Like bring back simple good games. But this Intergalactic game, the voice actor, hell, I would say fire that bald head looking voice actor and just get Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman.
Good
I would
God.
want her. Yeah, I would love to see her in Intergalactic. I think she would play very lovely. As
She
that
would.
character.
She would do a better job. I agree
Yes,
with that.
I would love to
But
see.
I think it's safe.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say this generation, Sony likes to bleed money. They like
Yeah,
throwing money in the fire, like set it on fire, like Joker in the Dark Knight.
yeah,
Like that's basically them in that scene because they just been wasting like years and resources and manpower, or in this case, woman power, which is a good example as
yeah,
to why
yeah.
they're doing so terribly, and that's why we're barely getting anything. They could have
Even
made it
down,
so calm, huh?
even down to what Joker said in that scene. It's not about the money. It's about
Yeah.
sending a message.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Intergalactic is not about the money. It's about sending a message, and it's a message towards people like us that that don't want
Mm-hmm.
propaganda in our games, but Naughty Dog is going to do it anyway. And unfortunately, Toto Gabrielle did have a point that people are still going to buy the game. Unfortunately, even people who were criticizing the game are still going to buy it anyway because they're going to use the excuse that it's my job or whatever. Even though some people like they're not big like that on YouTube to even like get much of an audience. I use someone as an example. I already talked about her anyway today, so I'll just use her as an example again. Cult Classic Cage, if she was to get the game and play it, I mean, she'll probably have a good chance of beating it since it's going to be barely of a game anyway. But
Yeah.
she'll play that game and stream it or probably make a review of it for the sake of YouTube views and whatnot, and for the sake of being able to talk about it in detail and profit and gain something out of it. But despite her probably like making multiple videos talking crap about it, but it's because people and on top of that, she's not gonna have a lot of people gonna watch anyway. Vice versa, if it was me, because I'm not here just talking shit, I'm aware I'm not big like that. So if I was to stream the game, I'm not having hundreds of thousands of people watching me play it. So there's no point in me even getting it, even if I saw some type of benefit out of it, which there wouldn't really be much. That's why one thing I wouldn't even buy these games to even talk about it. I'll see the trailers, the streams, the reviews. That's all I need to actually give my opinion on it because I'm not going to give them my money or time.
Yeah.
Fuck them. I'd rather play something else, like I don't know, whatever the fuck the game may be, like I don't know,
Jinpachi's game.
That Jinpachi's game, or even I don't know, Blades of Fire, whatever that game. I think that's the name of it. Blaze of Fire, Blaze of Fury, or hell, even Mafia: The Old Country, or
Space Marine 2. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Space Marine 2, or something like that. Or hell, even Y2 Byron mentioned it. Disorder.
Yeah.
I'd rather support or give games like that a try over wasting time and money on these woke pieces of shit games by people that hate my guts. They don't like me. Why am I supporting them? They hate you. Why are you supporting them? It makes no sense. Why not give your time and money to games made by people that actually like and respect you and are actually trying to give you some real escapism like it was years ago? People want to be like, oh, I'm not anti-woke. I'm not this or whatever. I'm not an anti-woke channel. Yet you still support these. You still talk about anti-woke shit while at the same time supporting woke slop. And then you wonder why things are the same, because they don't want things to get better. They just want to keep making videos and profit off of YouTube. If woke shit was to be done and there was no point, people found no interest in my channel anymore, that'll be fine. Because then I can go and be like, all right, I'm gonna play this game and I don't have to worry about propaganda in it. I don't have to worry about censorship in it. I can enjoy it like I was able 2 years ago. And then that's all I would need. Anyway, I'm sorry I rambled on too much. I didn't mean to interrupt you so long, Apollo. Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
You could talk about the ones you like. You can actually stream them. And if you don't care about views, you're doing it more for yourself, more for the fun of it, rather than to like just get ad revenue.
Yeah.
The worst thing about ad revenue on YouTube is, and I say that as someone who who's monetized, is that a lot of channels they're desperate to keep being paid by YouTube. But at the end of the day, you should do it because you love it, not because it's a profitable endeavor. Because in the end of the day, man, YouTube, like if you love what you're doing and if you really and truly enjoy what you're making, then people are gonna feel that and they're gonna want to stick around. And I'd rather have those people watch me than sell out so that everyone can. Just so I can get a wider audience of people and betray my own ethics in the process.
Yep.
Heck yeah. It'll, one day, maybe one day in the future, we will just be able to just talk about games we like.
And when we talk about a game being bad, it's because the story just sucked or the gameplay actually sucked, not because they're preaching to me about modern politics.
Exactly. Exactly. They're not like trying to drag me out of my game back into real life where I'm trying to escape from. Which, I mean...
Or we can actually get excited for a game without having to, question everything.
Mm-hmm. But that's okay, because I am a person, I am a gamer who can play old games over and over again. I do not dance to their tune. I never have. When a new game comes out, my friends all I'll buy it, and then they're like, oh, have you played that game yet? And I'm like, no, I have bought it. But I'll get around to it eventually. 3 years later. That's me. That's how I operate.
I feel that.
I don't know why.
I'm in a similar boat because, if you look at my hours on Arkham Knight, it's probably at like 5,000 or some insane shit like that. So, that's pretty much 10 years worth of me just playing that game, cycling through that game,
Yeah. It's like that with Monster Hunter. You can just keep playing it. Even Wilds. I know Wilds has gotten a bad rap, but you can still just play it,
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's about just looking for that game that has that replayability. I feel like replayability is pretty important when it comes to price. And we're not talking about filling the world with, just endless content that is what is it they say? Wide as an ocean, deep as a puddle, right?
Yeah. That's kind of true.
Yeah. I want my games to be like Devil May Cry 3, where they're just infinitely replayable.
Well, what's funny? You mentioned that. I played through Metal Gear Revengeance all the time. I randomly replay it. I randomly replay a Splinter Cell, different Splinter Cell games. I randomly replay Max Payne 3 all the time. Those games have a lot of replayability because they're fun.
Yeah, I really enjoy playing Alan Wake. I enjoy playing Alan Wake through. Not 2. I played it once and I never played it again.
Pip. As far as Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3, I barely played that one. I think I played it at a friend's house one time. I'm more familiar with 4. I liked 4 a lot. That's probably one of my favorite ones. That
3
is round 1.
3 was my jam.
3 was one of my favorites because it had that awesome soundtrack and it had Body Jar.
Yes,
on the soundtrack.
Body Jar.
No, maybe it does, but it has not the same from Body Jar, and that's in Tony Hawk 3.
Have you seen 3?
No, it's in 3. It's in 3.
Right?
No, 3 has that song. You gotta look it up.
Maybe
It's
I'm
3.
wrong.
What did you say, Berth?
Have you seen 3 and 4? Tony
Yeah.
Hawk's Pro Skater 3, 4. They took
All right, man. I'm kind of
all
confused.
the 2000s out of that game. So why the fuck would I play it?
Yeah, they took they changed some stuff, and then on top of that, they're like shells. They don't feel right. They don't feel right. Like I played Tony Hawk 1 and 2 on my Switch, and
They added a non-binary trans skater in it too.
They add weird stuff, and on top of that, a lot of the fun guest characters were removed. Like Spider-Man's not in Tony Hawk Pro Skater, like 1+2, like other stuff like that. So
yeah,
it's pretty lame. It's really lame, bro.
But like they went out of their way to eliminate the 2000s edge, like, and it's like vandalism. It's like, like the whole point of Tony Hawk around about that time was that people were watching Jackass and enjoying that, right?
Yeah, it was heavily influenced too. Like later on, they actually really included them.
But like Bam Margera and stuff like that. I think Steve-O was a guest character in one of them.
Yeah. And now, they took out, was it 40 of the songs and replaced them with modern bollocks?
You use the word work slightly. Modern works lightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
it's just like a lazy.
They added Doomslayer, right?
Like
Did they
remake, whatever you want to call it?
Doomslayer?
Yeah, they did.
You have to get like the digital edition or some shit like that.
Just fine, I guess.
Lame. Doomslayer is pretty cool. Cause you know what's weird though? The Doom Marine was actually a guest character too in one of them. The original Doom Marine. I don't remember which one. But he was a guest character. Maybe on the PC version of one of the games.
Oh, maybe.
Excuse me. Yeah, you guys can look it up if you want. But I think if I'm not mistaken, he was also. But like I'm talking about the original Marine, not like the Slayer, like
the
classic,
the original, Doom guy.
Ripped stomach, like ripped stomach, torn clothing. Yeah.
Underground 2 had Jackass in it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I saw that and I was just like, wow. And it's really like corporate friendly and it's pushing the message pretty hard.
Ugh.
But they're not getting my money.
Yeah, no, don't
same.
ever like if you want to. The guys that worked on 1 and 2, that was Vicarious Visions. Well, we all know what happened to them. They're now part of Blizzard. They're in the Blizzard mines making the Diablo 4s instead of making. Honestly, because like the last thing they made as Vicarious Visions was Diablo 2 Resurrected, and I think that's great. Yeah, there's a few things that they altered, but for the most part, it's Diablo 2, right? It's like a 1-to-1. It feels like it, plays like it. They know how to make remakes, is what I'm trying. They know how to make remasters, is what I'm trying to say. They're good at it. So imagine my shock when they don't use those guys for 3 and 4. And instead they use Iron Galaxy.
Well, also you can't forget about Neversoft, the Neversoft people.
Oh yeah, the originals, the OGs.
The Neversoft were like pretty much they built the foundation of that game. Tony Hawk, Spider-Man by the first Spider-Man game on PS1 was actually built on a Tony Hawk engine.
Ah, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. There's actually like posters for Tony Hawk 3, I think, maybe. Or maybe it's 2. I think it might be 3 in Spider-Man PS1. So a lot of the that's also partially why he's in Tony Hawk to begin with, the Tony Hawk games. So there's a lot of connection between the two, and Neversoft were like Neversoft did a lot of cool things before they kind of like got absorbed, got totally like absorbed and like disintegrated. But they were involved in a lot of cool stuff back in the day. I'll never forget the eyeball, with was it the sword? Not the sword. It's like a nail, right? That goes through it.
Yeah.
So like a spike or something like that was a really cool like intro thing. I'll never forget that one. But like a lot of the Neversoft people, they ended up, if I'm not mistaken, in the Vicarious Visions, being involved with them.
God.
Like the actual members of like Neversoft, some of them were absorbed. Like, a lot of those people were absorbed into like Activision, Vicarious Visions, and stuff like that.
Right. So with any luck, some of those guys probably worked on Tony Hawk's 1 and 2. In fact, if I was a betting man, I'd say they probably put one of those guys as project lead.
Well, they did. No, they Neversoft Neversoft did 1 and 2. Tony Hawk 1 and 2. Oh, you mean like in the newer one, right? My bad.
The newer one.
Yeah. I hope so.
They play like if you want to get anything Tony Hawk related, like that's new. That and nothing else.
Yeah, I have it on the Switch, but even then, it's not perfect because a lot of the things were stripped from it. Like I said, like Spider-Man as a guest character is removed.
Yeah. But compared to what they did to 3 and 4, it's the Mona Lisa.
I kind of wonder if Body Jar is even in Tony Hawk 3 and 4. Not because I would buy it for that reason. I'm just curious if it's on the soundtrack still.
It's one of the songs that survived.
That's good.
At least is that.
But they removed the Red Hot Chili Peppers. They removed Motorhead. They removed Less Than Jake. They removed.
Oh man.
They removed Exhibit. They removed Zebrahead. They removed.
They removed anyone who's so big now that they would charge them a lot of money to use their songs.
Alien Ant Farm.
Alien Ant Farm. Damn. That's crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm so mad what they did with the career mode in 4. Like that is like.
What happened?
Well, didn't they remove? Didn't they remove
it down so it plays the exact same way as 1, 2,
and 2.
And 3.
Yeah, where it's just like a linear sequence of levels, like
a copy and paste job on it.
Well, they did. Didn't they change it so they took out the actual story stuff? It's just collect the tape. Jump the gaps, right?
But you still have like a timer, I believe.
But that's what I'm saying. Like the first 2 games, but what I'm saying is they removed the actual story elements from it.
Yeah, like there's no like NPCs like around or whatever. You're doing the exact same shit pretty much.
They removed a lot of the humor as well. Like in the snow level, there's a guy that's peeing on top of the ramp.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
He's gone now. Like,
Y2 Viral says Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3+4 was using AI. By the way, how were they using AI, bro? I'm really curious. Like, if you could be descriptive, it'll be nice. The first Tony Hawk, Malcolm in the Middle, American Pie, good times, dude. Yeah, man, that was like Man on the Mountain. Those were great. That was a great era.
They removed 40-something songs. That's what I heard as well.
Damn. They added modern day songs in there. I know, but what do you mean by the AI though, bro? AI, bro. What do you mean by that, Y2?
Also heard they watered down the Create a Skater, and I heard the Create a Skater in 1 and 2, the remake of that one was also watered down as well. So what? They just watered it damn, they just like gutted the whole thing.
Yeah, they removed like any edgy jokes, anything edgy, remotely edgy, it's gone. You remember the Neversoft girls? Well, now they've been replaced by amputees.
Oh man.
God.
Oh man. Yeah, it's like a shell, bro. It's like a shell. PS1 was like it really was a magical era. That's when the PS1 era is amazing. I'm veering off here, but it was amazing because it really showed. Like the PS1 started off like, okay, there's 3D games on here. They're kind of like a little like rudimentary. They're like a lot of them are just like parallaxes with not even a true 3D character. Like they're pseudo 3D. And then by the end of it, you were like getting crazy games with like a lot of like really impressive 3D for the era, which I think is really fun about it.
Yeah.
Like within the generation of PS1, the jump in quality of games technologically was like huge within that like lifespan for it.
Yeah, it was.
Like compare for example, compare like Final Fantasy VIII, for example, to like early PS1 games, like really early ones, like just visually and what they could do. So it's kind of cool to see how much more powerful, like what the PS1 was able to do even up to the end. Then you had games like Soul Reaver. You had like.
Oh, hold on. Because what Y2 actually elaborated on the AI. So what they did was, hold on. Let me go back to the chat. Where am I at? Hold on. He said skateboard art and the art in some of the stages. Okay.
Oh, okay. So they had AI redo them. Yeah.
And real quick, Miles, the topic is about Tati Gabrielle, the woman who's playing the main character in Intergalactic, the new game from Naughty Dog. Just so you know.
And then we moved on to Tony Hawk because it was a better
Yeah,
subject.
because he said, what are we talking about now? It's Tony Hawk.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well,
okay.
I mean, it is relevant. There
Yeah.
were only 2 subjects, and I think everyone pretty much got to talk. So it's not like super egregious that we shifted subjects actually, because there was only 2. There were only
I think he
2.
was just curious.
No, but I'm
He
saying in
said he was
general.
eating, so he probably. Okay.
But I'm saying in general, like there were only 2 topics, and we kind of all got through them for the most part. So I don't think like it's particularly harmful to discuss other things, because we pretty much like hit all the bases. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if anyone else is waiting, but I think everyone got to speak on the subjects, right?
If anyone else is waiting, I could dip. I don't mind.
Well, Miles said he doesn't know anything about the Intergalactic game, which is fine.
But what I'm saying is everyone kind of got to talk about both subjects, at least the people that knew about it. So that's right, like from what I understand.
Yeah, I mean, Marty, you can write in the chat if you want to talk about Intergalactic. I can bring you on. If not, then I can just.
He didn't get to yet, right?
No, he didn't. Neither did Miles. Miles said he doesn't know about it.
Okay, so if Marty wants, he could come back on. If you do, switch out Apollo Patriot.
You can swap me out as well.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's only gonna be one person joining.
Since it's the last topic anyway, Burv and Apollo can give their outros if they want.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to. Yep, if they want to.
Okay.
But if you're gonna let Marty on, well, all right. You know what? It's fine. Go ahead, do your thing, guys.
Okay. I'm Burv, and please check out Heretic and Hexen, and if you actually own them on Steam, it's free. Like legitimately, the upgrade is free. Please check it out.
Pip 911 says Death Stranding 2 finished installing. Bye. Have fun, bro.
Gross.
Yes.
Amazon delivery simulator intensifies. Let's go.
I'm gonna make a delivery now, as a matter of fact.
I'll be getting a new PC soon, so I'm looking forward to that. That's gonna be nice. This old PC, it's 6 years old now.
Sweet, time for that upgrade, right?
Yeah, it was future proofed, so it lasted as long as I really needed it to.
Yeah. I mean, you do a lot of gaming on PC in general, right?
Yeah, I'm a PC gamer. I'm a PC gamer head through and through.
Master race. No, but you know what game I want to play on PC? I have to get a stronger computer though, because I don't think because my graphics card on my laptop it can't support it. I don't think. I want to play Doom 2 and 1, but with the ray trace mod and the voxel models.
Oh right.
I don't know if you know what I'm talking about with the voxels.
Yeah, I know what a voxel is. Yeah.
I mean like. Yeah, the Doom voxels though specifically. I don't know if you've seen them. They look pretty cool to me.
Yeah, is this like an official or is it a mod?
It's a mod. It has like the Doom. It has like basically it's a mod that makes all the monsters into voxels, and they're pretty convincing looking too. They don't look like out of place because they're so like well. They replicate the original sprites so well that it doesn't look weird, and then the ray tracing makes the game look like an entirely different game. So I kind of want to play it for myself.
Do you know why it works so well? Because the sprites were little models to begin with, little clay models.
Yeah, that's true. So like there's like there's not a lot of like mental jumps you have to do to like guess like how they would look from 360 degrees because they started as models to begin with. That makes sense.
They started as models to begin with. But yeah, I have played that mod, and it does throw you off at the scale of them, doesn't it? Like sometimes you get up close and you're like, oh wow, that thing's pretty big.
Yeah, it's like it looks way bigger because of the fact that it's a voxel instead of a sprite. It's scaling. You know, the image is scaling versus like when you have like the model in front of you. Like the Spider Mastermind looks crazy.
Yeah.
You know, like so it's really cool. And also like it's just interesting to like play the game like that. And I've seen people like they put the Andrew Hulshult music as well, so it's pretty awesome. I gotta try it out.
I love doing mods. A new PC will help with that because a lot of the time, do mods require just grunt. You know what I mean? Horsepower.
Yeah, because people are like really pushing it. Like for example, that mod going down, that WAD
Yeah.
going down, it kind of pushes Doom to the limit. Because there are levels where like infinite monsters come, and I've never seen Doom lag before I played that. I've never had Doom lag on me until I played that like WAD, and I'm like, wow, this WAD is making Doom lag. That's how you know it's serious business, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Damn.
because like I'm talking about like lagging on like modern consoles. Obviously, the old ones had like a weird frame rate, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
but like modern Doom, if you can make modern Doom like lag, that's how you know it's crazy.
Yeah. That. Yeah. Exactly.
Like that level Mouth of Madness, you should check it out. I don't know. Well, you beat that WAD before, right? Did
Oh
you beat
yeah.
Yeah, that
One of
one
my
is
favorites.
crazy. Yeah, like just the endless imps coming out of like this weird like fleshy mouth. Like
Yeah.
it's crazy. So
Yeah. Exactly. All right then. Well, thanks for having me on. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah,
yes,
it's great
yes.
having you on again, Burp.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
And yeah, everyone take it easy and take care. And I'll probably be back next time you do this.
Yep, yep.
course.
Well, we're always welcome on, man.
Yep.
And we'll see you later, man. I hope you have a
Yeah,
good
yeah.
night or good day wherever you are. I don't know what time it is there, but hope everything goes well.
It's 1 a.m. It's a bit better than 5 a.m. You know.
Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit, just a little
Well,
bit.
yeah.
All right, so
All
Apollo
right.
Patriot,
Take it
Yeah.
easy, Burp.
Yeah,
take
yeah.
it
You
easy,
too,
bro.
man. You too.
So Apollo Patriot, you want to give your outro, bro?
Yeah.
Your outro and stuff, yeah.
All right. I am Apollo Patriot. You can find me on Rumble. I'm Apollo_Patriot. I've been recently doing live streams on Rumble. I am
Nice.
pretty new on the live stream thing. Last time I did, it was a couple more hours ago. It was Fallout 4. I did some live stream. I got over 30 something viewings. So yeah, I've been having a fun time
That's
with
good.
Rumble. Yeah, I would say personally, it's better than YouTube. I'm not active on YouTube. Mostly community posts. Some 24/7 of the time, I'm using community posts as like a social hub, like adding like quotes or something on my mind and all that stuff. But yeah, it was really
Right.
awesome on the stream thing right here, right now. That's pretty cool. Talk about things. Yeah, that's what I have to say. It was pretty cool.
All right, man. Thanks for
Yeah,
tuning in. We
definitely.
appreciate you.
It was great having you on again, Apollo.
Oh yeah.
And glad you're enjoying Rumble. People should check him out on there if you're interested in what he's doing. And yeah. So Rev, what are we gonna do now? Are we gonna close out too, or you wanna?
Okay.
I think we should just close out because Marty asked what the last topic was, but I think that he already talked about. He didn't really have much to say about Tati, right?
I don't remember.
But I
Should I
don't.
bring him on, or I don't know what what would be the best thing to do.
I guess bring him on. Let's just bring him on. He can give his final thoughts, give his outro, and then we could close out from there.
All right, Miles. Since you had said that you don't. Oh shit, where he went. Okay. Well. Anyway, so Miles, since you said you don't know about Intergalactic or what's really going on with that, so I won't bring you back on. But you're more than welcome to come on again next time, whatever the topics may end up being. But thanks for coming on. So is he back? Oh yeah, he's back.
Man, I have a
Yo, what's up,
lot of
Marty?
something to say. I never heard of Intergalactic or nor interested. But fuck that game. Fuck that game. And also, what's wrong with you guys? Oh, you bashing on Expedition 33. Yeah, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm not gonna play that game either. Anyway, and look, I mean that bitch, whoever's promoting that. I don't know. Intergalactic goes. You should go straight to hell, and hopefully your game sucks. By the way, and Wait, you did mention about Gal Gadot?
Gal Gadot?
Yeah.
No, she's not going to be in the game. That was actually a joke.
I
I forgot who said that, who it was. But
yeah,
she's not going to be in the game, thankfully.
And also, I kind of miss out on the Tony Hawk's situation where, you know what? As for Pro Skater 1 and 2, I got to get down to PS1. I may have to check out if I have Pro Skater 3 and 4 on the OG Xbox. If not, I might have to get that as well. And I'm glad that I have Tony Hawk's Underground 1 and 2 on the OG Xbox and GameCube, so I can go back and play it. Because, quite frankly, it ain't no actual fucking faithful remake. It's a reimagine. But yet
It's like
people
Final
be
Fantasy
like,
VII.
yep. They'd be like, oh, let's lay same goes to fucking Resident Evil 2 and 3 and 4. Reimagine for a modern audience, man. And
pretty much.
the reason why I said this is because obviously the whole Y2K charm has been taken out for the fucking modern audience on Pro Skater 3 and 4. And they're gonna do the same thing on Tony Hawk's Underground 1 and 2 if they ever remake it. They're not gonna remaster it. They're gonna fucking remake it because we like hyper realistic graphics. I don't give a fuck about that. And they're gonna take away the humor that is like jackass humor, you know? They took away all that shit.
I agree with what you're saying, Marty. You know, that's what they'll definitely end up doing.
I wouldn't be surprised that that fucking Iron Man, Gene Simmons, Shrek make it
Gene
to
Simmons, I
the.
forgot
Yeah,
about
they're not gonna be there.
Yeah.
Especially now,
one of the
Man.
stages had a Kiss concert going on. It's pretty cool. I remember.
And I'm not surprised that, dude. I'm not surprised that fucking. Oh, there's not gonna be Jango Fett nor Darth Maul in Tony Hawk.
Yeah, they had
Why?
some
Because
awesome characters back in the day.
Yeah, because they have like really funny humor into it, man. And now all that charm is gonna be gone in favor of what modern audience and hyper realistic graphics that turn out to be boring and lack style, and then that's basically it. And of course you're gonna take away all your kick-ass music. Yeah, and speaking of Tony Hawk Underground 1, I'm getting up PS1 because I heard that there's not gonna be Ace of Spades of Motorhead anymore, man. Or
yeah,
that's stupid.
All the licensing stuff makes that remaster almost pointless, to be honest.
That's stupid, man. If you can't buy licensing, don't remaster it until you finally buy full rights.
I actually agree with that. And if you can't get the rights, there's no point. I can understand one or two songs, but if it's like that altered, that you don't have so many characters in it, the music is like so different, like then you might as well not wait. If it was just one or two songs, it's not as big of a deal. But
yeah, man.
Yeah, but when it's like fucking 40 something or whatever, or even less than that, it's like that's like too much.
Yeah, that's wild. All right, so Marty.
Yeah.
So thanks for coming on. Give us your outro, and then me and Revenue will wrap things up, I think.
All right. Yeah, this is Marty Kusanagi, and that picture right there is my female hero I created in Soul Calibur 6 that I showed last week.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Cool.
It's a better picture quality now that you actually see her face.
Yeah, it looks very pretty, very nice.
And
good job, bro.
I don't know about YouTube, man. I don't know if I can, like I said, I may not upload any videos because YouTube has gone even worse, and they're going to take out my videos if I do. Because it's copyrighted, and you're promoting suicide or violence. Oh, it's for the children. Yeah, bullshit, man. And also, yeah, fuck AI algorithm and fuck AI PP Tom. I'm not calling. It's not AI overviews. AI PP Tom. By the way, because it likes to invade our privacy and cannot give some space. Like, dude, we can just search our own shit on our own, just like the good old days. We're not dumb and retarded. So, yeah, fuck it.
Yeah. All right.
Fuck
So you don't. So yeah. Thanks for
And-
coming on, bro. It was nice.
Yeah,
by the
appreciate
way-
you coming on again, Marty.
By the way,
Yeah.
fuck James Gunn, super bitch. By the way.
I feel you. All right, man.
All
So we're gonna
All
wrap things up now. Thanks for coming on, and we
Yeah,
hope you have a
appreciate
good
it,
night
Marty.
or good day wherever you're at. All right. So
Peace
for
out.
as for me, I'm Jim Pachi. Everybody
out,
here
Marty.
probably knows who I am already.
I don't know who
you know,
you are.
You think you know me? No. I do animation. I do a lot of gameplay stuff. I've been streaming more. I have a lot of Arkham content. I'm a big Arkham fan. I'm working on my own individual projects. I might show off more as they progress. I have my own series Augur that I'm working on. It's an animated series like about a vigilante. So I'm doing a few things on my channel, and I have a few things that I'm planning to do. I'm working, like I said, I'm working on a video game as well. So we'll see how once I have more to show and I get that situated, I'm gonna show that off soon. So hopefully, if anyone's interested, they can check out my channel. If not, that's fine too. No, it's all good. Thanks for having me on, Revenant. Always good to co-host with you, and we'll see you guys. But I'll see you guys probably next week if we do the podcast again. Who knows? But yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think
and
we'll definitely. Yeah, I'm sorry. What am I saying?
No, it's fine. It's been a lot of fun, and it's always good co-hosting. And yeah, you'll likely see us again next week. Who knows? So, thank you, and I'll catch y'all later.
Yep, great having you on, co-hosting again as always. We'll definitely do another one next Sunday, and after that it'll be a little while because later on in the week I'll be having my eye surgery finally, unless they decide to cancel at the last minute again. So, and I should have a video up this coming week. So be on the lookout for that because that'll be out the last video for a little while, right? As far as like a regular video, for a few weeks. And yeah, so thank you all for watching. I'm Man on the Mountain. Shout out to him. Y2 Viral, Latina Parfait, Hakami, Melina Chan,
Marty, Berg,
Marty,
yeah, Madad. What's his name? Madad.
Madar, yeah, I think so.
Madad.
Yeah, appreciate
Pip.
it. Apollo Patriot, yeah, Pip,
Miles, everyone
Miles,
who came on.
Yep, everyone. So thank you all for taking the time to listen and commenting. Really appreciate it. Hope you all had a good weekend and have a good rest of rest of the night or wherever you are in the time zone. And hopefully the week is good for you. Good to you, excuse me. So until then, see you all later. Take it easy. Peace.
See ya.